Chapter 392. The two brothers walked together in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close brothers. After a short while, they arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pond. Outside, there were countless cultivator guards, but in secret, there were many masters paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly spreading out. Once an outsider tried to approach this place, they would be ruthlessly and directly killed. There was no room for discussion. Once, a steward from a first-class family had come to pay tribute to the Yang family. But after delivering the tribute, he somehow lost his way and ended up 10 kilometers outside the dragon transformation pond. Before he had time to say a word, he was killed on the spot by the Yang family masters guarding this place. After this incident spread out, the first-class family not only didn't dare to question him, but instead sent someone to apologize with double the amount of gifts. The Yang family's treasure trove had always been a heavily guarded location. Even though it was inside the central capital, with the dragon transformation pond as its center, the surrounding several dozen kilometers had still been maintained in its most primitive state. At first glance, one would probably think they had stumbled into the great wilderness. Shrouded in clouds, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, covering a large area. Lush mountains and forests were looming, and from time to time, one could see a few silhouettes. In the deepest part of this place was the dragon transformation pond. When Xianxia and Xianxia arrived here, they quickly closed their mouths. Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists. Disciple Xianxia has been ordered to come to the dragon transformation pond. May I ask which senior is guarding this place? From the clouds, a strange voice floated out. This old master is Xiao Zhengqing, so it is young Lord Zhao. Young Lord Zhao, there's another person beside young Lord Zhao. Who is it? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao quickly took over and said with a smile, "It's my little brother Kai." The voice in the clouds was silent for a while, seemingly pondering who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao was talking about was, but after a long time said, "Since you've come, 2 young lords may come in." As these words were spoken, the clouds in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by 2 giant invisible hands. The clouds rolled to the sides, revealing a clear passage in the middle. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were shocked to discover this. On both sides of this passage stood many of the Yang family's masters. The one closest to the 2 of them was less than 5 meters away. Just now, these people were wrapped in clouds and mist. Unexpectedly, neither of the 2 brothers noticed it, and they didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the clouds. These Yang family masters were obviously different from the people outside. Their auras were much calmer, and most of them were at the Yuan-Shi boundary. Their cultivations were also much more vigorous than the average person. Occasionally, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters scattered among them, but all of them stared at the 2 of them with solemn expressions. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other for a moment before their expressions couldn't help turning solemn as they strode forward towards the entrance. "Greetings, young masters. Please, young masters." Along the way, all the cultivator nodded slightly, greeting the 2 of them respectfully. Yang Zhao wore a smile on his face as he strode forward. Yang Kai didn't say a word, quietly releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings, secretly surprised. Although he was also a member of the Yang family, and a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Kai still didn't understand what kind of capital the Yang family had. However, after probing around, he was surprised to find that the cultivators around him were undoubtedly much stronger and more powerful than the ordinary disciples from the first or second-class sects in the same realm. Their essence, qi, and soul, the strength of their physique, vitality, bones, meridians, and yuan-qi all seemed to be much purer. Yang Kai estimated that the 2 people here would be enough to defeat 3 cultivators of the same realm outside. Of course, this was only a competition between ordinary disciples. Even so, it was enough to surprise him. Moreover, the surrounding clouds and mist were quite strange. When Yang Kai probed them with his divine sense, it was as if he was immersed in a pool of stagnant water. There should be some kind of spirit array operating here. After walking for a full stick of incense worth of time, the front suddenly opened up and the clouds and mist suddenly disappeared, giving the two of them a sense of relief. Beside a huge pool, 3 old men with white hair and beards sat cross-legged, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Xianxia and Xianxia. After seeing 2 people emerge from the mist, the old man in the middle smiled and asked Xianxia. Xiao's expression became serious as he quickly cupped his fists. Disciple greets 3 seniors. To be able to guard the dragon transformation pond, whether these 3 were surnamed Yang or not, their status in the Yang family was not low. They were even comparable to the elders of the family. This was why Xianxia was so serious. Xiao Jingqing and the other 2 smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Xiao's attitude, turning their eyes to Yang Kai and asking suspiciously, "Are you the one who served the previous generation's 4th brother, Yang Yingfeng?" "Yes," Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai was also shocked. These 3 were all peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In other words, any one of them was no worse than Ling Tai Su before he broke through. At this moment, they were actually guarding the dragon transformation pond, showing just how much importance the Yang family attached to this place. With these 3 here, along with the mysterious spirit array and countless hidden masters, it was likely only an above Immortal Ascension boundary master would be able to break through its defenses. After learning about Yang Kai's background, Xiao Zhengqing just nodded slightly while the other 2 didn't say anything. It seemed that for them, Xiao was more interesting and could arouse their attention. Seeing how obvious their reactions were, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. "Senior, why did the family arrange for us to come to the dragon transformation pond first this time?" Xiao saw that Xiao Zhengqing was quite optimistic about him and couldn't help but ask, quickly asking the question in his heart. Xiao Zhengqing smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, it is to give you a better space to develop. You have been outside for a few years now. At most, you have entered a first-class force to gain experience. How could the resources there compare to our Yang families? The secret arts and martial skills you cultivate, the medicinal efficacies you absorb, and the many impurities your body produces. Once you enter the dragon transformation pond, you will be able to cleanse yourself of these impurities." Xiao smiled happily and respectfully said, "I will definitely live up to the family's expectations." Xiao Zhengqing laughed. "Good. As expected of the patriarch's son, you are truly different from others. The dragon transformation pond is just below us. You can enter it yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't expect Xiao Zhengqing to be so optimistic about him, these words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Xiao didn't say anything. Right now, he had no power or influence, so if he really tried to say anything, it would only be a thankless task and would only make him appear to be overestimating himself. If Xiao wanted to change his mind, there was only one way. That was to establish himself above the entire Yang family. At that time, everyone would have to obediently follow his orders and act according to his mood. Xiao nodded slightly, and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them looked down and suddenly saw a huge pond. Only its outline could be seen. It was impossible to see the water inside, because above this pond was a thick layer of clouds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this layer of clouds was different from the ones they had just passed through. The clouds from before were only used to confuse, but the layer above the dragon transformation pool was formed by the gathering of the energy of the world. It was as if the entire dragon transformation pool was a crystallization of energy. Dense steam rose into the air, condensing into a layer of clouds that covered the top. The dragon transformation pond is a place where one can cleanse their body. This opportunity is not easy to come by, so you should cherish it, Xiao Zhengqing smiled. Another person interjected, "The dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one stays inside, the more outstanding their aptitude is. Xiao, you need to perform well. You are different from the average young lord. You are the son of the current patriarch. Many people are optimistic about you." Yang Zhao's face was filled with excitement, seemingly eager to prove himself, quickly cupping his fists and nodding. Yes. Go. Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. The clouds churned, and the two fell into the pond at the same time, disappearing. Suddenly, a cold feeling washed over him. The water of this dragon transformation pond seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Yang Kai clearly felt some kind of energy pouring into his body's meridians and pores. As this energy entered his body, his whole body became tingling with pain. But then, this pain suddenly disappeared as this energy drilled into his meridians and, under the burning of his true Yang Yuan Qi, converged into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed to be a bit untrue. It didn't have any of the magical effects it was rumored to have. Turning his head to look at Yang Zhao not far away, Yang Kai's expression became even more strange. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain at the moment, his entire face red, and his Yuan Qi madly circulating, drawing the energy from the dragon transformation pond into his body. Soon after, some impurities were expelled from his body, and some filthy substances were added to the clear pool water. Yang Kai quickly swam a little further away, lost in thought. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond clearly had some kind of effect and could really help people cleanse their body. But why couldn't he feel it? After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, a look of surprise filling his face. If his guess was right, it must be because of the myriad drug liquid. The myriad drug liquid, if taken over a long period of time, was able to cleanse one's body and fundamentally improve one's aptitude. Since obtaining the myriad drug liquid until now, as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Kai had basically taken a drop of it every day. After such a long time, the impurities in his body should have been completely eliminated and his aptitude should have improved significantly. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation pond, what use would it have? The effect of the dragon transformation pond was definitely not as good as the myriad drug liquid. Understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became disappointed. Influenced by his childhood beliefs, he had been looking forward to the effects of the dragon transformation pond, but now it had no effect on him, so naturally he was disappointed. The dragon transformation pond didn't have any effect on him, and now that he had just entered it, he couldn't just leave directly. Yang Kai suddenly felt bored and could only wait silently, circulating his true Yang secret art and absorbing and refining the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Chapter 393. Yang Family. The news that the two young lords had returned first quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles that had returned to the family were the best evidence. Two figures, one man and one woman, were quickly flying towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their faces were filled with nervousness and expectation, as well as some guilt and heartache. The middle-aged man was a bit better, forcing himself to remain calm, but his muscular body couldn't help trembling slightly, a look of joy even appearing on his meticulous face. On the other hand, the woman was wiping the corners of her eyes as she ran, crying silently, her tears falling to the ground, her eyes red. After running for a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and muttered, "Suzhu, what are you crying for? You should be happy that your son is back." Dong Suzhu continued to wipe her tears, but before she could speak, she began sobbing and stammering, I just couldn't help it. You thought I wanted to cry. These tears, they just came out by themselves. Woo-woo, it's so annoying." Yang Yingfeng was speechless. If our son saw you like this, he would think I was bullying you at home. Dong Suzhu suddenly became sad. "You didn't bully me? Why don't you tell me what happened to that vixen last time? Why did she keep calling me Big Brother Yang, and calling me Big Brother Yang so intimately?" She was extremely eloquent. Her tears seemed to have stopped flowing, and her incoherent appearance was nowhere to be found. Fourth Master Yang was so embarrassed that his face turned red, stuttering for a long time before muttering, "It was an accident. Last time was just an accident." An accident? Dong Suju didn't give up and continued pitifully. "I married into your Yang family at the age of 18 and followed you for almost 20 years. After so many years of not being able to enjoy the good fortune of your Yang family, I've suffered a lot. At this age, I actually have to worry about my husband being seduced by another vixen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war and ended up meeting such a heartless man like Yu." As she spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quietly observing Yang Yingfeng's reaction. What surprise! Fourth Master Yang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young anymore and had reached the age of a married woman, he did not know how she grew up. Even now, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. The long flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any traces on her face. Moreover, not only did Dong Suju look young, but she was also very lively. She would often say things that only young girls would say and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the husband and wife went out together, such embarrassing things often happened. The unfamiliar people immediately saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Fourth Master Yang." "Greetings, Miss Yang." Yang Yingfeng asked curiously, "Who is young Lady Yang?" The servant politely said, "Isn't this Fourth Master's daughter?" Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. As expected of the Fourth Master's daughter, Miss Yang's beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Flatter vigorously. The Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and held onto Yang Yingfeng's arm, nodding repeatedly as if she was enjoying herself, as if she could not wait for others to say a few more good words about her. After experiencing this many times, Fourth Master Yang had also gained some experience, so whenever he visited an unfamiliar family as a guest, he would not hesitate to open his mouth. Not waiting for the host to open his mouth, he quickly introduced himself. "I am Yang Yingfeng. This is my wife, Dong Suju." The host immediately became depressed, thinking to himself that this Fourth Master Yang was a strange person. It was as if he was afraid that the world did not know he was an old cow eating young grass, actually introducing himself like this every time he met someone. Perhaps the temperament of the Yang family was just so strange. The thoughts of a direct descendant of a great family really were not something they could easily understand. The previous incident that Dong Suju mentioned actually happened 3 years ago, and the woman who had a good impression of Yang Yingfeng had long since disappeared. However, Dong Suju did not let go of this matter, bringing it up every time she felt depressed. What's more, Fourth Master Yang's temperament was dull, so he fell for this kind of trick. Obviously, he had not done anything wrong. It was just that the woman had been attracted by his elegant demeanor. But as soon as Dong Suju mentioned it, Fourth Master Yang would become like a grandson, repeatedly apologizing and embarrassing himself. "It was really an accident, Suju. Don't think too much about it. I just helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't even say more than 3 words to her." Fourth Master Yang nervously explained as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In fact, he did not know how many times he had explained this. Really? Dong Suju sniffled, tears streaming down her face. "You're not lying to me. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you for the rest of my life." Fourth Master Yang said firmly, his expression solemn. "Fourth brother, you're so kind." Dong Suju suddenly broke into a smile. Fourth Master Yang grinned, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, one that was quite similar to Yang Kai's, but without the wickedness of Yang Kai's. "You won't tell this to our son, will you?" Fourth Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly asked. "And that will depend on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, perhaps I'll go talk to our son. You know what it's like to talk about things. Who knows what we'll end up talking about?" Cool. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking that if his high and lofty image were to collapse in his son's heart, that would be extremely bad. Speaking of his son, Dong Suju's expression became slightly more serious as she muttered, I wonder if our son has brought back a wife for us these past few years. I don't think so. I heard Tu Feng say that he came back alone. However, Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a good impression of him. How many women? Dong Suju suddenly became interested. How many? The Yang family fourth master's thick eyebrows arched. Suddenly, his face filled with killing intent. Only one. If he dares to be unfaithful, I'll break his legs. The expectation and smile on Dong Suju's face quickly faded as she snorted meaningfully. If you dare do that, I'll break your legs. Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank as he suddenly wondered. Why was it that he had only said 3 words to a woman, and this woman had been asking him for 3 years, yet his son had no problem being unfaithful? Was this some kind of double standard? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the dragon transformation pond, Dong Suju quickly said, Quick, quick, fourth brother, help me take a look and see if my clothes are properly done. Is my hair messy? Is there any problem with my current appearance? Fourth Master Yang asked curiously, You're not going on a blind date. Why are you being so careful? Dong Suju curled her lips. Seeing our son is much more important than a blind date. Fourth Master Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly feeling that his wife's words made sense, he also straightened his clothes and asked, Is there any problem with my appearance? Your beard is a little thick, but it's fine. And Fourth Master Yang nodded with satisfaction. The husband and wife both stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's forbidden area. They held their breaths as they stared at the thick clouds and mist. Their bodies were ramrod straight as they waited with solemn expressions. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of master to arrive. After waiting for a while, Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, That's not right, Suju. Our son should be in the dragon transformation pond right now. It should take at least a day or 2 for him to come out. Why will we come here now? Why don't you go back? Dong Suju suggested. Good, there are still some things I need to take care of. I'll come find you when I'm done. Yang Yingfeng nodded, turned around, and left. After taking a few steps, suddenly, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. 2 cold gazes pierced his spine and sent a chill down his spine. The fourth master couldn't help shivering and hurriedly came to a stop, a dignified expression on his face as he stood beside Dong Suju with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead. His expression was solemn. What's wrong? Dong Suju looked at him with a sweet smile, gently biting her teeth. Fourth Master Yang sniffed and said in a muffled voice, I suddenly feel that it's better to wait here. In any case, those things aren't important and can be dealt with at any time. I'll wait here alone. Dong Suju looked at Yang Yingfeng tenderly, her face filled with tenderness and understanding. You go do what you need to do. Don't worry about us, mother and son. When my son comes out, I'll take him to the Dong family, so he won't have to participate in the inheritance war. No. Fourth Master Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. It's better for me to wait. Inside the dragon transformation pond, half a day later, Yang Kai really couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so he could only wait here and circulate his true Yang secret art. His cultivation speed was faster than usual, but not by much. If it were any other time, he would have pretended to stay here for a while before leaving. But thinking about how his 2 parents were waiting for him in the house, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling like his but was on fire. Quietly glancing at the other side, Yang Kai found that Yang Zhao was still in the same state, shaking his head gently and leaping out of the dragon transformation pond. Midair, Yang Kai circulated his yuan qi, evaporating the water on his body before landing back down. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 all stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As they had said, the dragon transformation pond was a place that could test a person's aptitude. The better one's aptitude was the longer they could stay in the dragon transformation pond and the greater the benefits they could obtain. The 3 of them had been guarding this place for many years and had seen many Yang family disciples enter the dragon transformation pool. Even the disciple with the worst aptitude who entered the dragon transformation pool had to persist for a full day and night before coming out. But this one in front of them, after entering for less than half a day, actually came out on his own. This kind of performance was really unsightly. Xianxia and the other two were quite senior, and their status in the Yang family was not low, so naturally they didn't need to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the three of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. He came out just like that. One of them snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yang Kai frowned, but although he was unhappy, he didn't answer, instead just asking, "Do you three have any other orders?" "None. You can return to the house," Xianxia said casually. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fist to the three, turned around, and strode away. Behind him, there seemed to be a chuckle, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Chapter 394. Bastard, I've been reading Laughing Proud Wanderer for the past few days, but he hasn't updated. What a beast. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left the Yang family. When he left, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but now he had reached the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Yang Kai was also very worried about his two parents, but due to the family rules, he was unable to visit them. In addition, last time Dong Qinghan told him that his mother ran out to secretly see him, but was discovered by the family. Fourth Master Yang had taken her place and received 30 beatings, which made Yang Kai even more worried. He wondered how his two parents had been these past few years. His mood rose and fell as he hurriedly left the Dragon Transformation Pool's forbidden area. He'd just left the expanse of clouds and mist when he saw two figures standing ramrod straight. They stood there silently and raised their heads in anticipation towards the forbidden area. Looking at each other, both of them were stunned. Yang Kai never thought that his two parents would be waiting here. After all, he had only returned to the family less than half a day ago. If no one had sent him a message, perhaps his two parents wouldn't have known that he had returned. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju also didn't expect that their son would appear in front of them so quickly. Both of them were still in a daze. Before, the fourth master had said that Yang Kai would need at least 1 or 2 days to come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond, but that was because he had overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. From Tu Feng, they had learned about Yang Kai's current cultivation and that he had gotten rid of his congenital deficiency. But as for Yang Kai's aptitude, they didn't know. In their hearts, they didn't know. They estimated that if he stayed in the Dragon Transformation Pond for 1 or 2 days, his aptitude would definitely not be good, but it was also normal. They never expected that after only half a day, Yang Kai would come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond. Such a short time was enough to prove that Yang Kai's aptitude was very problematic. The three of them looked at each other for a moment. Then Yang Kai smiled, as if he had never smiled so peacefully and happily in all these years. Dong Suju's mouth suddenly became soft. Tears fell from his eyes, but without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward. He held his son in his arms. But now, Yang Kai was obviously not the same as before. After all these years, he had grown a lot taller. Dong Suju was actually half a head shorter than him. She had no choice but to stand on her tiptoes, put her small hands around Yang Kai's neck, and put his head on her slender shoulders. She stroked his hair with one hand and put the other on his broad back. He opened and closed his mouth several times. All of them were replaced by choking sobs. Her tears dripped onto Yang Kai's shoulder, and a warm feeling came over him. Smelling the fragrance that had made him infatuated when he was young, his entire mind was at peace. A sense of relaxation that he had never felt before exploded in his body and mind. The ship that had been sailing for a long time finally returned to the harbor of Wenning. Yang Kai felt like crying. Fourth Master Yang was a tough man, but at this moment, the rims of his eyes reddened. He quietly turned his head and squeezed his eyes. "Mother, I'm back," Yang Kai murmured softly. Dong Suju finally calmed down her emotional state. She gently patted Yang Kai's back and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." After saying this more than 10 times, her voice gradually stopped trembling. In the end, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Only then did she let go of Yang Kai. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands and stood in front of him, looking him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. He had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the weak child of the past. Now that her son was standing in front of her, she actually felt like she could rely on him. Thinking of this, Dong Suju began to cry again. The growth of a person was always accompanied by trials and tribulations. Yang Kai becoming like this was inseparable from the hardships he had suffered in the past few years. Yang Kai was about to give Fourth Master a look, hinting for him to come over and comfort him, but he didn't expect his father to turn his head to the side and look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if there were birds flying in the sky. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. The corners of his eyes were wet. Yang Kai was helpless and could only open his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry. And it's a joke." Dong Suju nodded gently, wiping his own tears, his eyes swollen like a peach. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Yingfeng. The Fourth Master still maintained his posture, not moving at all. "Father," Yang Kai called out softly. Fourth Master Yang didn't know what to think, but he quickly turned his head and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a serious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was seeing his son, not an elder of the same generation. What was the point of cupping his fists? Was he supposed to salute him? His old face instantly flushed red. He reached out and flicked his sleeves without leaving a trace, flicking away the non-existent dust. Then he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. With a calm expression, he said, "And you're back?" Yang Kai sniffled and suddenly felt that this question was somewhat inexplicable, so he could only nod. "And I'm back." "Well then, let's go home." The Yang family's Fourth Master was a bit shaken. He waved his hand and left, his ears completely red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before following behind the Fourth Master, both of them giggling. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't show much expression when he saw Yang Kai, anyone could see that at this moment he was quite proud of himself. Even his footsteps were lighter than before. Inside the Fourth Master's house, the three of them traveled quickly and returned home in a short while. The Fourth Master's house wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he was a direct descendant of the previous generation, so there were only a dozen servants and maidservants in the house. Compared to other places, it was a bit quieter. Entering the house, all the servants and maidservants they encountered along the way respectfully bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng quickly ordered the servants to prepare a meal to welcome his son back, but Dong Suju pulled Yang Kai directly into his former bedroom. Pushing open the door to the room in his memory, Yang Kai slowly walked in. What he saw was no different from what he remembered, whether it was the placement of the things inside or the layout. There was not the slightest change. Even the tables, chairs, and beds were spotless. Obviously, someone came to clean this place every day. Yang Yingfeng flashed in like a ghost and whispered, "After you left, your mother often came back here and looked after this place. It was as if she saw you were still at home." Dong Suju pinched Yang Yingfeng lightly, but the Fourth Master's skin was thick and he didn't say a word. He just glanced suspiciously at the madam. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. I just came here occasionally to take a look," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In his heart, he knew better than anyone else. This room, it was likely that not only would his mother come here often, but even his father would often visit this place. The whole room was filled with the smell of the two old men in the family. It was easy to imagine Yang Yingfeng standing here, sighing. It was easy to imagine Dong Suju sitting on the bed, crying miserably. 5 or 6 years, more than 1,000 days and nights, not being a parent. They would never be able to understand how difficult these days were. Yang Kai's heart surged, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, but he didn't know what to say. "I'll have the food and wine delivered here. We'll eat here today." The Fourth Master found that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly found an excuse to leave. "I'll go help. Son, you should rest for a while." After a short while, the servants delivered the food and wine. All of the dishes were personally cooked by Dong Suju. Fourth Master Yang even took out a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years. A family of 3. For the first time in many years, they sat at the same table and ate in harmony. After a while, the fourth master drank himself to the point of intoxication. After a while, Dong Suju also drank herself into a daze. Only Yang Kai was still sober. That's all for today. I'll come talk to you again tomorrow. Although there were thousands of questions in his heart, Yang Yingfeng didn't ask Yang Kai anything on his first day back home, and instead stood up shakily. Dong Suju supported her cheeks with her hands and said drunkenly, "You go back by yourself. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. I haven't slept with him for a long time." Kai Yang turned pale with fright. The fourth master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Hearing this, he nodded and walked out of the door. "Father!" Yang Kai hurriedly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Yang Yingfeng turned around and asked, "You don't think there's a problem?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The fourth master thought about it seriously for a while before frowning and asking, "What's the problem?" Yang Kai face-bombed. He knew that these two old men were probably really drunk. Did they think he was a child? No matter what he said now, they probably wouldn't listen. In desperation, Yang Kai could only call the maidservant from outside and help Dong Suju back to her room to rest. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Dong Suju's muffled voice came from afar. "Don't make trouble. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll stab them and curse them. In the future, I will never let these two get drunk." Yang Kai secretly decided in his heart. The next day dawned. Yang Kai got up early and faced the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. The yuan qi in his body was restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. When he was in the Liu family, he had absorbed a large piece of yang crystal jade bed, and these days he had been using the myriad drug liquid to cleanse his body, so it was normal for him to want to break through. His mind was calm, neither sad nor happy, just letting nature take its course. Half an hour later, sweating profusely, Yang Kai finished his cultivation. After breakfast, a servant came to report that the fourth master had summoned him. Yang Kai knew that his two parents must have a lot to say to him, so he wasn't too surprised. After tidying up a little, he hurried to the study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Yingfeng waiting in the study, Dong Suju was also sitting nearby, staring at the door. Seeing Yang Kai enter, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him over to sit next to him. After the three sat down, fourth master Yang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Suju. "Do you want to ask first, or should I?" "Go ahead and ask. What I want to ask are all trivial matters." Yang Yingfeng nodded, his expression becoming serious as he pondered for a moment. "My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion. Did your grandmaster tell you about it?" "And he did." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you should know why I asked you to go to High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. "Let me ask you, what is the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion?" Yang Yingfeng only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been burned to the ground by the Chiu family's masters. Thousands of High Heaven Pavilion disciples had all been dismissed, and the whereabouts of the sect's elders were unknown. R.S. Chapter 395. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect, it was also the sect of the fourth master Yang. So how could he not care? Yang Kai calmly recounted the various injustices that had happened to his sect, causing Yang Yingfeng's face to become gloomy and angry. But now, Chiu Yimeng is helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and that place is now under my name. Before the sect is officially established, that place is just one of my properties. Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed. Chiu Yimeng, Yang Yingfeng, and Dong Suju both looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The Chiu family's first young lady? Why would she help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by one of her family's masters. That doesn't make sense. Yang Yingfeng frowned, puzzled, slowly shaking his head and asking, "Is there a reason for this?" "I helped her a little, so in return, rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her." Yang Kai said lightly. "You helped her a little?" Fourth Master Yang's expression became more and more strange as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly not having expected that after all these years, he would actually have a relationship with the Chiu family's first young lady. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and looked meaningfully at Yang Kai. Son, are you very familiar with her? Not too familiar, but not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju pursed her red lips thoughtfully before giggling. The Chiu family's first young lady is an extraordinary character. If she were a man, she would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chiu family. Son, work hard. Take her in. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Regarding Chiu Ming, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was undeniable that this woman was very attractive and had a strong background. If he could obtain her favor, it would be like obtaining divine assistance in the inheritance war, but Yang Kai still instinctively rejected her. The feeling she gave off was too shrewd. This kind of shrewdness, it shouldn't appear in a young girl. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Cooperation was fine, but it was absolutely impossible for anything to happen between them. Restoring the sex name, Yang Yingfeng whispered to himself. Chiu Ming can't become the patriarch of the Chiu family. She really can't do this. If any of the central capital's 8 great families spoke up for High Heaven Pavilion, then the pot of shit that had been placed on High Heaven Pavilion's head could be removed without any hesitation. The evil sect name. It wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was Great Sex Demon Lord. This was the sect's evil sect. Is there any news from Grandmaster? Yang Kai quickly asked. Yang sex grand sex, but several sex, and elders, several elders and elders, grand elders have disappeared. After a pause, Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, has your Grandmaster really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Chiu family masters sent back a message, Yang Yingfeng had also received the news immediately, but after all, this was only the Chiu family master side of the story. Perhaps they had fabricated it in order to shirk responsibility, so Fourth Master Yang didn't dare fully believe it. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng. Everyone else who heard this news still held some doubts, even now. How could such a super expert appear in a mere second-class sect? He really broke through. Yang Kai nodded firmly. After receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Yang Yingfeng grinned widely, pacing back and forth in his study before suddenly coming to a stop. Patting his thigh heavily, he muttered, Good. I knew Master would definitely break through, but I didn't expect it to come so late. As he spoke, Fourth Master Yang's expression relaxed, as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. In the past, Ling Tai Su was depressed because of the matter of his 2 disciples, and his heart was full of knots. After wasting more than 10 years in vain, now that he had finally made a breakthrough, it was definitely because he had resolved the knot in his heart, so Yang Yingfeng was naturally happy for him. Grandmaster's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise. Yang Kai suddenly thought of an idea. The demon lord emerged from the coiling dragon stream and fought with the masters of the sect. One of the elders was killed on the spot, and Grandmaster also suffered heavy injuries. That unworthy junior. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help cursing, his eyes filled with anger. The demon lord was still Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but now he had betrayed his master and killed his fellow disciples, so the fourth master was naturally enraged. Sooner or later, I'll make him kneel in front of Master, kowtow, and admit his wrongs. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before hurriedly asking, and then, later, Grandmaster was surrounded by demonic qi and his life was in danger. Seeing that there was no way to save him, I tried to give him something. You gave him something? Yang Yingfeng's eyes widened to the size of pigeon's egg, while Dong Suju also covered her mouth, both husband and wife holding their breaths nervously. And it was a medicinal liquid I made myself. I didn't expect it would really work, not only pulling Grandmaster back from the gates of hell, but also helping him dispel the demonic qi in his body. Yang Kai braced himself as he made up a story. After Grandmaster recovered, he broke through. You made a medicinal liquid yourself? Yang Yingfeng's expression was one of fear, his face completely pale. Dong Suju patted her chest with her small hands, secretly rejoicing that nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, the title of Grand Master's murderer would not have been placed on the Demon Lord's head, but rather on Yang Kai. If that had really happened, her fourth brother would have died of guilt. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "Actually, I know a little about medicine. I studied it in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. So that's how it is." Yang Yingfeng suddenly realized. "You know about it?" Yang Kai was stunned, but the two old men didn't show the slightest surprise, as if they had long been aware of this matter. Qinghan secretly sent us a letter to tell us. Dong Suju nodded. This could be explained. Dong Qinghan was her mother's nephew, so it wasn't strange for him to send a letter. Grandmaster Xiao is truly worthy of being called a Grandmaster. Yang Yingfeng sighed. It didn't need to do anything personally, just teaching you something actually had such a magical effect. Sighing with emotion, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I'll have to thank Grandmaster properly some other day." Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. "Of course. When I have time, I'll personally go to Hidden Cloud Peak. My master's life-saving grace is equivalent to my life-saving grace. I can't help but thank him." Fourth Master Yang said sincerely with a grateful expression. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. If the fourth master went to Hidden Cloud Peak and the two sides confronted each other, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Quickly saying, "Father, you shouldn't go. Grandmaster's temper is a bit strange. Even if you go, you may not be able to see him. It's better for me to go alone." Yang Yingfeng thought about it for a moment and felt that what Yang Kai said was true. Over the years, many people from the 8 great families had tried to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fusheng to refine alchemy pills, but no matter how many people went back and forth, only a few of them were able to succeed. Quickly nodding, Yang Yingfeng said, "That's good. When you go, prepare a few gifts." "And I understand." Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Dong Suju suddenly became excited and asked softly, "Son, do you still remember the method to concoct the medicinal liquid?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Naturally, I remember." Then, Dong Suju's heart couldn't help beating faster as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. How could Yang Kai not know what she was looking forward to? The fourth Master Yang had been injured by the Demon Lord and suffered from a chronic illness. Even now, there was still some residual demonic qi in his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still be an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator? Even Dong Suju was now an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. At that time, the fourth Master Yang was Ling Tai Su's eldest disciple, while the Demon Lord was the second disciple. The Demon Lord's aptitude was heaven-defying, and now he had reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng was Ling Tai Su's brother, so obviously his aptitude wasn't any worse than the Demon Lord's. If it weren't for that incident, how could he still be an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator? At the very least, he would be an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator. The demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng and Ling Tai Su's bodies came from the same source, but the latter was much denser. Since that magical medicinal liquid was able to resolve the demonic qi in Ling Tai Su's body, it didn't necessarily mean it couldn't resolve the demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng's body. If he could cure the fourth master's chronic illness, his future would be bright, and he might even be able to break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. In the past, Yang Yingfeng's aptitude was one of the highest in the Yang family, even better than the current patriarch, Yang Yinghao. This medicinal liquid can be prepared, and the required materials aren't too complicated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The fourth Master Yang and his wife's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Father, I want to take a look at your condition first." "Good." Yang Yingfeng nodded, sat down next to Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand. Yang Kai flicked his finger and placed it on his palm, circulating his yuan qi slightly and carefully examining it. When the yuan qi entered his body, Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became startled as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. He hadn't expected his son's yuan qi to be so pure and vigorous. Although it was only a strand of yuan qi, it was easy to see the whole picture. The yuan qi in his son's body was obviously extraordinary, comparable to his own over the years. Yang Kai was only at the 7th stage of Yuan Qi. If he was given enough time to accumulate and improve his cultivation, to what extent could his Yuan Qi reach? This child seemed a bit mysterious. Was this really his own son? The Yang family's 4th master had a surreal feeling in his heart. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Dong Suju asked with a trembling voice. Compared to Grandmaster's condition, it's better and can be cured, but because too much time has passed, that strand of demonic qi has attached itself to the dantian and is not easy to resolve. Father must drink this medicinal liquid all year round until it is completely eradicated. It's good that it can be cured. When Dong Suju heard him say this, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yingfeng, they both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over the years, the husband and wife had searched everywhere for famous doctors and tried all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to resolve the strand of demonic qi in the dantian. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond had no effect. But now, the worries that had plagued the husband and wife for many years had been resolved with the return of their son. They suddenly felt that no one in this world was as amazing as their son. Chapter 396. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai closed himself in his room and told his 2 old men that he needed to refine the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were sent to his room, and all of them were stored in the black book space by Yang Kai. These materials were not from the Yang family, but were instead found by Yang Yingfeng and his wife. Although they weren't precious treasures, their grade wasn't bad either, the highest of which was mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai wanted to give them the illusion that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary. Otherwise, if he could just casually refine it, it would be impossible to explain its magical effects. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to conceal the myriad drug liquid from his 2 old men. It was just that this thing's origin was very strange. Since it was related to the Medicine King's Valley Pill Saint statue, letting them know would only add to the danger, so it was better not to tell them. 10 days later, Yang Kai brought 2 large water bags filled with myriad drug liquid and gave them to Yang Yingfeng, ordering him and Dong Suju to take a drop every day. He also gave them a lot of myriad drug milk, which was the key to dispelling the demonic qi. The myriad drug liquid was only for them to cleanse their bodies. As for the highest grade myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't use it. This thing could help one comprehend the heavenly way. So Yang Kai wanted to wait until his 2 old men reached the peak immortal ascension boundary to help them break through. Although that may take a long time, Yang Kai could afford to wait. The 4th master didn't know how precious the myriad drug liquid was, so he simply accepted it and put it aside, glancing at Yang Kai with a slightly strange expression, frowning as he asked, "The inheritance war, you want participate?" Yang Kai felt like he had something to say, so instead of answering, he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yingfeng sighed. "Your mother and I didn't expect you to grow up in these past few years, so we didn't want you to participate in the inheritance war. What your mother means is, you don't want to participate." Yang Kai stared at him with burning eyes. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had asked his father for his opinion, but his father had told him his mother's, so what his father's opinion was, there was no need to ask. "I want to participate," Yang Yingfeng quickly said. "Only by winning the position of patriarch can I restore the sex name." "That's what I thought too." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. He laughed and laughed. Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't blame your father for being a little selfish. Back then, I owed your grandmaster too much. Now I can only count on you to repay him. High Heaven Pavilion cannot lose its inheritance in the hands of your grandmaster." "I know. Mother, I'll tell her. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and spoke in a heroic tone. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, letting go of the worries in his heart. Although the 4th master had always shown himself to be very henpecked, when it came to family matters, the 4th master was still able to make decisions. Dong Suju would only tease and oppose him on some trivial matters. Right? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. I want some people who are well-informed, flexible, and loyal. Father, do you have such a person in mind? Do you have something to do? Yang Feng raised his thick brow. The fourth master pondered for a while before tossing something to Yang Kai and saying, "Go to the North City District's Clear Sky Inn and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be able to help you." "Who's that?" Yang Kai played with the object in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered that it was a piece of cyan bamboo about the length of a finger. It was shaped like a flute, and if one gently blew into it, it would make a sound. However, Yang Kai didn't recognize the material of this bamboo. It was neither gold nor jade. It was also not an ordinary material. Bamboo not gang's sect leader. Yang Feng smiled lightly. "This is a force I cultivated myself. Although the strength of the people inside isn't very high, they are first-class experts in gathering information. If you can really subdue them, it will be of great benefit to you in the inheritance war." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Fourth Master Yang said somewhat guiltily, "Although I also control some of the family's forces, I can't give them to you. Because in the inheritance war, except for those allowed to participate by the family, no one else is allowed to participate. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to mobilize them, let alone use them." Yang Kai nodded gently, also understanding this point so naturally he wouldn't say anything. "There's still some time before the inheritance war. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them." Yang Feng smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai also grinned, a dangerous grin on his face. Fourth Master Yang stared at him blankly. He had never seen Yang Kai have such an evil side to him. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded outside the house, causing Yang Feng's brow to wrinkle as he asked suspiciously, "Golden feather eagle?" Yang Kai, on the other hand, smiled happily and listened carefully. A moment later, another eagle cry sounded, and sure enough, it was a golden feather eagle. Yang Feng was suddenly confused. How did a golden feather eagle end up in our house? The Yang family's eagles had always been managed by a family with a different surname. This family was very small, with only a few people, but their ancestors had passed down a special method to enslave monster beasts. With this method, they were able to live in the Yang family and raise and take care of the dozen or so rare and precious beasts. After Yang Kai returned to the Yang family, the golden feather eagle that had followed him all the way here had returned to its cage. It hadn't appeared for more than 10 days, but now it had come here on its own. Yang Feng didn't know why the golden feather eagle had come here, but Yang Kai was well aware. It was likely that this eagle missed the taste of a myriad drug liquid, so it had come looking for it. The father and son pair quickly walked out and saw a few people standing under a tree, holding some meat in their hands as they teased the golden feather eagle perched on the treetops. The meat was extremely fresh and had always been the favorite food of the golden feather eagle, but at this moment, its pair of eagle eyes didn't even bother to look at them, instead staring straight into the room where Yang Kai was. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread its wings and leapt down, landing on Yang Kai's shoulder in a flash, its hook-like beak rubbing against Yang Kai's hair affectionately. The group of people watching this scene couldn't help marveling, and even Yang Feng was amazed as he stared at Yang Kai. The golden feather eagle's intelligence was very high, and it had a very bad temper. Even the family that raised them, if they were provoked, would find it difficult to appease them, but this golden feather eagle had actually flown onto Yang Kai's shoulder and acted so intimately. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle was still crying out, its clear cries echoing for several kilometers, seeming somewhat urgent, as if it was urging something. "Don't be noisy," Yang Kai shouted. To everyone's surprise, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood obediently on Yang Kai's shoulder, not moving at all. Young Master's methods are really amazing. One of the maidservants covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her face filled with excitement and worship. Another old servant also smiled and said, "I've been in the Yang family for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can make a golden feather eagle so obedient. This time it's really an eye-opener." Kaier, how did you do it? Fourth Master Yang frowned and asked. It's probably because it followed me all the way here. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say much. Yang Yingfeng was stunned, obviously not believing this. Golden feather eagles were notoriously difficult to train. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to another family's disciples. The previous generation of Yang family young masters had also been found by a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng had also lived with a golden feather eagle for a long time. But no matter how hard he tried, that golden feather eagle's attitude towards him had always been lukewarm. When had there ever been such intimacy and dependence? At that moment, a servant came in from outside and reported, Master, young master, there is a man named Du Cheng by outside asking for an audience. Fourth Master Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. Let him in. Yes. Du Cheng Bai. Yang Yingfeng didn't know who he was, but he knew that the family that raised and trained the Yang family's golden feather eagle was surnamed Du Cheng Bai had probably chased the golden feather eagle all the way here. Otherwise, in the Yang family's territory, no outsider would dare run around casually. Not long after, the servant led an old man into the room. Before he arrived, Du Cheng Bai cupped his fists and said with a flattering smile, The Du clan's eagle keeper greets Fourth Master Yang and Little Lord. Yang Yingfeng nodded and asked casually, Are you here to look for the golden feather eagle? Du Cheng Bai's face was full of embarrassment. This eagle's beast nature is difficult to tame. It accidentally entered Fourth Master's mansion and disturbed Fourth Master and Little Lord. I beg Fourth Master's forgiveness. It's fine, it was this monster beast that brought me back. Yang Yingfeng shook his head. Since that's the case, take this eagle back and keep an eye on it. Yes. Du Cheng Bai nodded repeatedly. Many thanks for Fourth Master's magnanimity. Saying so, he smiled awkwardly at Yang Kai before turning his attention to the golden feather eagle, his expression becoming serious, and blowing a string of clear but inexplicable tunes. This was the method of communication between the eagle keeper and the golden feather eagle. In the past, whenever Du Cheng Bai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obediently listen to his instructions, but this time, it obviously didn't work. The eagle seemed to be more intelligent than before and was actually looking at him with its head tilted, its sharp eyes seeming to contain a hint of ridicule. A group of servants were watching from the side, wanting to see the means of the eagle keeper. Coupled with the serious expression on Yang Yingfeng's face, Du Cheng Bai's mood was both tense and complicated. After blowing for a while, the golden feather eagle didn't seem to hear, but Du Cheng Bai's mouth was sour. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Du Cheng Bai became even more embarrassed, coughing dryly and saying to Yang Kai, Little Lord, please excuse my offense. Saying so, he took a few steps forward and made a gesture to grab the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. It's very dangerous. Yang Kai grinned at him. Du Cheng Bai didn't understand what Yang Kai meant, but before he could recover, the golden feather eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and a golden light shot towards Du Cheng Bai. Du Cheng Bai's strength wasn't very high, only around the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but it was enough to block this attack from the golden feather eagle. Hurriedly waving his hand, Du Cheng Bai summoned an Yuan Qi barrier in front of him, offsetting the golden light. Du Cheng Bai quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at the golden feather eagle in disbelief. He had raised this eagle for so many years, but he had never been attacked by it before. Never had he expected that today he would almost fail. Chapter 397. Speaking of which, due to the heavy snowfall, some of his relatives didn't have time to leave, so today and tomorrow they would have to go out during the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Cheng Bai could only see the hostility in its eyes. As the Yang family's eagle keeper, now that he couldn't do anything about this eagle he had raised for more than 10 years, if this news were spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Cheng Bai suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing his awkwardness, Yang Kai smiled lightly and quietly took out a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space. then stroked the eagle's beak and fed it some myriad drug liquid. Don't hurt people. The eagle shook its wings and cried out a few times as if it didn't want to. Be obedient, Xianxia frowned. The golden feather eagle immediately folded its wings and became extremely obedient. Du Changbai couldn't help feeling shocked as he stared at Xianxia in amazement, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Little Lord, you can communicate with this eagle?" "Pretty much." Xianxia nodded. Du Changbai suddenly showed a look of worship. His Du family had relied on a set of beast enslavement secret arts passed down by his ancestors to enter the Yang family and become an eagle breeder specializing in raising and training golden feather eagles. Originally, he thought that his beast enslavement secret art was enough to be unparalleled in the world. But now, compared with Xianxia's magical means, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Du Changbai asked himself if he could reach the same level as Xianxia, even if he cultivated his beast-taming secret art to its peak. It was impossible for him to achieve such a miraculous feat for a moment. Du Changbai was shocked and aghast. There was actually someone in this world who could communicate with a monster beast to such an extent. Yang Yingfeng's eyes lit up even brighter as a look of pride appeared on his face. Xianxia was his son, so the more outstanding Xianxia's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with a monster beast wasn't something to be proud of, it was still a skill. "Senior Du." Xianxia glanced over at Du Changbai. Du Changbai's expression became solemn, quickly saying, "I wouldn't dare. Little Lord can just call me by my name." No one knew better than Du Changbai how difficult it was to train the golden feather eagle. Xianxia being able to make the eagle behave so obediently, he had to respect for him. "If I want this eagle, what? How can I obtain it?" Xianxia asked Du Changbai. "You want this eagle?" Du Changbai was surprised and stared at Xianxia suspiciously. Yang's of S, of course. Xianxia's is of the family." Du Changbai immediately understood what he meant. Lane, t. But this little lord of the fourth master's house was different. He could directly communicate with the golden feather eagle. If he could get his hands on such a strange beast, it would be of great use to him. At the very least, it would be a good choice for him to send messages. After hesitating for a moment, Du Changbai said, "Little Lord, please forgive me. This eagle belongs to the family. This Du is just an eagle breeder. I can't give it to you." "I know that, but now I just want to know how I can take it for myself." "You've been raising eagles for the Yang family for so many years. Has no one ever taken a few from you?" Du Changbai slowly shook his head. "No one has ever succeeded, even if the family allowed it. Even if the family allowed it, the eagle wouldn't leave its cage." Yang Yingfeng frowned and interjected, "If it were any other time, I would be able to use my merits to help you exchange for an eagle, but right now I can't. During this sensitive period, you have to prepare everything yourself." Xianxia nodded and expressed his understanding. In a few days, the inheritance war would begin. The family would not allow the relatives of these young lords to assist them in any way. Du Changbai nodded. As fourth master said, "I can use my merits to exchange for an eagle." After a pause, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But little lord, you've only just returned to the Yang family. You have no merits to offer the family." "Merits?" Xianxia raised his brow. "What kind of merits can be exchanged for an eagle?" Fourth Master Yang didn't know much about this, so he could only turn his eyes to Du Changbai. The latter said, "Merits that can bring obvious benefits to the family, such as convincing an entire force to swear allegiance to the Yang family, or offering the family some artifacts, martial skills, precious pills, and precious treasures." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Mysterious grade martial skills, is that enough?" As soon as this statement came out, not only did Du Changbai's expression change, but even Yang Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never expected that his son would actually be able to practice a mysterious grade martial skill in these past few years. In his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a single mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, and all of it was in the hands of Ling Tai Su and the other elders. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't practice it. "Kaier, you can't be." Yang Yingfeng frowned. "No, I haven't practiced any martial skills in the sect. Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that his brother was worried about him revealing the sect's secrets. Yang Yingfeng was even more surprised now. If he didn't learn these martial skills in the sect, then where did he learn them? Could it be that his son had wandered outside these past few years? On the other hand, Du Changbai nodded repeatedly. A mysterious grade martial skill is enough. Mysterious grade martial skills were generally the most powerful martial skills of any force. Only the next generation could learn them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason to refuse. Little Lord, do you want this dude to help you apply to the family? Generally speaking, I'll be the one to handle the golden feather eagle. Du Changbai volunteered. Good. Then I'll leave it to old man Du. Little Lord is too polite. Du Changbai's old face blushed slightly as he cupped his fists. This Du only hopes that Little Lord can give this Du some pointers on the beast enslavement method in his spare time. This Du would be extremely grateful. Very well. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he was also interested in seeing the Du family's beast enslavement method. He didn't know if he could comprehend anything from it and use it to enhance the power of his beast enslavement seal. Since the Du family was able to become the Yang family's eagle keeper, they definitely had a way of enslaving demonic beasts that no one else could. Otherwise, the Yang family would have already snatched the demonic beast enslavement technique from the Yang family. How would the Du family be able to raise an eagle here? Then this Du will go back and deal with this matter. The shortest will be 1 or 2 days. At most, we'll have news in 5 or 6 days. After Du Changbai received Yang Kai's promise, his face filled with joy as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Glancing at the hostile golden feather eagle, Du Changbai felt slightly embarrassed. Little Lord, this eagle will have to go back with this Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old master won't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai nodded and gave the golden feather eagle a command. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning to its cage. Don't lock it up. It will come to me once a day. Yang Kai ordered. This Du will remember. Du Changbai nodded and left in high spirits. Not bad. Yang Yingfeng smiled and couldn't help but praise his son. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little tricks. I'll be heading to the North City District first and probably won't be back for a few days. Father, you should tell Mother. Good go. Yang Yingfeng nodded. Yang Kai didn't stop him. The central capital was simply too big. If he had to walk, it would have taken him at least a few days to reach the North City District. Moreover, it was not convenient to fly in the central capital, so Yang Kai could only bring out a cloud-treading colt from his mansion. Riding it, he left. That night, when Dong Suju returned, she found that Yang Kai had already left and couldn't help complaining to Yang Yingfeng. Her son had only been back for 2 days before he went into retreat for more than 10 days, but when he finally came out, he actually went to the North City District. Dong Suju was naturally sad. The fourth master didn't say a word as he let Dong Suju complain. After Dong Suju calmed down, the fourth master said, Kaira has already prepared the medicinal liquid and told us to drink a drop of it every day. Saying so, he took out the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had brought over and placed it on the table. A drop? Dong Suju looked confused. Didn't he say it was for you to heal your wounds? Why do I have to drink it? Kair said that if we take it all year round, we can retain eternal youth. I want it, I want it. Dong Suju's face filled with excitement, not waiting for the fourth master to finish speaking before shouting excitedly, all of her previous depression completely forgotten. The husband and wife obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really preserve one's youth, but in any case, this was their son's kind intentions. Even if it was just a cup of water, it was still sweet. Bringing over a wine cup, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured a drop into his wife's cup before pouring a drop into his own. Then, the two of them looked at each other and frowned. A drop at a time, it really didn't taste good. Once they wet their lips, it would be gone. Why don't we pour a bit more? It's not poisonous anyway, and it smells quite good. Dong Suju suggested, her face filled with eagerness. That's fine. Yang Yingfeng didn't object, pouring a bit more into his wife's cup before pouring it into his own. Fill it up, since it can dissolve the demonic qi in your body. Drinking more won't do you any harm. Following his wife's instructions, Fourth Master Yang filled his cup to the brim. The two of them picked up their wine cups, Dong Suju naughtily linking her and the Fourth Master's arms and drinking a toast. The Fourth Master smiled slightly, and just like on their wedding night, the husband and wife downed the wine in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid entered their stomachs, the two of them smacked their lips and carefully tasted it. This medicinal liquid smelled very fragrant and tasted very good. They really didn't know how their son had managed to make it. It was a wonderful aftertaste. Smiling at each other, Fourth Master Yang didn't even have time to speak when suddenly his complexion changed greatly, his whole face turning red. In the next moment, the Yuan Qi in Dong Suju's body began to madly circulate uncontrollably, and at the same time, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his abdomen. The faces of the two men became extremely aghast. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the entire room. In that instant, the tables and benches were reduced to dust. On the surrounding walls, there were thousands of marks left behind by sharp blades. These were the marks left behind by the raging true essence. Not daring to hesitate, the two of them quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts, guiding the massive amount of energy in their bodies through their meridians. Chapter 398. Central Capital, North City District, Clear Xianxia. Yang Kai wore a set of blue robes, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward with his head held high. The slightly chubby shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he immediately smiled and asked respectfully, "Does this young lord wish to stay or eat?" Yang Kai's appearance was extraordinary, and he was riding a cloud-treading colt. So the shopkeeper had seen countless people and naturally knew that this young man's background was not low. So how could he dare slight him? "I'm looking for someone." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he placed the piece of blue bamboo on the table. Seeing the blue bamboo, the shopkeeper's expression suddenly became dignified, and he quickly ran out from behind the counter and whispered, "Young lord, please follow me." Yang Kai put away the token, nodded slightly, and followed behind the shopkeeper with a calm expression. Although Clear Xianxia also did some business, that was just a cover. The real face of Clear Xianxia was actually the headquarters of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In the central capital, there were more than just the 8 great families. There were also countless forces that were hidden in the dark and could not be seen in public. These forces, large and small, were all supported by the 8 great families. They were mainly responsible for matters that the 8 great families were not convenient to deal with, and the Bamboo Knot Gang was just one of them. Compared to the other forces, the Bamboo Knot Gang was relatively small. After passing through the entire Clear Xianxia, they came to a huge courtyard. Inside the courtyard, many cultivators were competing in martial skills, either one-on-one or in groups of 3 or 5. Yang Kai secretly glanced around and found that the strength of the people here was indeed not high. At most, they were at the peak of Yuan Qi boundary. Most of them were still around the separation and reunion boundary, with some even at the Qi transformation boundary. Inside the central capital, the better cultivator were generally taken in by the 8 great families, so the remaining ones were naturally a mix of good and bad. Yang Kai didn't care about this, but the cultivator who were fighting, when they saw the chubby shopkeeper leading Yang Kai in, all of them looked over in surprise and began to comment. After passing through the huge courtyard, the two arrived in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there was some very fierce-looking cultivator. They were looking around vigilantly, and after the two appeared, all of them cast their eyes towards them. He stopped in his tracks. The fat shopkeeper cupped his hands towards them and said with a smile, "The fourth master has sent someone here. Please go and inform the gang leader." One of the cultivator, sizing up Yang Kai from head to toe, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he one of the fourth master's people?" The fat shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Of course, he has fourth master's token on him." The man nodded. "Let's wait." After saying that, he turned around and walked in. After a while, That person came back and said to Yang Kai, "Faction leader said that you should go to the side hall to rest first. He will come after he finishes his discussion." Yang Kai frowned. Who would have thought that he would actually be rejected? This was interesting. Inside the main hall, there seemed to be an argument going on. The voices of several people could be heard. Yang Kai released his divine sense. Not only did he instantly see through the cultivation levels of the people in the hall, he also heard some things. His expression gradually turned cold. He couldn't help but snort. "Young master, why don't you go to the side hall and wait for a while?" The fat shopkeeper suggested cautiously. "No need. I will go in by myself." Yang Kai shook his head and stepped inside. "Sir, please wait." The cultivator who went in to report hurriedly stood in front of Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flew out. In midair, a hot yuan qi burst out of his body, rampaging through his meridians. Before he landed, he directly passed out. With a few muffled thuds, the cultivator guarding in front of the main hall all fell to the ground. Before the fat shopkeeper came to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the door. With a squeak, the closed door opened. Yang Kai slowly walked in from the outside. There were about a dozen cultivators sitting around a several dozen-meter-long table. Each one of them had a gloomy face and red neck. It seemed that the argument they had just had was quite intense. The yuan qi in their bodies was showing signs of tumbling. Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly and fixed on the person sitting at the head of the table. This person had a refined face and a slender figure. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had the temperament of a mature man. His appearance was quite interesting. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of sadness and helplessness between his eyebrows. The Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader, Pang Chi. It was difficult to associate his imposing name with his refined temperament. The sound of Yang Kai pushing open the door naturally alarmed them. The moment Yang Kai walked in, the sound of the fierce argument came to an abrupt end. All of them turned their heads in surprise, several of them frowning slightly, their expressions displeased. But more than that, there was fear. In any case, Yang Kai was now someone sent by Yang Yingfeng, and his identity was obvious. Pang Chi quickly got up and waved his hand to dismiss the fat shopkeeper who had followed him in. Putting on a forced smile, he cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Yang family, Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. They had thought that Yang Yingfeng would at most send one of his subordinates this time. In the past, the Bamboo Knot Gang and Yang Yingfeng had relied on the fourth master subordinates to handle matters. But as soon as the name Yang Kai was announced, they realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. This young man was obviously a young lord who had just returned to the Yang family. It was likely that he was one of the subordinates of the fourth Master Yang. Realizing that Yang Kai's identity was noble and extraordinary, everyone quickly stood up. Pang Chi quickly stepped down from the table and respectfully said, "Pang Chi did not know young lord had arrived and failed to welcome you. Please forgive him. Please forgive us, young lord." Everyone shouted in unison. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand faintly, not showing any sign of concern. Pang Chi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had acted recklessly just now and had actually allowed Yang Kai to rest in the side hall while waiting for him. If this young lord had really blamed him, he feared he wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. For a moment, Pang Chi's back was drenched in cold sweat as he secretly rejoiced. "Young lord, please sit," Pang Chi hurriedly said. Yang Kai didn't act polite. Walking directly to the highest position, Yang Kai sat down. Pang Chi let out a hollow laugh as he stood to the side, unable to help feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Everyone else was the same, all of them standing in place, their hearts in turmoil. They had never been in contact with any of the Yang family's young lords. At this moment, they naturally felt some psychological pressure. Moreover, they didn't know what Yang Kai's purpose for coming here was. Thinking back to the quarrel just now, several of them couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Their hearts began to feel uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed a fragrant fruit from the table, leaned back in his chair, and put his 2 big feet on the table. Assuming a comfortable posture, he began to eat. Finding that he didn't understand etiquette, acting no different from a hooligan, the expressions of the people present relaxed, no longer as nervous as before. Their backgrounds are all very low, so when they saw Kai Yang acting so lazy, they naturally felt their tension disappear. The taste is good. Yang Kai ate a few mouthfuls before throwing the fragrant fruit back on the table, looking up and saying, "Sit down." The group of people turned their eyes to Pang Chi, the latter nodding slightly. Everyone sat down. Gently coughing twice, Pang Chi carefully asked, "I don't know if young lord came to the bamboo, not gang this time, because fourth master gave you some instructions?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just came to play. You don't need to pay attention to me. It seems you were discussing something important. Go on, I want to listen." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd with a smile. The faces of the people present couldn't help changing slightly as they bowed their heads and closed their mouths. Pang Chi smiled dryly and said, "In fact, it's just some trivial matters. Young lord might get tired of listening to them." "It's fine. Go on." Yang Kai indicated that he didn't mind. Pang Chi's expression became bitter. He really hadn't expected this Yang family young lord to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai sat up straight and smiled. "When I was outside the hall, I seem to have heard someone say something about the Hua family. What happened to the Hua family? Tell me. I've been away from the central capital for so many years, so I'm not very well informed." "I'm very interested in the Hua family." Everyone's expression changed at the same time as they were overwhelmed with shock and fear. "Don't dare speak." Yang Kai shouted, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. "Young lord, the matter is actually like this." Pang Chi quickly opened his mouth. He knew that if he didn't speak now, this Yang family young lord had clearly heard something just now, which was why he was acting so aggressive. Before Pang Chi had time to finish speaking, Yang Kai had already taken action, his yuan chi surging and a large number of blood-red petals suddenly fluttering around the hall. These sharp petals carried a cold, murderous intent as they flew towards the 4 people present. 3 of them were unable to react in time and were pierced through by the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, leaving countless invisible wounds on their bodies, killing them instantly. Only an Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master managed to escape with a hurried counterattack. But just as he stood up from his chair, a blood-red sword chi flew towards him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The entire hall suddenly became filled with chaotic yuan chi. The man was struck by this sword chi, and his face went pale, apparently having been injured. Realizing Yang Kai's terror and unreasonableness, he didn't dare remain and quickly flew out of the hall. But before he could reach the hall's entrance, countless petals appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In the next moment, like 10,000 arrows, the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia fiercely struck him. The man's complexion changed again as he hurriedly leapt backwards. A purple light burst out midair, and the man's expression froze as he felt an intense pain in his knowledge sea. Just like that, he slammed into Yang Kai's attack with his back facing him. Yang Kai stood in place, holding the scarlet blood sword in his hand, motionless. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the man actually hit the scarlet blood sword directly, and his whole body was pierced through like a thin sheet of paper. Slowly pulling out the scarlet blood sword, the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Cultivator slumped to the ground, unable to get up. Sweeping his eyes over the remaining people, Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he coldly said, "The Hua family's recruitment? I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend the money." Everyone's expression changed when they heard his shout. Pang Chi stared at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes trembling violently as a cold wind blew up his spine. Chapter 399. Of the 4 people who had been killed, except for one who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage, the other 3 were all Yuan Chi 8th or 9th Stage cultivators. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable in the entire central capital, but to the Bamboo Knot Gang, it was already a rare talent. The people here were all from humble backgrounds and did not have good secret arts or martial skills, Being able to improve their strength to this level was already quite difficult. But in the blink of an eye, these 4 people had died one after another. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of the young lord under the command of 4th Master Yang was obvious. The faces of the other people in the hall changed dramatically as they all stared at Xianxia in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It seemed that only now did they truly understand the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families' direct descendants. Among the people present, the strongest was Pang Qi, a trivial immortal ascension boundary, 2nd stage cultivator. He knew that he would not have been able to kill these 4 people in such a short time, but Xianxia had done it. Didn't this mean that if they really fought, even he wasn't his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. A Yuan Qi 7th stage cultivator actually had such powerful combat strength. Who else wants to submit to the whole family? I don't mind sending him on his way. Xianxia coldly swept his eyes around. Everyone's faces were calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Young lord, please be merciful, Pang Qi pleaded in a trembling voice. The 4 people who had intended to submit to the whole family had all been killed, and the remaining people had strongly opposed this during the discussion just now. Pang Qi was afraid that Xianxia would kill the wrong people, which would be difficult to clean up. But just now, this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he have so accurately found the location of these 4 people? This kind of method was really incomprehensible. Xianxia nodded lightly, not intending to kill again. Taking back the 2 artifacts, Xianxia slowly sat down, and the remaining people couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, someone rushed in and respectfully asked, "What is Sect Master's order?" "Drag these ungrateful bastards out and bury them." Pang Qi pointed to the 4 corpses and ordered. The guard stared blankly, but after seeing the blood on the ground, his face suddenly paled. He quickly nodded. He ran out and called some helpers, trembling as they dragged the corpses out. The smell of blood still lingered in the hall, and no one dared to breathe, all waiting for Xianxia. "From today onwards, the Bamboo Knot Gang will be taken over by me." Xianxia swept his eyes around. "Does anyone have any objections?" "Lord." The Bamboo Knot Gang was secretly supported by the 4th Master. "Since you are young lord, we should follow your orders." Pang Qi quickly. "Okay, tell me about the whole family." "Just now outside the palace. Yang's groups." Pang Qi pondered for a moment before he truthfully recounted the contents of the argument. Family, sex, masters. And family was another force. To eyes. Masters, Yang. In the hall, a group of people began to quarrel. The people led by Pang Qi didn't want to betray Yang Yingfeng, but the other 4 didn't. People wanted to climb higher, and water flowed lower. Although Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by 4th Master Yang, they had never even seen Yang Yingfeng's face for so many years, so naturally they weren't loyal to him. With some external interference, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Yingfeng, with the 4th Master Yang's dull personality, he probably wouldn't pursue the matter, but if they refused the Hua family's olive branch, they would be in trouble. Thinking about it, it was inevitable that these 4 people would want to seek refuge with the Hua family in order to develop better. But now, these 4 people had been killed, so naturally no one dared to make any more noise. After listening to Pang Qi's story, Xianxia nodded secretly, knowing that he wasn't deceiving him. After he finished speaking, Pang Qi also stood quietly beside Xianxia, no longer speaking. Everyone else also stared at Xianxia, seemingly waiting for some kind of instruction. After a long silence, Xianxia said, "Before I came here, Father's intention was for me to convince you with virtue and make you all willingly submit to me. But I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I want to participate in the inheritance war. If you follow me, it means you will also participate in the inheritance war. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it will also be dangerous. None of you are children. You should understand this." Everyone nodded in unison. None of the people present were over 30 years old. In front of them, Yang Kai was just a child, but now, hearing him say such words, they couldn't help feeling a little depressed. You can choose for yourself. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you can leave now. I won't hold you accountable. But this is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance in the future. Saying so, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone looked at each other. Yang Kai being so open and honest was really beyond their expectations. Coupled with his decisive slaughter just now, everyone couldn't help but realize that this Yang family young lord seemed to be a decisive person who didn't like to drag his feet. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Pang Chi smiled faintly and said, "Although we have never seen Fourth Master's face before, for so many years, we have been sheltered under the shade of Fourth Master's shadow. Now that young lord has a need, we are naturally duty-bound to help." His words were neither salty nor light. Obviously, he didn't recognize Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. How could Yang Kai not be clear about this? It was just that he really didn't have the time or inclination to subdue the Bamboo Knot Gang like he had subdued the two Blood Warriors. Nodding indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. "I can tell you clearly, following me is not necessarily a good thing, but if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things." Yang Kai's smile was filled with an evil aura, causing everyone who saw it to feel a little creepy. Everyone in the room, quickly getting up, they shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve young lord like dogs and horses." Yang Kai had spoken so straightforwardly. If they didn't respond now, they would really be a group of fools. "Sit down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Pang Chi, you also sit." "Yes." Pang Chi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this young lord and his fourth master really didn't have the same temperament. They were two completely different people. "How many people does the Bamboo Knot Gang have now?" Yang Kai asked lightly. "About 600 people." 600 people. Yang Kai frowned. This number was indeed a bit small, but it wasn't too shabby. "How strong are they?" Pang Chi smiled bitterly, his face filled with shame. "Most of them are separation and reunion boundary. 30% are Yuan Chi boundary. As for Immortal Ascension boundary, there are only 3. But just now, one of them is already... Of the 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, one had already been killed, leaving only 2. One was an Immortal Ascension boundary first stage cultivator. The other was a second stage cultivator. Such strength was really shabby. However, Yang Kai didn't show a look of disappointment. He didn't need the Bamboo Knot Gang to fight for him. "These 600 people, are they all in the central capital right now?" "Yes, if young lord needs them, just give the order. All of them can be summoned." Pang Chi nodded. "Send out 200 people. I need to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people." "Young lord, please give us your orders." Yang Kai explained the number of people in Su Yan's group and the characteristics of several key figures. Pang Chi quickly memorized them. "Also, find me 50 clever messengers and have them be on standby." "Yes." Although Pang Chi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, since he had given the order, he simply did as he was told. "Right, what does the Bamboo Knot Gang do for a living?" Yang Kai asked. Pang Chi smiled awkwardly. "Our main business is running some inns, tea houses, restaurants, and other such businesses. The gang's disciples often take on some work in the city, but it's mostly small businesses." "What about the surplus?" Pang Chi became even more embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before replying. "So far, we only have 500,000 taels in reserve." "So poor?" Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone's face went red. Pang Chi helplessly said, "Making a living in the central capital is really not easy." The 8 great families were in too much of a limelight. Those forces in the dark, with the support of a good master, would often receive rewards from him, but the Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't so good. They were supported by Yang Yingfeng. Fourth Master Yang's status in the Yang family wasn't very high. These years, in order to treat his hidden illness, he had spent a lot of money searching for famous doctors, so he didn't have much resources or money on hand to reward the Bamboo Knot Gang. It was no wonder that the 4 young lords were biased towards the Hua family. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Pang Chi. Take this money and use it first." Looking at the large stack of silver notes, everyone's breathing couldn't help becoming slightly rapid. With so many silver notes, it was at least a few million taels of silver. This new master was really generous. Pang Chi was startled, but he didn't refuse and simply accepted the money with a grateful expression. Looking at him, Yang Kai smiled softly. "Do what I told you. I'll come back another day." Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. The group of people quickly sent him off. After Yang Kai left, all the cultivator in the hall looked at each other. "Gang master, how much did that young lord give?" Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Pang Chi carefully counted the money and exclaimed, "A full 3 million taels. 3 million taels of silver." Those were the silver notes that Lu Liang had given to Yang Kai, and now they had all been transferred to the Bamboo Knot Gang. Many people exclaimed, some of them excitedly saying, "The fourth master's son is much more generous than the fourth master." Although this young man is ruthless and straightforward in his way of doing things, he seems to be quite a good person. Pang Chi calmly said, "Now that we've taken his money, no one can say anything about betrayal. That young lord is a master who kills without batting an eyelid." Everyone was shocked, thinking about the 4 cultivator who had died before. They couldn't help nodding. Chapter 400. Regarding the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. All he wanted was for them to gather intelligence and deliver information. This gang, to put it bluntly, was nothing more than a motley crew. Any master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize, Yang Kai wouldn't have had any ideas about them. Pang Chi didn't refuse and accepted the huge sum of money, obviously showing his loyalty. This was something Yang Kai was well aware of. Leaving the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai quickly returned. Halfway back, though, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Yang Zhao on the second floor of a nearby restaurant waving towards him with a smile. "Little brother Kai, come up and talk." Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet him here, but he didn't refuse, jumping off his cloud, treading colt, and walking straight into the restaurant. Going up to the second floor and arriving at the private room where Yang Zhao was staying, Yang Kai felt several sharp gazes land on him as soon as he entered. "Second brother." Yang Kai cupped his fists in greeting as he glanced around, his heart slightly moved. Although he didn't know most of the people present, from the way these young lords and young ladies dressed, Yang Kai could tell that their backgrounds weren't small. Come. Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing to a young man who was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin with one hand and smiling towards them. "Do you know who this is?" Yang Kai glanced over and smiled. "Fifth brother." The Yang family's younger generation was ranked 5th. Yang Kong. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were blood brothers, so Yang Kai naturally recognized him. But he hadn't expected that he would also return to the central capital. Yang Kong swept his eyes over Yang Kai, but didn't say anything, simply nodding lightly, a faint smile on his face. When brothers met, it was only natural that they wouldn't act so indifferently. However, Yang Kong didn't say anything. His contempt for Yang Kai was obvious. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai playfully, seemingly trying to find some kind of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that his expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Zhao didn't seem to notice this, and continued to enthusiastically introduce everyone to Yang Kai. As expected, they were all people with powerful backgrounds. All of them were disciples of the 8 great families. The Kong family's Kong Zhan, the Gao family's Gao Rang Feng, and the Yi family's Yi Xan Ro. These 2 men and 1 woman were all leading figures of their respective families' younger generation. At this moment, meeting with the Yang family's direct descendants was obviously their intention to participate in the inheritance war. However, it was hard to say who they would choose in the end. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Yang Kong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Kai, I heard that you only stayed in the dragon transformation pool for half a day before coming out?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, his aptitude is too poor. He won't get any benefits from it." Yang Kong chuckled and said, "For you, it's already very good." "Fifth brother," Yang Zhao shouted. Glaring at him, Yang Zhao immediately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and comforted him. "Your fifth brother is frank and outspoken. He can't keep his mouth shut. Don't lower yourself to his level. The dragon transformation pool isn't as magical as the rumors say. At the very least, I stayed in there for 4 days and didn't get any benefits." "Second brother is amazing," Yang Kong said in amazement. "I only stayed in there for 3 days before I couldn't bear it." "I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pool is a place to test a person's aptitude." Yi Xian Ro pursed her lips and asked with a smile. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interested looks, Kong Zhan even interjecting, "I also heard that the longer one stays in there, the better their aptitude." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yang Kai with some embarrassment before nodding slightly. "That's what they say, but no one really knows. How can a person's aptitude be tested by a trivial dragon transformation pool? But the shorter one stays in there, the worse their aptitude is, that's for sure." Yang Kang's face was full of smiles as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Kai, you really don't need to care too much. In the past, you couldn't practice martial arts at all, but now I heard that you've broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This is already a great blessing. People should always be content with what they have. You also need to know your limits. Don't you think so, fifth brother?" Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Kang's words were directed at him. How could he not see it? Towards his cousins, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for them, but he also didn't have much malice towards them either. However, Yang Kang's words were full of hidden threats, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai didn't want to waste even half a sentence, so he didn't bother to look at these people's faces. Seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would dare speak to him like this, Yang Kong was stunned for a moment. The 3 young lords from the 8 great families were even more stunned, none of them having expected their youngest young lord to be so domineering. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed. "Enough of that. The dragon transformation pool is just a pool. The future of my Yang family's young lords is not something it can decide." Kong Zhan nodded slightly before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Your Yang family's young lords are all wolves and tigers. The central capital used to be our 7 great families' world, but now that your Yang family has returned, we have no choice but to stand aside." "What is Brother Kong saying? The central capital is so big, my Yang family can't swallow it all. The future of this place is the future of our entire generation." Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked, "How many of your Yang family's young lords have returned?" 4. Yang Zhao's face dimmed slightly as he said, "In addition to the 3 of us, fourth brother Yang Xen Wu has also returned, but on the way back he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Now, the family's elders are treating him, but we don't know how he's doing." Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold while Yang Kang's face also became extremely ugly. On the way back, both of them had been ambushed by masters, but the 2 of them had been lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, the 4th brother, Yang Xen Wu, had not escaped his fate. A tall tree attracts the wind. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly as his expression shook. However, the family has already sent out more masters to greet them. I believe the people behind them won't have any problems. There's also news that big brother Yang Wei will be returning soon. "Eldest brother is coming back?" Yang Kong asked in surprise. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a smile. "The shortest he'll be back in 2 to 3 days. The longest he'll be back in 5 or 6 days." Yang Kang's expression suddenly became bitter, seemingly quite afraid of Yang Wei. The central capital is about to become lively. Yi Xen Rose smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glittering. "The Liu family's Liu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore, haha." Speaking of Liu Qingyao's name, everyone present couldn't help looking solemn. Even Yang Zhao's expression became serious. The Liu family's Liu Qingyao was the former first young lord of the central capital. It was rumored that at such a young age, he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. This person also had an unparalleled influence in the central capital. In the inheritance war, whoever could win him over would definitely be of great help. I really hope the inheritance war will begin as soon as possible so we can see the true strength of the Yang family's young lords. Kang Zhan smiled slightly, looking forward to it. Brothers fighting against each other? Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. I've become a joke to the world. Gao Rangfeng said, I only hope that if I become an enemy of all of you in the future, you will show me mercy. Likewise, after chatting for a while, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the Kong, Gao, and Yi family young lords were all slightly dazed. Although Yang Zhao and Yang Kong didn't say anything to them, nor did they show any intention to win them over, all three of them knew that since they were sitting here, they naturally had such intentions. In terms of their words, there was more or less a friendly tone. But this Yang Kai was a bit more interesting. He didn't say anything, so in the inheritance war, where would he find support? Was this arrogance or self-confidence? Or was he simply feeling hopeless? The three young lords' brow furrowed slightly as they pondered. Perceiving the looks of the three young lords, Yang Kong snorted, Second brother, it's not that I'm targeting little brother Kai. It's just that I think a person like him shouldn't participate in the inheritance war, lest he disgrace himself. Yang Zhao chuckled, Fifth brother, don't underestimate little brother Kai. He has his own means. Means? Why can't I see it? Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he asked softly, Let me ask you, the two blood warriors who escorted you back, what was their attitude towards you? Yang Kong said impatiently, Don't mention them. Just mentioning them makes me angry. Those two were like wooden statues all day long, completely ignoring my questions, as if they were the young lords. Yang Zhao smiled and said, Although my two blood warriors weren't like that, they were pretty much the same. However, the two blood warriors who greeted little brother Kai back were extremely respectful and polite to him. Don't you think that's strange? That's impossible, right? All blood warriors have eyes above their heads. How could they be respectful to him? Second brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Kang's face was filled with disbelief, shaking his head as he spoke. That's why I said little brother Kai has his own means. Yang Zhao quickly said. Yang Kang's expression froze as his brow furrowed, not knowing what to think. After a long time, he muttered, Second brother, you think too highly of him. His aptitude is so poor, he's destined to have no great achievements. When the two brothers were talking, the other three just smiled slightly and listened, none of them interjecting. They just faintly felt that Yang Kai's performance today was too ordinary, so ordinary that it didn't seem like a Yang family young lord who was about to participate in the inheritance war. This discovery made them both confused and suspicious, wondering what kind of performance their youngest young lord would have in the inheritance war. Inside the fourth master's house, by the time Kai Yang returned, the sky had already turned dark. Just as he entered the housekeeper's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly ran over and said with a sobbing tone, Young master, you've finally returned. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked anxiously, What happened? Something happened to master and madam, the housekeeper said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai inside. You should go take a look. What happened? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, at the same time releasing his divine sense and quietly covering the entire house, instantly finding the location of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju. Chapter 401. The housekeeper gave a brief account of what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened carefully, and with what he had learned from his own investigation, he began to understand what had happened. After arriving at the door, Yang Kai carefully probed himself and found that the yuan qi of his two old men was circulating fiercely, their auras surging wildly and radiating outwards. Obviously, something had happened. However, the situation the husband and wife were facing at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suju had broken through, but her aura had not yet stabilized, and the energy in her body had not yet been fully absorbed. As long as she finished absorbing the remaining energy, she would be able to completely consolidate her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. However, What Yang Yingfeng was facing was somewhat dangerous. The fourth master had also broken through a minor realm, but now he was facing signs of breaking through again. The shackles in a cultivator's body were like a lock. Every time a cultivator broke through, a lock would be opened and a door would be opened. Any cultivator would need to accumulate years of cultivation before they could open this lock. During this period, they could take some precious treasures to speed up their progress. However, the huge amount of energy contained in the myriad drug liquid had not only allowed Fourth Master Yang to open the first lock and open the first door in a short period of time, but he was also on the verge of opening the second lock. Breaking through 2 minor realms in a row was both a happy event and a disaster. Yang Kai had often broken through several minor realms in the past, but at that time his strength was very low, so breaking through several minor realms in a row was not dangerous. However, Fourth Master Yang was different. He had a chronic illness and was originally an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the 4th stage, he should have been able to consolidate his cultivation for a period of time, but under the influence of the myriad drug liquid, he had not been given any buffer time at all. If his understanding of the martial Tao was not enough, it was very likely he would not be able to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage. At that time, the huge amount of energy in his body would have nowhere to vent and would only explode. On the other hand, if his understanding of the martial Tao had reached a certain level, not only would this not be a disaster, it would also have great benefits. The key was whether his understanding of the martial Tao was good enough. Spreading out his divine sense, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's slightly panicked expression gradually calmed down. He waved to the housekeeper and said, "It's okay. You can leave now. I'll keep an eye on this place. If anyone comes to visit in the next few days, I'll tell them. Just say that my father has relapsed and is recuperating." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed slightly and retreated. He obeyed Yang Kai's orders. His invisible divine sense was released and retracted, wrapping up the entire area where his parents were, cutting off all the auras inside from leaking out. In this way, the people outside would not be able to detect the commotion inside. After doing this, Yang Kai stood quietly outside the house and waited. He wasn't worried at all because he had enough confidence in the fourth master. If it weren't for what happened back then, the fourth master Yang's strength wouldn't have been so low. His improvement in strength was indeed very slow, but the accumulation of the flowing time Great Emperor was enough for him to comprehend martial arts that was not inferior to others. Moreover, the fourth master Yang's own aptitude wasn't bad. After so many years of accumulation, he had only broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage. For him, this wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Kai had never expected that his 2 parents would actually cause such a commotion because of the myriad drug liquid. Half a day later, of the 2 auras in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suju stabilized. He should have finished absorbing the world energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Yingfeng's aura, it had been slowly climbing upwards as if there was no end. Another half a day passed, and this aura suddenly soared as if it had pierced through the sky. It soared up to 90,000 miles, and it carried a carefree feeling as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in the heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned. Inside the house, Dong Suju also let out a low cry. The ecstasy and excitement in the cries were obvious. The aura that had reached its peak was quickly withdrawn, and a moment later, everything was calm. "Kai, come in." Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice called out from inside the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and stepped inside. The fourth master's tone was somewhat strange, so Yang Kai estimated that he would have to be interrogated. This wasn't surprising. The effects of the myriad drug liquid were simply too heaven-defying. How could his 2 parents not be suspicious? After entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled meaningfully, looking around, not saying a word. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a funny and distressed expression, biting her red lips and also not speaking. Yang Yingfeng furrowed his brow and broke the silence. "Tell me honestly, What exactly did you give us? Before Kai could open his mouth, the fourth master continued, Don't tell me you used the materials I gave you to refine this medicinal liquid. I know what grade those materials are. It's absolutely impossible to refine such a heaven-defying treasure. Fourth master is wise. Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly flattered. Dong Suju almost laughed out loud, and Yang Yingfeng also couldn't help smiling, but he still kept a straight face as he stared straight at Kai, unwilling to give up. This thing is called myriad drug liquid. It's the essence of tens of millions of different grade pills, and through some special spirit arrays, it took thousands of years to condense. Kai pondered for a moment before casually explaining. The fourth master and his wife couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Kai in amazement. Tens of millions of pills, thousands of years. At first, it sounded like a fantasy story. But the look on Kai's face told them that this was true. No wonder it had such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity had allowed this medicinal liquid to transcend the level of this world. It was likely that even Kai had not been able to obtain such a thing. Thinking so, the husband and wife pair felt a little distressed. It wasn't that they were distressed about the preciousness of this myriad drug liquid, but rather the hardships Kai had gone through in order to obtain it. Is it very valuable? Yang Yingfeng stared at him deeply, not asking about the origin of these things. A lot. Kai comforted him, but couldn't help feeling a little confused. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Dong Suju also wore an embarrassed expression. After a long time, Dong Suju stretched out his hand and said, I only drank the bottom of a cup, but your father, he drank the whole cup. Kai couldn't help letting out a hollow laugh. He really hadn't expected his two elders to be so courageous. He couldn't help blaming himself for not explaining the efficacy of this medicinal liquid, only telling each of them to drink a drop a day. However, his two elders had thought the myriad drug liquid was made from some heaven-grade materials. How could they have known it had such a powerful effect? As a result, one of them had broken through a minor realm while the other had broken through two. This wasn't a bad thing. In the future, you can't drink like this, Kai said. The two elders nodded together, their expressions serious. This breakthrough could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, Dong Suju breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8 stage was tantamount to saving her several years of hard work. Fourth Master Yang's benefits were even greater. Not only did his strength increase by 2 minor realms, reaching the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage, even the demonic chi, which had been clinging to the Dantian, seemed to show some signs of loosening. Not daring to neglect, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to enter retreat and use the myriad drug liquid to expel the demonic chi which had clung to the Dantian for many years. Dong Suju also entered retreat to consolidate her current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Kai and the dozen or so servants moving about. The golden feather eagle came once a day to beg for food from Kai. 5 days later, Du Chengbai came to visit and excitedly told Kai a piece of good news. Kai's application to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a golden feather eagle from the family had been approved, so he was asked to quickly go to the Elder Hall and present the martial skill. This was indeed good news for Kai. The only thing that made Kai somewhat hesitant was which mysterious grade martial skill to exchange for the golden feather eagle. He didn't have many martial skills, only 2 mysterious grade martial skills. In addition to the star mark, he only had the 9-star sword Sec's 10,000 swords returned to 1. When facing an enemy, he mostly relied on Yuan Qi's flexibility and reflexes. At the beginning of a martial artist cultivation, martial skills could indeed increase their battle prowess, but at Kai Yang's level, unless it was a mysterious grade martial skill, other grades of martial skills would not be able to fundamentally change his strength. The yang liquid and unyielding golden skeleton's demonic chi were more than enough. After thinking about it for a while, Kai decided to hand over the star mark to the family. First, The drawbacks of this martial skill were not small. When using it, one needed ample time to prepare. Moreover, even if an outsider learned it, it would be troublesome to store enough energy to use the star mark, so Xianxia didn't need to worry about others using this skill to threaten him. Secondly, the 10,000 Swords Return to One was one of the 9-star sword school's secret techniques. If others were to learn that Xianxia had mastered this technique, they would inevitably link him to the death of the 9-star sword school's disciple, Wuxia. The 9-star sword sect's strength was not weak, so Xianxia didn't want to be enemies with it. In the Yang family, as long as you had a bargaining chip in hand, your efficiency would always be high, unlike in other families where you needed to establish relationships. What the Yang family valued the most was profit. After arriving at the Elder Hall and handing over the star mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Xianxia a document. Taking this document to Du Cheng Bai, the golden feather eagle that had followed Xianxia back was now in his hands. From now on, it belonged only to Xianxia, not to the Yang family. On the day he obtained the golden feather eagle, Xianxia took it to the bamboo knot gang and had Pang Qi and the others take good care of it. This way, Xianxia didn't have to run back and forth. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the eldest of the Yang family's younger generation, returned to the central capital. On the same day, the other 2 Yang family direct descendants also returned. Another 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the central capital, seemingly setting off an undercurrent. Everyone knew that most of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned, and the inheritance war was not far away. The Yang family direct descendants who returned to the central capital frequently contacted the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families, but only Xianxia remained unmoved, as if the inheritance war had nothing to do with him. The most popular of the Yang family direct descendants were undoubtedly the Lu family's Lu Qingyao and the Qiu family's Qiu Yiming. So far, the 2 of them had received countless invitations, but at the same time, neither of them had clearly stated which Yang family descendant they wanted to stand with. On the other hand, it was rumored that Lu Qingyao had once declared that he would ally with anyone who could defeat him. The young Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master's words caused the Yang family's young lords to roll their eyes. Chapter 402. Of the Yang family young lords who returned, only Yang Wei had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage, while the rest were mostly at the Yuanqi Boundary. It wasn't that the aptitude of the Yang family young lords wasn't as good as Lu Qinyao's. It was just that after all these years, the Yang family young lords hadn't been able to get any help or support from the family, so their cultivation environment was slightly inferior. If they had the same resources, Yang Wei's cultivation might not have been worse than Lu Qinyao's. But in any case, Lu Qinyao's strength and aptitude were unquestionable. Winning him over was tantamount to winning over the Lu family. With such a great support, everyone was eyeing it, but no one had the ability to swallow it, so everyone's depressed mood could be imagined. As for Qiu Yiming, she had never said such a thing, but the several Yang family young lords who had been in contact with her could see that she didn't seem to have any interest in them, so they didn't dare force her and could only put it aside for the time being and make plans later. That night, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive, making it slightly difficult to breathe. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, so even the air was slightly cool. Xianxia sat in his courtyard with his eyes closed, an invisible spiritual energy swirling around him, condensing it into a stream and sending it towards the void. His 2 old men were in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Xianxia's Yuanqi Boundary 7th Stage cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would be broken sooner or later, Xianxia didn't want to wait for it to happen. Yuanqi's cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he could only cultivate his divine sense to see if he could find some inspiration. Xianxia had already cultivated his divine sense long ago. But what was strange was that even now, he still hadn't formed his knowledge sea. A divine sense without a knowledge sea was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, Otherwise, his divine sense would have long since dissipated. It was for this reason. The power of Yang Kai's current soul skill wasn't quite ideal. He was only 3 minor realms away from the immortal ascension boundary. So Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen after he formed his knowledge sea. What kind of situation would that be? Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated even more diligently than before, as long as he had free time. There would definitely be no delay. Using divine soul attacks without limit consumed his spiritual energy very quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Yang Kai began to feel weak. He quickly stopped and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A faintly discernible golden light rushed down like a bolt of lightning. It landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. The golden feather eagle let out a few soft cries. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he sensed the meaning behind its cry. He quickly rose into the air and flew towards the North City district. For the past few days, the golden feather eagle had been staying with Bamboo, not Gang's Pang Chi. It would only return once a day to ask for the myriad drug liquid from Yang Kai. But now it had actually flown back in the middle of the night. Obviously, something had happened to the Bamboo Knot Gang. The Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't a big force, and the strength of its members wasn't high, so generally no one would have any ideas about it. But tonight was obviously different. Thinking back to the Bamboo Knot Gang's internal quarrels a few days ago, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. Disregarding the consumption of his yuan qi, it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the North City district. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters, the sound of battle could be heard, and it was very lively. Pang Chi led several of the gang's masters to retreat under the siege of a group of people. All around them, various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, and from time to time, someone would fall to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the rain couldn't wash away the red stains on the ground. The Bamboo Knot Gang didn't have many people, and at this moment, the number of enemies had more than doubled. On top of that, the other side's masters weren't all on the field, with some of them even standing on the sidelines. In just a few moments, the Bamboo Knot Gang had suffered countless casualties. If this continued, it was likely everyone present would die. Pang Chi's body was also riddled with scars, but he grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. When the enemy attacked, he had released the golden feather eagle. So now he could only hope that his new master would bring reinforcements to rescue them. No matter what, he was still a young lord of the Yang family, so he should have some masters under his command, right? The only thing that made Pang Chi uncertain was whether Yang Kai would be willing to come to his rescue. Wuxia, Pang Chi shouted towards a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. Your Profound Light Gang and our Bamboo Knot Gang have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today? Wuxia heard this and sneered coldly. Pang Chi, why do you ask when you already know the answer? My young lord said that if you don't surrender, only death awaits. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Knot Gang? How dare you point your sword at us? Pang Chi roared as he parried the attacks. Wuxia curled his lips in disdain. The 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is simply too boring. They can't wait for us to fight so they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the one behind you will avenge you? In your dreams. Pang Chi's expression became bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. The 8 great families really would not intervene in the fights between small forces like them. For the 8 great families, if these small forces were destroyed, it was not a big deal. At most, they would just support another one. Every year, there were countless small forces that were destroyed, but these small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Once one group was destroyed, another would emerge. It was for this reason that he did not dare hope that Yang Kai would come to his rescue. After the two spoke, on the roof of Clear Sky Inn, a young lord was overlooking the battlefield below with a smile on his face, his eyes full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. Beside him, several other masters from the Profound Light Gang were quietly accompanying him. These masters were not stingy with their yuan qi. actually releasing their yuan qi to push away the raindrops that were attacking him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, his clothes were still neat and tidy, not drenched in the slightest. When he saw something wonderful, this young man would even clap his hands and laugh, the several masters beside him carefully accompanying him, not daring to complain in the slightest. Young Lord Hua, the Bamboo Knot Gang is on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill these people, or accept them? Moon Indo, the steward of the Profound Light Gang, asked softly. The young Lord Hua heard this, and a cold smile appeared on his face, but he did not answer directly, instead saying lightly, "This young lord has a habit. That is, if I want something, I must get it as soon as possible. If I can't get it, then I don't want it anymore, so... Do you understand?" Moon Indo's expression turned cold as he quickly nodded. This subordinate understands. The Profound Light Gang was supported by this young Lord Hua. When he was bored, how could Moon Indo dare not listen to the orders of his master? Before, this young Lord Hua wanted to take over the Bamboo Knot Gang, but was rejected by Pang Chi, which obviously made him unhappy. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Moon Indo bowed slightly, his figure flashing, wrapped in a blue light as he quickly shot down. But before he could reach Pang Chi and the others, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Feeling the destructive energy contained in this attack, Moon Indo's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly changed direction, dodging to the side. At the same time, several people from the Profound Light Gang shouted from the roof, "Young Lord, be careful." When Moon Indo landed on the ground and looked back, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He found that a young man had jumped out of nowhere and was actually in front of the several masters of the Profound Light Gang. His target was the young Lord Hua, who was surrounded by them. After a momentary daze, Moon Indo quickly flew back. At this time, naturally the safety of his master was more important. While he was still halfway there, Moon Indo's eyes widened. This was because this young man was incredibly strong. With a blood-red sword in hand, sword chi wreaked havoc and countless blood-red petals flew out. None of the several masters from the Profound Light Guild were able to withstand this attack, all of them dodging again and again. In the blink of an eye, only young Master Hua was left standing in place. Lu Qingyao is here. Moon Indo only had time to think this before he saw the young man walk up to the young Lord Hua and capture him. As if he was pinching a conch, the young Lord Hua didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until this moment that two tyrannical divine senses suddenly appeared and two majestic figures appeared, standing mid-air, their eyes extremely cold. Yang Kai gripped the young lord Hua's wrist in one hand and held his sword across his neck in the other, not even sparing a glance at the Profound Light Gang cultivator, just staring at the two figures in mid-air with a sneer. The opposite party was a pair of Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage masters, their strength not inferior to a blood warrior. The Hua family was one of the 8 great families, and since this young Lord Hua was a member of the Hua family, naturally there were masters guarding him. However, in such a battle between small forces, these two masters were too embarrassed to show themselves. They were confident that under their supervision, no one would be able to harm their young lord, so they had quietly hidden away. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so fierce, not even giving them time to react before capturing their young lord. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The two divine senses wandered around Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before slamming into Yang Kai's mind. When these two divine senses entered his mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer only grew wider. The two masters both paled, only now realizing that the other party wasn't an ordinary young man. As a Yuan Qi cultivator, being able to withstand the divine sense attacks of these two masters meant he definitely had a soul-type artifact on him. Being able to possess such a high-grade artifact meant his status wasn't low. Fortunately, the two masters' attacks just now hadn't contained any killing intent. They had simply wanted to save their young lord from the other party. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Therefore, this enmity wasn't too deep, so there was still a possibility of resolving it. Looking at Xianxia again, the eyes of the two masters became dignified with a hint of dread. It wasn't until this moment that the Hua family young lord recovered, but his courage wasn't bad, not showing the slightest change in expression, simply sneering, daring to put your sword against my neck. You're interesting, really interesting. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Is that so? Do you know who I am? Hua Stars chuckled, a playful look on his face. Have you asked? Hua family, Hua Stars. Chapter 403. Hua Stars, the Hua family's only son. Speaking of which, Hua Zheng was quite a tragic figure. As one of the 8 great family's patriarchs, he had countless wives and concubines, but after so many years, he only had Hua Zheng as his only son. On the other hand, he had a large number of daughters, enough to form a pink army. In this regard, he and the Blood Battle Gang's leader, Human, had a different approach but the same result. However, he was much luckier than Human as he finally had a son to carry on the family line. Because he was the only son of the family, Hua Stars had enjoyed endless favors since childhood. Whatever he wanted, the entire Hua family revolved around him, cultivating his unique personality. Before the Yang family's younger generation returned to the central capital, there were 3 youngsters who were the most famous. The first was the Liu family's Liu Qingyao, the one with the strongest cultivation and the best aptitude. The second was the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her aptitude and methods also surpassed many others. Such a peerless beauty was naturally eye-catching. The third was Hua Stars, the central capital's #1 playboy young lord. Drinking, gambling, and making merry were his specialties. Bullying the weak and stirring up trouble and brawling were his true colors. The other families would not let their own people manage the underground forces, nor would they get involved in the fights between these forces. However, because this young Master Hua was too bored, every time there was a fight between the forces under his command, he would definitely be there personally and stand at a safe place to watch the fight to relieve his boredom. With 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters not inferior to his blood warriors guarding him, Hua Stars didn't need to worry about his own safety, but this time he had unexpectedly failed. Under the watchful eyes of his 2 guardians, a sword was placed against his neck. Not only did Hua Stars not feel depressed, but he also wore a look of excitement. While talking to Xianxia, he even secretly condensed his yuan qi, waiting for an opportunity to escape from Xianxia's grasp. This thrilling feeling of his life hanging by a thread caused his blood to boil and roar, making him unable to restrain the urge to open his mouth and roar. Feeling this strange movement, Xianxia's expression became slightly strange as he exerted some force with the scarlet blood sword in his hand, opening a deep red wound on his opponent's neck. Fuck! Hua Stars couldn't help but curse. I already said that I'm one of the stars of the Hua family. How dare you treat me like this? As he spoke, he was also shocked. He quickly dispersed the power that he had gathered, afraid that the person behind him would really kill him. He did like excitement, but he didn't care about his own life. Who are you? Hua Stars also realized that something wasn't quite right. His name resounded throughout the central capital. So how could the other party dare to treat him like this without any status? On the other hand, the 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters finally understood what was going on. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask which young Master Yang you are?" This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before, but judging from his performance, he was definitely someone from the 8 great families. Only the younger generation of a Yang family would be unfamiliar to him. Yang Kai. So, it is young Lord Kai. The 2 suddenly realized and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. While these people were talking, the battle down below had come to a stop. With the life of their young master in his hands, how could the people from the Profound Light gang dare to make any moves? All of them withdrew from the battle and waited for further instructions. Pang Chi and the others who had just survived the calamity gasped for breath as they gathered together. Their gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked towards the roof. Their faces were filled with tears and tears. They had never expected that this new young master, who had just slaughtered everyone in the hall a few days ago, would really come to rescue them, and even come alone. What was even more incredible was that he had actually succeeded. Although he had long recognized Yang Kai's strength, Pang Qi now discovered that he seemed to have underestimated his ability. Young Master Kai, one of the Hua family's masters, hesitated. Can you release my young master first? Rest assured, we won't make any more moves. The other man also nodded heavily, his expression solemn. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but after thinking for a moment, he took back his scarlet blood sword. He wasn't worried that the other party would go back on their word, nor would they have such thoughts. Both sides were well aware of this point. Gaining his freedom, Huastars quickly stepped forward a few steps before turning back to look at Yang Kai carefully. After seeing his face, he couldn't help shouting, "Damn, so young. How old are you?" There was a deep sense of frustration in his voice, as if Yang Kai could instantly restrain him. How could he be younger than him? Yang Kai just stared back at him coldly and didn't answer. Hey, this young master is talking to you. Huastars' stomach was filled with depression as he kept shouting, "Young master." The Hua family's master helplessly pulled him to his side. Before knowing what kind of temper this Yang Kai had, the Hua family's master didn't feel comfortable letting his young master continue to provoke him. Let's talk about the situation here. Yang Kai chuckled. Young Master Kai, please speak. These two old masters are all ears. Pang Qi. Yang Kai waved his hand. Pang Qi's body shook as he quickly flew up and cupped his fists. Subordinate is here. Count the number of casualties. Yes. Nodding. Pang Qi quickly flew down and began to organize the situation. After the battlefield was a mess. The members of the Profound Light Gang and Bamboo Knot Gang were clearly divided. Although there was still hostility in each other's eyes, they could no longer fight. Huastars looked at Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai just stood there, waiting quietly. The two Hua family elders were secretly surprised by his calm demeanor. After a while, Pang Qi flew up again, a trace of sadness on his face as he reported, 68 of the gang's disciples died and 189 were injured. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Huastars, his expression indifferent. The latter shrugged his shoulders indifferently. We'll pay you back. 50,000 silvers per person for the dead, 10,000 for the injured. You can pay with spirit medicines or precious treasures as collateral. Are you trying to rob us? Huastars shouted. Although he was the only heir of the Hua family, Yang Kai's price was a bit too much for him to bear. According to his calculations, this time he would have to pay a few million silvers. Young Master Kai, isn't this price a bit too expensive? One of the Hua family's masters also didn't quite agree. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. There's no room for discussion. Yang Kai firmly shook his head. Father won't pay, Huastars stubbornly declared. After so many years, he had never been afraid of anyone. Yang Kai silently smiled strangely. Do you think you have a chance to bargain? As soon as his voice fell, a faint floral fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. Huastars' chest suddenly bloomed with a red light, and immediately this red light scattered into hundreds and thousands of rays that directly wrapped around him. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk thousands of petals fluttered around Hua Xingqian's body, wrapping him in an airtight formation. Each petal was incredibly sharp and exuded a cold aura of death, causing Hua Xingqian's forehead to instantly drip cold sweat. The two Hua family masters couldn't help paling. They hadn't noticed when Yang Kai had tampered with Huastars' body. These 1,000 petals were obviously some kind of killing artifact, and without their knowledge, this Yang family young master had placed them on their young master's body. The two masters no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, nor did they dare to compare him with ordinary young people. This kind of method was truly terrifying. You dare kill me? Huastars still refused to admit his mistake even now. I'll let you lie in bed for a year and a half. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Huastars suddenly became silent. Perceiving the coldness and impatience in Yang Kai's eyes, one of the Hua family masters quickly said, Young Master Kai, We admit defeat. We'll compensate you, as you say. Please let go of my young master first. Don't test my patience again. Yang Kai sneered, clearly warning him. Absolutely not. The man nodded solemnly. The 1,000 petals suddenly condensed into a red light and flashed back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The three Hua family masters couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Hua Star's face was gloomy, but no one knew what he was thinking. One of the Hua family masters glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, Young Master Kai seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded calmly. He was already at a bottleneck, and although today's battle didn't seem to be very dangerous, deciding the outcome in just a few breaths in front of these two Hua family masters, Yang Kai still felt a lot of pressure. He hadn't expected that under this pressure, his bottleneck would actually be broken. Seeing him admit it, the two Hua family masters couldn't help taking a deep breath, while Hua Stars was even more shocked. Dizong glanced over at him, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Young Master Kai's breakthrough is more important. You don't have to worry about this matter. It was just my young master's boredom. The two of us will handle it. Listening to him say this, Peng Qi and Mu Nindo glanced at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. Both forces had suffered casualties, but it was all because of a single young master's boredom. In the eyes of these young masters, human lives really weren't important. Good. Yang Kai nodded. His breakthrough was imminent, so he didn't have time to waste here, quickly flying towards the bamboo, not Gang's main hall. Yang Kai, Hua Star suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai paused and turned around. Are you going to participate in the inheritance war? Hua Stars asked with a smile. Yes. Good. Hua Stars laughed. Just you wait. I'll remember you. I'll also participate. Yang Kai didn't deny this and quickly disappeared into the hall. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, Hua Star sneered. Interesting, very interesting. One of the Hua family masters quickly comforted, Young master doesn't need to be angry as long as you stand in the right position in the inheritance war. You can always regain your face. At that time, he will know that offending you today was not a wise decision. Chapter 404. Hua Xing nodded slightly. There's no need for you to tell me. Besides, I'm not angry. It's been a long time since I've been so happy. This kind of trivial matter really can't satisfy this young master's appetite. Pausing for a moment, he asked, Right, do you have that much money on you? The two Hua family masters were both embarrassed and slowly shook their heads. Who would carry a few million silvers on them? Owing people money isn't a good thing. Hua Xing muttered to himself as he pinched his chin. In the bamboo knot gang's main hall, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing his yuan qi to break through his bottleneck. After an hour, the shackles on his body shattered, and the tumbling yuan qi slowly subsided. His cultivation had broken through to a new realm. Yuan qi 8th stage. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yang Kai seemed to see a brilliant 5-colored lotus flower flash in front of his eyes. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Since obtaining it, Yang Kai had not seen it again. Although he knew it existed in his mind and constantly nourished his soul, because he had not yet opened his knowledge sea, he had never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now that such a situation had occurred, Yang Kai was a little happy and couldn't help wondering if it was because his knowledge sea was about to open, so he had seen it for a moment. Regarding the strength of his soul, Yang Kai only had a general understanding. It was no worse than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, basically equivalent to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, and this was only the case for Yuan Qi. If he could really break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, then with the protection of his knowledge sea, how strong would his soul become? Yang Kai was more and more looking forward to the upcoming Great Realm. Immortal Ascension Boundary had always been the highest threshold for a cultivator. In this world, with the exception of a very small number of people who could break through and reach a higher realm, the rest of the cultivator could only reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary in their lifetime. Entering the Immortal Ascension Boundary. This meant that a cultivator had embarked on the road to becoming a master. In order to achieve this goal, countless cultivators cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. They searched day and night, bitterly searching for it. There are even some people who lived deep in the mountains and forests all year round just to comprehend the true meaning of power, to pry into the mysteries of realms. However, there were still many cultivators who were blocked outside this threshold for their entire life. They could only sigh helplessly and feel regret for their entire life. However, even if one was lucky enough to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, there were 9 stages to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and the martial Tao was still a long way off, not to mention that there was still a higher realm that the world did not understand. After breaking through to the 8th level of Yuan Qi state, Xianxia did not immediately get up. Instead, he sat where he was and slowly comprehended the changes brought to him by this new realm. They had been cleansed by the myriad drug liquid. Every time he broke through, there would be some obvious changes in Kaiyang. At the very least, he now felt much stronger than before he broke through. This was an indescribable feeling. If one had to make an analogy, it would be that the current him could easily defeat his previous self before his breakthrough. One day later, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with divine light. He was silent for a long time before he stood up. Opening the door to the hall, he stepped out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 rows. All of them were looking forward to Xianxia's arrival, so when they saw him, they quickly saluted, "Subordinate greets, young lord." Xianxia swept his eyes around and couldn't help being startled. He found that the people standing on the left were the several high-level members of the Bamboo Knot Gang, led by Pang Qi, while the people standing on the right were the several high-level members of the Profound Light Gang, led by Munan. Wuxia, who had fought with Pang Qi and the others before and had even almost killed Pang Qi, was also present. The people on both sides bowed their heads and respectfully said hello, but Munando's face was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Pang Qi's face was flushed with pride, even feeling a little elated. Xianxia frowned and glanced suspiciously at Munando. "Why are your Profound Light Gang's people still here?" Munando quickly replied, "Reporting to young Lord Kai, from now on, the Profound Light Gang will obey young Lord's orders." "What's the situation?" Xianxia was even more puzzled. "Young Lord, it's like this." Seeing this, Pang Qi quickly stepped forward and explained to Xianxia. Last night, after he entered the hall to break through, Xianxia and the 2 masters had pooled their money together but only managed to gather a few 100,000 silvers. Pang Qi saw that Xianxia's expression was somewhat ugly at that time, so he proposed to let him sign an IOU. In any case, he was the Hua family's young lord, so he wasn't afraid he would renege on his debt. Originally, it was a kind gesture, but Xianxia had unexpectedly refused, even going so far as to beat Pang Qi finally. After thinking about it, he decided to pawn the entire Profound Light Gang. After giving Munando an order to submit to Xianxia, Xianxia led the 2 masters from the Hua family away, leaving behind the Profound Light Gang's group of people who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Profound Light Gang had more than 1,000 people and was a small force developed by Xianxia himself. They were usually used to relieve his boredom, but now they were being sold like an object, so Munando and the others naturally felt sour in their hearts. Even though he was bitter and unwilling, Munando didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Xianxia to come out. After Pang Qi finished speaking, Munando's heart couldn't help pounding as he secretly observed Xianxia's reaction and expression, wondering what he would do with them. Unexpectedly, Xianxia remained silent, and his expression was extremely dull. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Munando couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly said, "In fact, young Lord Hua doing this, young Lord Kai won't suffer a loss." "Why do you say so?" Xianxia glanced at him. Munando was overjoyed and quickly said, "The Profound Light Gang has accumulated a lot of property over the past few years. If it is pawned, it should be enough to compensate for last night's losses." "How much?" A few million silvers. Over the years, young Lord Hua has also rewarded us with some, so we've saved it all up. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked, how does your profound light gang compare to the other forces in the central capital? It's not enough to compare to the top, but it's more than enough to compare to the bottom. Moon and Do gave a hollow laugh. It's not too big of a force. What if you merge with the Bamboo Knot Gang? Then we can definitely become one of the top 15 forces. Moon and Do said confidently. Then we'll merge, and there will be no more profound light gang from now on. Yang Kai glanced at Pang Chi. This person will be your deputy in the future. Yes. Pang Chi was overjoyed. Although Moon and Do's expression was bitter, he didn't dare complain and could only smile. The profound light gang had accumulated so much wealth. Yang Kai suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force was as poor as the Bamboo Knot Gang. Grinning, Yang Kai said, I want you to get familiar with each other as soon as possible, and then nibble away at those small forces whose strength is not as good as yours. Pang Chi couldn't help being surprised, but Moon and Do's expression remained normal. This isn't appropriate, right? Pang Chi hesitated. In the past few years, the Bamboo Knot Gang had never had any ideas about others. They had always prioritized self-preservation. Now that they were suddenly turned into bandits, Pang Chi inevitably hesitated. What do you think? Yang Kai glanced at Moon and Do. The latter hurriedly said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just the law of the jungle. Last night, if it weren't for young Lord Kai, the Bamboo Knot Gang would have been gone. In the central capital, this kind of struggle between small forces is not uncommon. Pang Chi, your ideas are too old-fashioned. Pang Chi blushed and hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. It seems that your profound light gang often does this kind of thing. Yang Kai stared at Mu and Do meaningfully. The latter smiled awkwardly. It's mainly to accompany young Lord Hua to relieve his boredom. So far, I've only done it twice. However, I've already inquired about the forces that can be nibbled away, so when one day young Lord Hua is bored again, I'll take him to watch the fun. Now that he had a new master, Moon and Do naturally intended to perform well. Seeing that Yang Kai was quite interested in this matter, he quickly began to talk. Pang Chi immediately realized that if he allowed Moon and Do to continue talking, the position of gang leader might not be his, so he immediately declared, with Brother Mu's help, I think we can really nibble away at others. Then let's do it. Yang Kai nodded. Leave a part of the wealth you obtain for your own development. The rest, exchange it all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, the grade of which must be at least Earth-grade high rank. Yes. Pang Chi and Mu and Do respectfully responded, glancing at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was preparing for the inheritance war. Not daring to neglect, the two of them quickly excused themselves and led their respective people into the main hall to conspire. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that Starswell would come up with such a plan. However, this wasn't a loss. The number of people he could use had increased, and in the future, it would only snowball. Fourth Master's Mansion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, the housekeeper immediately greeted him. Young Master, Old Master wants you to hurry to his study. There's something important to discuss. Understood. Kai Yang nodded and hurried over to the study. His heart was a bit strange. He didn't know what the Fourth Master wanted to discuss with him. Arriving at the study, before he entered, he heard Dong Suju's voice. Don't worry, Kair should be back soon. Yang Ing Feng complained. You're his mother, yet you don't even know when your son left the house. Dong Suju retorted. You don't know either, and now you're complaining about him. Don't be unreasonable. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt helpless. From inside the room, two dry laughs sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appearing on his face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kai return, Dong Suju quickly stood up and grit her teeth. You little bastard, where did you go last night? You didn't even come home last night, only coming back now, causing me to be scolded by your father. As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed the air with his nose. What are you sniffing for? Fourth Master Yang asked suspiciously. Checking to see if he went drinking with prostitutes last night. Dong Suju's expression was serious, sniffing for a while before nodding with relief. Fortunately, there's no smell of alcohol or rouge. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai helplessly gestured to the side. There are outsiders here. Oh. Chapter 405. Today, a guest had come to his house, and he had been dragged along to play mahjong with them all afternoon. Tomorrow, there would be more guests coming, so it should be the last batch of guests this year. Inside the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright while Dong Suju was giggling. There was also a man and a woman sitting nearby. The man was tall and sturdy, while the woman was pretty. They were the two blood warriors who had welcomed him back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Seeing Yang Kai return, Tu Feng quickly got up from his chair and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Little lord." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Sit down." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat down and glanced over at Yang Kai. Both of them couldn't help feeling surprised. They discovered that Yang Kai had actually broken through another minor realm and reached the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. How long had it been? It had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough. This speed was a bit too fast. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, they were also present. At that time, all of them had met for the first time. At that time, the two blood warriors had only thought that the little lord's aptitude was good, but now, looking at him again, it was not just good, it was simply too good. So why was it that he had only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond before coming out? Thinking about this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both shook their heads secretly, somewhat unable to understand. "Kaira, you also sit down." Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "There are some things I need to discuss with you." "Good." Seeing him speak so seriously, Yang Kai also realized that this matter was somewhat unusual and quickly sat down with Dong Suju. After taking a seat, everyone fell silent. Only Yang Yingfeng's brow furrowed, a moment later saying, "Let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the Elder Court issued an order to all the main houses related to the Inheritance War. This is good news. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the Inheritance War." Yang Kai's brow rose, and he couldn't help showing a happy expression. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall. Each one of them was a master among masters. Basically, in the Immortal Ascension boundary, it would be difficult for them to find an opponent, unless they were a master from a great force with a strong background. With the help of the Blood Warriors, the Inheritance War would become much easier. That's a good thing. Yang Kai was surprised, not understanding why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as well as Fourth Master Yang, all looked so sad. "It's a good thing." Yang Yingfeng nodded. "However, the Elder Court has ordered that the Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the Inheritance War, but their task is only to ensure the safety of the young lords. They will not be responsible for anything else." Yang Kai frowned. He thought for a while and said, "In other words, they can only be passive and can't take the initiative to attack, right? And the strength of the Blood Warriors is too strong. If we were to take the initiative to attack, we would be able to kill them. It's very easy to deal with an opponent." Yang Yingfeng nodded. "This is also because we were worried that you wouldn't be able to win over too strong a backer." "I understand." Yang Kai glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. "But if I want to obtain the help of a Blood Warrior, is there any other condition?" The two Blood Warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be able to guess this. Yang Yingfeng also smiled and nodded. "There are conditions. You must contribute a certain level of merit to the family. For example, the strength you've learned in the other sects these past few years." The Elder Court had issued this order, undoubtedly forcing the Yang family's direct descendants to hand over all their sect's secret arts and techniques. This was also something the family would do before every inheritance war to collect the world's most precious treasures. This was why the Yang family had so many martial skills and secret arts and secret arts. In terms of a number of martial skills and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, the Yang family was absolutely number one. Even the other 7 great families couldn't compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you hand over, the more powerful the blood warriors you can obtain, the more options you'll have. Although the blood warriors were all very powerful within the Blood Warrior Hall, there were still differences in strength. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were relatively strong existences within the Blood Warrior Hall, but above them, there was an even stronger Blood Warrior, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master. Moreover, each person can only obtain a maximum of 2 Blood Warriors. That's the limit. Yang Feng added. Heh. Yang Kai grinned. Father, are you worried that I don't have enough things to exchange for the help of 2 Blood Warriors? Yang Feng nodded. Last time, Yang Kai had handed over a mysterious grade martial skill to the family in exchange for a golden feather eagle. In Yang Feng's opinion, his son had been away for so many years. Learning a single mysterious grade martial skill was already good enough. How could he possibly be rich? You don't have to worry about that. I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Yang Feng suddenly thought of the myriad drug liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad drug liquid was simply too miraculous. If Yang Kai exposed it, he would definitely be able to obtain the help of the 2 Blood Warriors, but the family wouldn't just sit idly by. Perhaps it would cause some trouble. So as his father, 4th Master Yang was naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Feng finally understood. Only now did he realize that he didn't understand how much his son's heritage was. Glancing over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yuxian, it seems that we really need to work together. He had thought that the 2 Blood Warriors had come here this time, for this matter. On the way back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Yuxian had already stated that if the family allowed the Blood Warriors to participate in the inheritance war in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai. The agreement from that day was still fresh in their minds. Tu Feng and Yuxian would never forget it. So naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't forget it either. Now it was time to redeem his promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest joy, instead wearing bitter smiles, their eyes flashing, neither of them daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes gradually became cold. Snorting softly, "Shouldn't the 2 of you give me an explanation?" The look on the 2's faces already explained a lot. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, neither of them were the kind of people who would go back on their word. Although Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he still wanted to hear what they had to say. Why were they showing such far-fetched expressions and avoiding his gaze? "Kerr," 4th Master Yang whispered, trying to smooth things over. "It's not what you think. Don't misunderstand." Dong Suju also hurriedly said, "That's right, son. Don't talk like that. I have a good relationship with Yuxian in private and often discuss martial skills together." Knowing that she was the one who brought you back this time, Mother couldn't have been happier. Seeing Yang Kai show signs of anger, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling startled. She had never seen Yang Kai show such an expression before. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well-behaved, completely different from the current him. Seeing his expression, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling a little scared, knowing that her son had really grown up and had his own views and ideas. For a moment, she felt both sad and happy. Seeing his 2 old men pleading for him, Yang Kai's expression became slightly gloomy, taking a deep breath and saying, "If I'm misunderstood, I would only drive them away now. I wouldn't say anything." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "However, you still have to give me an explanation." Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian smiled bitterly, glancing at each other before slowly standing up and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shame. "It's not that Yuxian and I don't want to serve the young lord, but if possible, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the little lord." His voice was sonorous and powerful, causing Yang Feng to feel a wave of shock in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his own son. Tang Yuxian also didn't refute. The Blood Warrior Hall was a very special organization in the Yang family. Blood Warriors not only represented status, but also glory and loyalty. However, Their loyalty was to the entire Yang family, not to any one person. In the past, two blood warriors had welcomed him back to the family, but their attitude towards him had been neither warm nor cold, only fulfilling their assigned tasks. Not to mention the past, even now, Fourth Master Yang hadn't received such respect from any of the blood warriors, nor had any blood warriors shown him any intention of submitting to him. But what he himself couldn't do, his son had actually accomplished, so how could Yang Feng not be shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of honor or disgrace. His performance was quite ordinary. For a moment, Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of frustration, but also a bit of happiness. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had hurriedly come to his house. Originally, Yang Feng didn't understand why, but now it seemed it wasn't without reason. "So what's the reason why you can't serve me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "It's not that we can't." Tu Feng's expression was pained and ashamed. Tang Yuxian quickly took over. "But before that, these two subordinates have a request. Let's talk about it." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that what Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were struggling with was definitely related to the request they had for him. This discovery made Yang Kai feel gratified. These two really weren't ungrateful people, but his performance just now had been a bit too impatient. However, it was also related to his expectations of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly got up, both of them wearing awkward expressions, Tang Yuxian's delicate face blushing slightly. "We shouldn't have bothered little Lord with this matter, but we had no other choice but to shamelessly ask. I hope little Lord won't take offense." Tu Feng sighed deeply. "What's the matter?" "I've already told Fourth Master about this matter. Subordinate is a bit inarticulate right now, so I'll let Fourth Master speak." Tu Feng finished speaking and sat back down. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Feng, who took a sip of tea before asking, "Do you know how many of our brothers have returned to the central capital now?" Suddenly asking such a question, Yang Kai was quite confused, but he wasn't worried and just nodded, "Pretty much." "Then what happened to your fourth brother, Yang Xian Wu, do you know?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before remembering what Yang Zhao had said in the restaurant last time, and nodded, "I've heard." Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who didn't seem to care about the outside world, would actually be so well informed. Knowing that he was also doing some preliminary work and inquiring about various things, Yang Feng couldn't help feeling somewhat gratified. Chapter 406. A Yang family direct descendant, Yang Xian Wu, who was ranked fourth among the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The two blood warriors who had come to welcome him had used their mad tyrant blood skill, but were still unable to protect him. They had hurriedly brought him back to the family for medical treatment, but his condition had only become worse and worse. No matter what pills they took, there was no improvement. Finally, the day before yesterday, Yang Xian Wu passed away. So far, of the Yang family young lords who had returned to the central capital, a total of 5 had unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there was also the eldest brother Yang Wei, 5th brother Yang Kong, and 7th brother Yang Ying. However, these 4 had all come out unscathed. Besides Yang Kong and Yang Ying, who had suffered minor injuries at that time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were all unscathed. They were much luckier than Yang Xian Wu. The inheritance war had not yet begun, but one of the family's young lords had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang family was furious and was determined to find the culprit and destroy all 9 generations of their family. The reason Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome Yang Xian Wu back to the family. Does the family want to execute those 2? Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. Fourth Master Yang slowly shook his head. The family has no such intention. After all, the 2 of them had exerted their full strength at that time and were covered in scars. Even now, they still haven't fully recovered. As blood warriors, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities. The family won't execute them. Every blood warrior was not easy to cultivate, and they were all loyal to the Yang family. As long as the Elder Hall still had some sense, it was impossible for them to execute these two blood warriors for this reason. If they really did so, it would only disappoint the other blood warriors. However, a certain punishment cannot be avoided. Fourth Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng sighed. These two brothers have not yet fully recovered from their injuries, and now they have each been beaten 100 times, breaking countless of their meridians. I'm afraid their achievements in life will come to an end. The planks the Yang family used to beat people were not ordinary planks. Instead, they were special artifacts that could be beaten 100 times. Even a blood warrior in peak condition would not be able to withstand such a beating, not to mention they were already injured. That year, the fourth Master Yang was beaten 30 times and had to lie in bed for several months. Beside him, Tang Yuxian also wore a sad expression, her face filled with worry. Not being able to protect the fourth young lord, they're already feeling very guilty, and now that such a thing has happened, the two brothers are somewhat disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, his face filled with sadness. If you can't even bear such a small blow, what kind of blood warrior are you? Yang Kai snorted. Kai'er. Yang Yingfeng snorted and shook his head. You don't know how loyal the blood warriors are to the family. They were not disheartened because they could not improve their strength. They would care. It's just that your fourth brother's death made them feel like they had let down the family's nurturing. If your fourth brother hadn't died, they might have felt better. But now, sigh. Yang Kai glanced at the fourth master for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood warriors. Turning to look at Tu Feng, Yang Kai asked, Then what did you come to me for this time? Cure those two people? I don't have that kind of skill. No. Tu Feng shook his head. Tu Feng gently shook his head. You Xian, and I would like to ask Little Lord to let those two brothers serve you in the inheritance war. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng replied. Although they didn't say anything, we can feel that in this inheritance war, if young Lord doesn't use them, they will definitely lose their lives. Perhaps the two of them will waste their cultivations, apologize to the family, and retire into the mountains. The two blood warriors had failed to protect Yang, Xi, and Wu, causing the younger generation of the Yang family to have a bad impression of them. Now that they were injured, who knew how long it would take them to heal? This time, in the inheritance war, it was likely that no one would use them. Ridiculous! Yang Kai shouted. The family spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to their current level. How can they just say they waste their cultivation? Since the blood warriors are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation also belongs to the Yang family. It's not up to them to decide. Although the words were harsh to the ears, Tu Feng could hear some unusual meaning from them. So he quickly asked excitedly, So, Little Lord is willing to use them? Tang Yuxian also hurriedly said, As long as they feel that they are still useful, they won't be so pessimistic. When did I say that? Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tu Feng actually knew how to climb up a pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to him today, and why they had said that if possible, they would be willing to follow him and serve him like a dog or horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose the two blood warriors. As for Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who he was familiar with, they were destined to fall into the hands of others. It's a presumptuous request, but among this generation's young lords, only Yu Xian and I are familiar with Little Lord. The other blood warriors have only exchanged a few words with the other young lords, let alone have any kind of friendship, so we could only shamelessly ask. Who told you blood warriors to act so high and mighty, each of you thinking you're some kind of master? Yang Kai curled his lips. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other young lords don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju heard this and exchanged a glance, both of them seeing a look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai had already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Little Lord. Tu Feng rubbed his big hands together, his face filled with hope. Tang Yuxian also stared at him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Yang Kai didn't say anything, his expression gloomy as he tapped his fingers on the back of his chair, making a tapping sound. The room was silent for a while. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt their hearts jump into their throats as they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up his teacup and sipped, his expression serious, not showing any intention to speak. Dong Suzhu also lowered his head, twirling his two fingers, seemingly bored. The two old men obviously didn't want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to turn solemn as they quickly held their breath. What if I say I don't want to use them? Yang Kai looked at the two of them. He asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly and said, Little Lord is willing to consider. That's enough. At the very least, Yuxian and I know that Little Lord is more inclined to let us follow you. This is our honor. Tang Yuxian nodded heavily, her expression filled with gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the two of them and asked, Are you willing to become my enemy? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became solemn as they replied, I hope that day never comes. Pray that you won't be chosen by another young lord. Yang Kai grinned, immediately filling his cheeks with self-confidence. But even if you were chosen by someone else, I'll still snatch you back. Both of them understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up from their chairs. Does Little Lord agree? Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat reluctantly, Actually, I don't like those two people, but since you've come to ask, I'll accept. Then I'll reluctantly allow them to follow me. On behalf of the entire Blood Warrior Hall, we thank Little Lord. Many thanks for Little Lord's grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also blushed as she smiled happily. Go. Tomorrow I'll discuss this matter with the Elder Hall. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Both of them excitedly walked out the door, apparently wanting to convey this good news to the Blood Warrior Hall. When they reached the door, Tu Feng turned back and said, Right, Little Lord, although those two brothers are seriously injured now and can't provide you with much help, but their aptitudes are quite outstanding. Quite outstanding? How are they compared to you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Better than us. Tu Feng said solemnly. Hall Master once said that if those two brothers had enough opportunities, they would likely break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing any surprise or expectation. Tu Feng nodded lightly before leaving with Tang Yuxian. When there was only the family of three left in the room, Yang Feng said, I've heard the names of those two. It is said that they are indeed the two blood warriors with the best aptitude in the Blood Warrior Hall. If because of this incident they were forced to withdraw from the Blood Warrior Hall and live in seclusion, it would be a loss to the Yang family. Over the years, only one master from the Blood Warrior Hall had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary and was now the Yang family's grand elder. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Father, you may not like to hear this, but I don't care if the Yang family loses or not. Yang Feng smiled wryly. I understand. It was precisely because the Yang family's influence was too great and the familial ties within the family thin that every direct descendant didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family when they first returned. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a fratricidal inheritance war. But Kair, this time you made a big profit. Yang Feng smiled with relief. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. A little bit, but I still hope that Tu Feng and Yu Xian will follow me. After all, they're already familiar with each other. What's there to gain? You father and son don't speak in riddles. Dong Suzhu couldn't help feeling confused. No matter how you look at it, it's our son who suffered a loss. The two unknown blood warriors were seriously injured and wouldn't be able to provide any help to Yang Kai in the short term. Even if they were able to recover, they wouldn't necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Yang Kai and the fourth master smiled at each other, the former slowly getting up and saying, You tell mother about this, I need to make some preparations first. Tomorrow I have to go to the Elder Hall. Go. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand, staring at Yang Kai's strong back, and couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. He's grown up. He's really grown up. Whether it was scheming or methods, he seemed to be much stronger than his own father. And he also had so many mysterious things on him. Yang Ying really didn't know what he had experienced these past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suju was still pestering his father, his body flickering as he sat down on the fourth master's lap, his hand grabbing onto his not-too-long beard as he asked, "Tell me, what did my son gain?" The fourth master smiled faintly and began to explain the mysteries behind it. Chapter 407. I'm very sorry. Someone from my family came to delay me. Hurry up, hurry up. Yang Family Elder Hall. The hall was huge and spacious. The floor was covered with a thick, soft blanket. The four walls were engraved with many exquisite paintings of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the hall, there was an incense burner burning with a calming incense. The room was warm and comfortable. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with many gems, sparkling like stars. Several gray-haired, old men dressed in simple robes were sitting or standing. Some were studying chess records in front of them. Some were comprehending the mysteries of secret arts, all of them enjoying themselves. These elders all looked ordinary, and their essence, qi, and spirit were restrained to the extreme. They were not much different from the ordinary old men outside. But in fact, all of them possessed consummate skills and were famous for their fighting prowess. In the middle of the hall, Yang Zhen was sitting in a chair. Although he was over 70 years old, he still had a youthful complexion, vaguely showing his youthful spirit. As one of the people in charge of the Elder Hall, coupled with his old age, it was inconvenient for him to go out, nor could he travel north and south to contribute to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Zhen sat in the Elder Hall all year round, dealing with some affairs together with several other elders of the same age. At this time, Yang Zhen's eyelids drooped, looking quite listless, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he listened to a young man in front of him. After a while, the young man finished speaking and then stared at Yang Zhen, waiting for a reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Zhen's seemingly turbid eyes overflowed with light. Yang Zhen stared at the young man coldly, his face filled with impatience. Good for nothing, Yang Zhen snorted. After going out for so many years, all you've brought back for the Yang family is this garbage? Did this kind of garbage want to exchange for a blood warrior's loyalty? I think you're even more senile than I am. Being reprimanded by Yang Zhen, the young man's face suddenly turned red. Go back. I'll record these merits for you. But it's not enough to exchange for any blood warrior. Yang Zhen waved his hand. Impatiently, Yang Zhen said, Wait until you have enough merits, but the inheritance war is about to begin. I'm afraid you won't have time to prepare. You should give up the inheritance war as soon as possible, lest you become a laughingstock. The young man looked dejected. He sighed helplessly, seemingly unwilling to give up, and pleaded, Elder, I'll change to the one with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Zhen interrupted, If it's not enough, then it's not enough. What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up and scram. With a furious roar, an invisible shockwave hit the young man and sent him flying out of the Elders' Hall. The entire Hall of Elders was buzzing. The few white-haired elders who were bored didn't move at all. It was as if they were all deaf. They didn't pay any attention to this side, and were still focused on the matter at hand. Outside the palace, the young man crawled up in a sorry state, his face filled with humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall, saw this scene and couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling in his heart. That young man was Yang Kai's third brother, Yang Tai, who was ranked third among the younger generation of the Yang family. After the family's order to allow blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war was passed down to the various young lords, the younger generation of young lords quickly took action. All of them had used their years of experience outside in exchange for blood warriors to follow them. However, It now seemed that Yang Tai hadn't obtained anything too valuable these past few years, so he had been kicked out by the elders. Third brother won't make it. A voice suddenly came to Yang Kai's ear, carrying a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there with a sad look on his face, shaking his head as he stared at Yang Tai's departing back. Second brother. Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. Little brother Kai. Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the other person next to him. This person's figure was as straight as a sword, and just by standing there quietly, he gave off a calm and steady feeling, as if the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. His expression was indifferent, not changing in the slightest from beginning to end. Only when Yang Zhao called out to his younger brother did he turn his eyes towards him. Big brother. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. The only young master of a Yang family who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, eldest brother Yang Wei. Little brother Kai? Yang Wei's eyes flashed with some surprise. When Yang Kai greeted him, his true qi had inexplicably fluctuated uncontrollably. This kind of situation would only occur when he felt some kind of pressure. Using his newly cultivated divine sense, Yang Wei swept Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Wei couldn't help frowning, secretly wondering why Yang Kai would cause his Yuan Qi to fluctuate. After not seeing you for a few years, little brother Kai has also grown to this point. Yang Wei nodded gently, a touch of approval flashing across his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a trace of horror and amazement flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, this youngest brother of his couldn't cultivate and was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. But now he had actually reached the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Although his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than his own, the time he had spent cultivating was 7 or 8 years shorter. Yang Wei hadn't thought of this at all. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party's pressure wasn't unwarranted. Yang Wei was afraid that given some time, this little brother would one day surpass him. Are you also here to turn your treasures? Yang Zhao chuckled and looked at Yang Kai. The latter nodded slightly and smiled wryly. There's no other way. The family has made such a move. I had no choice but to come. Huh? Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Why else do you think the family has so many treasures? All of them were stolen by us from outside. They're all the family's possessions. One day you'll need them yourself. Yang Wei seemed to be born with a cold expression. In Yang Kai's memory, he had never smiled, was a man of few words, and appeared relatively dull, but his style of action was swift and decisive. Listening to him say this, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about this matter. Does little brother Kai want to swap with the 2 blood warriors you brought back? I see they're quite interested in you. Yang Zhao asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have someone else in mind. Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not want Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say anything more. Turning his head, he asked, Where's 5th brother? How come I don't see him? Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers and had always been inseparable. Generally, they would never separate. Yang Wei snorted. With me here, would he dare show himself? Yang Zhao and Yang Kai glanced at each other and couldn't help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this naturally cold-faced big brother, all of his brothers had a sense of awe towards him. This wasn't just because he was the oldest. I'll go in first. Yang Wei motioned to the 2 of them and walked into the elder hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he walked out again. Yang Zhao strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. Big brother still doesn't like to talk. Even if we want to get close to him, we can't. It's all because of his personality. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he quite appreciated Yang Wei's personality. No nonsense, no sloppiness. What was on his mind? 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 Second brother will also go in first. Little brother Kai. Wait a moment. And after a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, apparently very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the elder hall, Yang Kai walked in. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhao stared at him with a pair of eyes. Yang Zhen's eyes shone as he stared at him, waiting for him to come closer. After saluting him, Yang Zhen chuckled. I remember you, Brad. Last time, you used a profound grade martial skill to exchange for a golden feather eagle. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. Last time, when he switched to the golden feather eagle. When he had exchanged the golden feather eagle, it was Yang Zhen who had given him the document and allowed him to take it back from Du Changbai. It hadn't been long, so Yang Zhen naturally remembered. Smiling gloatingly, Yang Zhen said, Do you regret it now? Ha ha. This old master knew you would definitely regret it at that time. You actually wanted to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a useless beast. You've suffered a big loss in this transaction. That was a bargaining chip that could have been exchanged for a blood warrior. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai regret his decision made this old man quite happy. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I don't regret it. Besides, regret is useless. It'll only add to my troubles. Yang Zhen coldly snorted and curled his lips, so stubborn. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact his intestines were turning green with regret. Then, I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me this time. Yang Zhen's hand was still tucked into his sleeves, his expression indifferent. Tell me, how many blood warriors do you want to exchange for? At most, I can only exchange for 2. So, 2 it is. The smile on Yang Zhen's face slowly converged as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even the white-haired old men nearby, who seemed to have gone deaf, stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards Yang Kai. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Yang Kai, the old men all showing looks of interest, all of them eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The Yang family's young lords who went out for life experience were at most sent to first-class forces. The resources in first-class forces weren't that great, so there were even fewer that could be open to the Yang family's young lords. To exchange for a blood warrior, one would need at least a mysterious grade or 3 heaven-grade top-rank martial skills and secret arts. Last time, Yang Kai had used a mysterious grade martial skill, but this time he actually wanted to exchange it for 2 blood warriors. That meant that he would need at least 2 mysterious grade martial skills. Did he have any? That was simply impossible. If mysterious grade martial skills and secret arts were so easy to obtain, then their value wouldn't be high. Everyone in the room didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to get what he wanted, only thinking that he didn't understand the rules and had overestimated his own chips. Each and every one of them assumed a posture of watching a good play. After a long silence, Yang Zhen smiled disapprovingly and said casually, Let's talk about your chips. This old master will evaluate whether you can exchange for 2 blood warriors. Yang Kai nodded slightly, taking out 2 white jade pieces from his sleeve and placing them on the table in front of Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen frowned and glanced at him, a wisp of impatience surging on his face. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Without seeing him do anything, he picked up one of the pieces of jade and probed it with his divine sense to examine it. Chapter 408. Using Yuan Qi to carve a mark on a piece of jade to convey some information that was inconvenient to express in words was not a very powerful method. All it required was strict control over Yuan Qi. So when Yang Zhen saw Yang Kai take out 2 pieces of jade, he knew there must be something inside. Using his divine sense, Yang Zhen carefully examined them. Suddenly, Yang Zhen frowned and his expression became dignified. After a while, his eyes filled with doubt, which then turned into surprise and astonishment. As his eyes changed, the expression on Yang Zhen's face became extremely interesting. The old men who were prepared to watch a good show couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Zhen's expression, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Zhen took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Looking at Yang Kai strangely, he picked up the other piece of jade with a dignified expression. Just like before, he continued to investigate, and like a replay, the various expressions on Xianxia's face played out again. At this moment, the white-haired elders in the hall could no longer sit still. Unbeknownst to them, they all stood up and quietly gathered in this direction. After a while, Xianxia was pushed out of the outer circle, and the old men gathered around, waiting for him to withdraw his divine sense. What is inside? An elder couldn't help but wonder what Xianxia had brought that could cause Xianxia to pay so much attention to it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the piece of jade on the table. Before he could grab it, he was grabbed by Xianxia, causing the other party to glare at him. "That little brat, come here." Xianxia waved his hand and unceremoniously pushed the elders who were poking their heads out to the side. "Disciple is here." Kai stepped forward. Xianxia should be a character from his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family. Generally, they would not refer to each other as relatives unless they had a good relationship. Holding the two pieces of jade, Xianxia frowned and his old face couldn't help blushing as he asked, "What is this? What is it that made your performance so wonderful?" A white-haired elder was stunned, and the others slowly shook their heads. The expectations in their hearts suddenly reduced. 2 sets of spirit arrays. "Nonsense," Xianxia shouted. "This old master is not a fool." Of course, he knew that there were 2 sets of spirit arrays. "What I'm asking is what this spirit array is for." As he spoke, his face turned even redder. He was already so old, and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. At this moment, he actually couldn't even appraise something brought back by a youngster of the younger generation. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Xianxia pinched his nose. "A spirit array? For alchemy?" Xianxia was stunned. "For alchemy?" As he spoke, he shook his head and said, "This old man has seen many spirit arrays used in alchemy, but there has never been a spirit array as complex and profound as yours. Just engraving such a spirit array on a pill furnace is a rather troublesome matter, especially if it is used to refine pills. It will definitely consume more of the alchemist's energy and yuan qi. Are you sure these 2 spirit arrays are effective?" "Yes." "Tell me, what are they used for?" Xianxia frowned and asked. He didn't understand much about alchemy, so naturally he couldn't see the mysteries hidden in these spirit arrays. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 spirit arrays were a little too complex and mysterious. Although they were definitely good things, there were definitely drawbacks. One of them, it can increase the success rate of alchemy. Xianxia calmly explained. In other words, if an alchemist's usual success rate is only 60%, then with this set of spirit arrays, it can reach 90%. Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. 90%. Even if he didn't understand alchemy, he knew how outstanding an alchemist who could guarantee a 90% success rate was. An ordinary alchemist could only guarantee a 60% to 70% success rate, and with 10 sets of alchemy materials, they could only refine 6 or 7 pills. A good alchemist could only achieve around 80% success rate, and most of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley were at this level. But now, this spirit array could increase the success rate by 30%. Didn't this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist used this spirit array, they could guarantee a 100% success rate? Over the years, how much materials could be saved, and how much time and effort could be saved? In an instant, Xianxia realized the preciousness of this spirit array. Of course, the premise was that Xianxia was telling the truth. What about the other set? Xianxia suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. It has a chance to increase the quality of the pills. Xianxia said lightly. What do you mean? Xianxia subconsciously raised his brow and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding was correct, then the value of this spirit array was even greater than the previous one. Originally, when refining a furnace of heaven-grade mid-rank pills, using this spirit array, there's a chance that a heaven-grade high-rank pill will appear. Xianxia explained patiently before adding, the probability of this happening isn't very high, but it's bound to happen. The breathing of the elders suddenly quickened. They could also see the value of this set of spirit arrays. One of them asked nervously, "What if you want to refine a furnace of mysterious grade high-rank pills?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Perhaps a spirit-grade pill will appear." Spirit-grade. These two words are like a drum beating in the ears of the several elders, causing their eardrums to tremble. All of them stared at Xianxia incredulously, trying to see if he was joking. Xianxia was calm. These two spirit arrays were the result of his comprehension of the true alchemic way, so it was obviously impossible for them to be useless. The entire elder hall instantly fell silent as the group of old men froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of this spirit array and whether Xianxia's words were true or not. After a moment, Yang Jun suddenly recovered and glared at Xianxia sternly, coldly saying, "Do you know what kind of crime it is to fool the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to speak nonsense here, I can make sure you die without a burial. Whether or not I'm fooling around, find someone who knows how to verify it." Xianxia frowned. "Your courage isn't bad." Yang Jun sneered and shouted, "Go invite Cheng Bai Lian from the pill room." "Oh," a fat elder responded. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Cheng Bai Lian, the Yang family's chief alchemist. His attainments in alchemy were also well known throughout the world, but compared with Xiao Fu Sheng, he was slightly inferior. Xiao Fu Sheng was a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist, the only one in the entire Great Han dynasty. Cheng Bai Lian was only a mysterious grade, mid-rank alchemist. Although there was only a one-step difference, this difference was like a chasm between Cheng Bai Lian and Xiao Fu Sheng, forcing the latter to only be able to look up to the Grandmaster. It's not too late for you to regret now. When Cheng Bai Lian comes here and changes your mind, this old master won't indulge you any further. Yang Jun snorted, making a final test. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he said with a displeased expression, "Elder, I offered these two spirit arrays in exchange for 2 blood warriors to follow me, and secondly, I wanted to give them to the Yang family to bring some benefits. After all, this is the place where I was born. If I only wanted to exchange for 2 blood warriors, with the value of these spirit arrays, one would be more than enough. Why would I need to offer 2? As for the truth and lies, I believe Elder can distinguish between them." Yang Jun's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Xianxia said made sense, nodding slightly. "You're right, perhaps this old master is being too cautious, but as for the truth, let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true, heh." After saying so, Yang Jun frowned and carefully examined the 2 sets of spirit arrays in the jade. But no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything special about them. After a full 2 hours, the fat elder who had rushed over dragged a man who looked to be in his 50s over here. When he entered the elder hall, this man's face was gloomy and obviously not very happy. Entering the hall, before Yang Jun could even speak, Cheng Bai Lian angrily shouted, "Yang Jun, what are you doing?" This old master was refining a furnace of profound blue pills and was just about to start, yet you called this old master over at this critical moment. If you don't compensate me for that furnace of pills, this old master won't refine any more alchemy for the Yang family for 3 months. Compensate, compensate. Yang Jun's face went black as he nodded repeatedly. Although he was so old, yet he was still being called by his name in front of his face, and was even being shouted at like this. Yang Jun couldn't afford to be angry. After all, the person in front of him was the chief alchemist of the Yang family. Many high-quality pills were refined by him, so even if the gap in strength was huge, Yang Jun could only swallow his anger. Alchemists were not to be trifled with, especially those with high skill. Cheng Bai Lian lightly snorted and said, "That furnace of heaven-grade top-rank pills, although it wasn't very expensive, it still cost me a lot of effort. Seeing that you're pleasing to the eye, 500,000 taels is enough." Yang Jun's face became even darker as he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business first." Cheng Bai Lian nodded, glancing over at Xianxia, who was standing next to him, and said, I heard on the way here that this little brat brought back these 2 sets of spirit arrays. And take a look and see if they're really useful." Yang Zhen handed over the 2 pieces of jade. Cheng Bai Lian casually took them and smiled contemptuously. "This old master has been practicing alchemy for so many years and has even studied many spirit arrays, but I have never heard of such a magical spirit array in this world. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become, being deceived by others and even dragging this old master into the water. If word gets out, I like to see where your old face goes." "Don't talk nonsense. Take a look first." Yang Zhen was annoyed by Cheng Bai Lian's words, but he had nowhere to vent, so his old face turned purple. He secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would not let him off lightly. Only then did Cheng Bai Lian calmly find a place to sit down. With a casual expression, he released his divine sense into the jade to investigate. Everyone in the Elder Hall, except for Yang Kai, was staring at him, wanted to know how he would evaluate these 2 spirit arrays. However, just as Cheng Bai Lian released his divine sense into the jade, he suddenly let out a strange cry and stood up, a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting nervously, so when they heard his shout, they couldn't help being startled. Chapter 409. "What are you doing?" Yang Zhen snorted, glaring at Cheng Bai Lian with displeasure. "You're already so old. How can you be so flustered?" Cheng Bai Lian, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear this, his eyes widening in shock and excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing him by the shoulders and binding him tightly, as if he was afraid Yang Kai would run away, asking in a slightly trembling voice, "Boy, this spirit array, where did you get it?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, but still calmly replied, "Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak." Cheng Bai Lian's body shook slightly, a look of understanding appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. I knew it. Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, "What is your relationship with Grandmaster Xiao?" "It's nothing. I just spent 2 months on Hidden Cloud Peak." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, speaking in a very low-key manner. Cheng Bai Lian's expression suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes as he coldly asked, "Did you steal this spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Grandmaster taught me this." Cheng Bai Lian was startled, not understanding why this young man in front of him had been taught 2 sets of such spirit arrays if he had nothing to do with Grandmaster Xiao. But soon he smiled and said, Good. Alchemy can't be stolen. Since Grandmaster taught you this, there's no problem." He obviously thought that Yang Kai was holding back and didn't want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fusheng in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it was enough for the white-haired elders in the Elder Hall to smell a trace of unusualness. The 2 sets of spirit arrays that Yang Zhen couldn't identify seemed to have a great origin. Does Senior recognize this spirit array? Yang Kai felt a little strange. If this Cheng Bai Lian didn't recognize this spirit array, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. But this was something he had learned from the true alchemic way. So, how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Zhen and the others all turned their gazes to Cheng Bai Lian. The latter's face was dejected as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, as he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. "Say something." "Fuck." Yang Zhen had a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Cheng Bai Lian give an explanation, he couldn't help but curse. In normal times, this chief alchemist of the Yang family had long since lost his composure. But at this moment, he was a little dispirited. After pondering for a while, he said, 30 years ago, at an alchemy convention in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was fortunate enough to see it once. Unfortunately, it was only half an array." Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly understood what was going on. That alchemy conference. Geniuses came forth in large numbers, and stars gathered in the sky. This old man has defeated dozens of opponents in a row. All the way to the finals, my momentum was like a rainbow, but in the end, I was defeated by a single person. That person, that person is today's Xiao Fusheng. Chongbaolian looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Being defeated by him is not an injustice. Yang Zhen rolled up his sleeves and curled his lips. As a cultivator, he naturally didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, nor did he understand the admiration and friendship between alchemists. Later, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter the Pill Saint's Peak, to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the alchemic way. If you have time in the future, come to my house, and I'll invite you to tea. Saying so, Yang Kai crossed his arms behind his back and strode off in a majestic manner. The elders in the hall all looked at each other, for a moment giving birth to a kind of unreal feeling. Cheng Bailian wanted to invite that little brat to tea. It seemed that even the Yang family's chief alchemist had never been so polite to these old fogies, let alone invite them to tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this was an extraordinary honor, and if this news spread out, it was likely that others would envy them. A long time after Cheng Bailian left, the group of old fogies secretly shook their heads, wondering what kind of good fortune Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to have a relationship with a character like Xiao Fusheng and learn 2 priceless spirit rays from him. Elder, Yang Kai called out, now that everything has been confirmed, can I exchange for 2 blood warriors? Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and nodded good. But this old master must first remind you, according to the strength of the blood warrior, the merit you need to spend will also be different. Then with my current merit, what kind of blood warrior can I obtain? Yang Zhen lightly coughed. All the masters in the Blood Warrior Hall can be chosen by you, including the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. Hall Master and Vice Hall Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes, they are 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Yang Zhen nodded. With their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the Inheritance War. It seemed that he felt that Yang Kai's merit was too great, and Yang Zhen wanted him to quickly exhaust it, so he spared no effort to promote the so-called Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, showing off their strength one by one in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't want them. Yang Zhen was stunned. You don't want such masters? Who do you want? Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiao. Yang Kai reported the names of the 2 blood warriors. These 2 were the ones who had come to welcome his 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, back to the family. The expressions of the group of old men in the room suddenly became extremely strange as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiao were originally the 2 most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall, so the elders had naturally heard of their names and had high expectations for them. However, because of Yang Xian Wu's incident this time, the 2 blood warriors had been punished by the family, causing them to be unable to recover. The elders also felt quite sorry for the fate of these 2, but with the Yang family's rules, they had no choice but to punish them. Originally, they had thought that no one would dare to use them in this inheritance war, but none of them had expected that the youngest Yang Kai would actually want to use these 2. Even if Yang Kai had said he wanted the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master and Blood Warrior Hall Vice Hall Master, it hadn't shocked the elders as much as this moment. Not using such a strong person, but instead choosing to use these 2 disheartened and wounded people, this Kai Yang was either an idiot or he had other plans. Yang Zhen stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and quickly said, those 2 are already crippled. Do you still want them? Yes. Interesting. Yang Zhen grinned. Your appetite is quite big. Yang Zhen's expression was one of complete understanding, as if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since you want them, I'll give them to you. Yang Zhen snorted. I'd like to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the inheritance war with those 2. When the time comes, don't you regret lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. That's my business. There's no need for Elder to worry about it. Yang Zhen sneered, immediately writing a letter, stamping it with the Elder Council's seal and tossing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, glanced at it casually, nodded with satisfaction, and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Elder." "Good. After exchanging those two blood warriors, you still have a lot of merits left. What else do you want to exchange?" Yang Zhen raised his eyes and asked, "In the inheritance war, it's always good to be prepared. How many merits do I have left?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. "A lot," Yang Zhen said impatiently, but didn't disclose the specific number. Presumably, he didn't know how to calculate it. "Then exchange them all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, at least heaven grade, preferably mysterious grade." Chapter 410. Listening to Yang Kai's request, Yang Zhen couldn't help looking at him in surprise, not having expected his requirements to be so high. Nodding, he said, "I'll help you prepare them. I'll have them delivered to your house." "Many thanks, Elder. I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded. Turning around, he walked out. "Little brat, don't be defeated too early in the inheritance war. Otherwise, this old master will be disappointed." Yang Zhen's voice called out from behind. "Elders, please wait and see." By the time these words came out, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Arrogant," Yang Zhen snorted. The sixth elder, who had just gone to invite Cheng Bai Lian, frowned for a moment before saying, "Yang Zhen, this little brat is gambling. If he doesn't do well, he'll be doomed. The inheritance war has always been a gamble. How could those young brats not see the opportunity in it?" But none of them dared to make such a decision. Only he dared. Yang Zhen's eyes flashed as he nodded lightly. "Although I can't see any results in the short term, at least he has taken the initiative in the Blood Warrior Hall. This little brat from Fourth Brother's house is very courageous, very much like the Yang family." If Yang Kai were to choose these two blood servants, how could these elders, with their shrewdness and eyesight, not understand the gains and losses? With such a choice, in the inheritance war, as long as they were able to stabilize their footing in the early stages and not be defeated quickly, the benefits they could receive in the future would be greater and greater. The only thing they needed to worry about was that in the early stages, the two blood warriors would be killed before their injuries were healed. Blood Warrior Hall. There was a very special place in the Yang family, the place where the blood warriors usually lived. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, one could clearly feel the endless fighting intent emanating from the Blood Warrior Hall. These invisible forces seemed to be able to converge into a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and cutting through the heavens. The Blood Warriors were natural warriors, talents specially trained for small battles. Their powerful fighting intent was one of the Yang family's golden signboards. Even if they weren't fighting, the murderous intent radiating from the Blood Warriors would solidify and fill the air around the Blood Warrior Hall. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression also turned solemn when he sensed this frightening aura. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stood respectfully outside the Blood Warriors, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. In front of them stood a tall and sturdy man with his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a black warrior's robe that could be seen anywhere. His physique was majestic, but his expression was indifferent, his long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of superiority, his eyes like cold stars, giving him an intimidating aura. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Sheng, a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master who had made great contributions to the Yang family. After using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he was even able to contend with an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. In the entire central capital, Feng Sheng was one of the few masters he had ever met. Since hearing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's report yesterday, Feng Sheng had become somewhat interested in the youngest young Lord Kai. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao were his subordinates, so as the Hall Master of the Blood Warrior Hall, he naturally cared about them. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the little lord who was willing to use Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao was like. On this day, several Yang family young lords had arrived, but until now, the little lord still hadn't appeared. Feng Sheng didn't show any impatience, though, and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious. Although Yang Kai had agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday, and he didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough merits to exchange for Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu. What if his merits weren't enough? Just as he was feeling anxious, though, a tall young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision and walked over. "Is that him?" Feng Sheng asked. "It's him. It's the little lord." The big stone in Tu Feng's heart finally fell, and his whole body relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Tang Yuxian and smiled knowingly. The little lord is really a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, in this time's inheritance war, both of them couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Walking up to him, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Sheng. His eyes flashed like lightning, his aura was rich, and his physique seemed to contain an unparalleled, explosive power. Peak immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he saw through this young man's true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill him in a single blow. The huge gap in strength wasn't something an artifact or the unyielding golden skeleton could make up for. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though this young man was just standing there, he wasn't circulating any kind of secret art, but the world energy around him was still constantly flowing into his body, constantly condensing and refining his yuan qi, causing his yuan qi to become purer and richer, undoubtedly higher than others. He's a master from the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise in his heart. The Yang family being able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy the title of first among the Central Capital's 8 great families was not without reason. While Yang Kai was observing Feng Sheng, the other party was also secretly observing him. He was dressed casually, not luxuriously, more simply than the average young lord from a prominent family. This kind of clothing was undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat. He was very young, probably only around 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the Yuan Qi 8 stage. His expression was calm, and his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there was a flash of light. Feng Sheng's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as his expression became solemn. He felt a thick, murderous aura from Yang Kai, one that was extremely strong and obvious. Feng Sheng also had a murderous aura, one that was even stronger than Yang Kai's. This kind of aura wasn't something that could be obtained through cultivation. It could only be left behind after killing people, and it had to kill a lot of people to create this kind of aura. This little lord was so young, yet had already killed so many people. It seemed he wasn't an easy opponent to provoke. This was what Feng Sheng was concerned about. What made Feng Sheng feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little lord's body. This force seemed to affect his murderous aura, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if even the violent aura he had been suppressing in his heart had been stirred up. Taking a closer look, Feng Sheng couldn't feel anything, only that his yuan qi was quite pure. Secretly shaking his head, Feng Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, Feng Sheng knew that this little lord in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, but he didn't care too much and just asked lightly, "Young Lord Kai." Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Gu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them quickly stepped forward and Tu Feng said, "Little lord, this is our hall master, Feng Sheng." "So it's hall master Feng," Yang Kai exclaimed. "Since you've come for the Blood Warriors, please show me the document signed by the Elder Hall, little lord." Feng Sheng stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai handed over the document. Taking a look at it, Feng Sheng gently nodded. His face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, seemed to show some subtle changes as he said, "Young Lord Kai, please come in." Yang Kai stepped forward, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly welcomed him inside. Feng Sheng didn't follow him inside, though, still standing straight at the door. After entering the Blood Warrior Hall, Tu Zheng chuckled. "Little lord, I've never heard the Hall Master say please to anyone. Today, there were a few young lords who came, but the Hall Master didn't even spare them a glance. It seems the Hall Master's impression of you is quite good." Tang Yuxian also nodded heavily. seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "Then my face is a bit big." Yang Kai grinned. Tu Feng nodded. "It's not about face, it's just that little lord is willing to use these two brothers. My blood warrior hall is extremely grateful." "Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he stared in front of him in amazement. In front of him, nearly 20 powerful blood warriors were lined up in several rows, all of them wearing solemn expressions as they stared towards Yang Kai with gratitude. The one leading them was the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhou Feng, who was also a Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Sweeping his eyes over the Blood Warriors, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. Each one of them was extremely powerful, each of them as firm as a mountain. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them were masters among masters, the weakest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, even an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was no worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from a first-class force. The Yang family blood warriors really had a rich heritage. With more than 20 pairs of eyes staring at him, Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure. This kind of pressure wasn't deliberately released by the blood warriors, but rather the aura of the flowing time Great Emperor. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak would always be timid and restrained. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai quickly circulated his pure Yuan Qi, stabilizing his footing. All the blood warriors' eyes lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it, only wearing a dignified expression as he cupped his fists and said, "On behalf of the Blood Warrior Hall, Zhou Feng offers his thanks to young Lord Kai." "Many thanks to young Lord Kai." In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, only now realizing that Tu Feng wasn't exaggerating. Although he had long known that there were gains and losses to be had, he hadn't expected to gain more than he had imagined. "We each took what we needed, don't worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Zhou Feng and landing on the two men behind him. These two men were probably less than 40 years old, but both of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. The looks on their faces were even more dignified and serious than the blood warriors beside them, even the look in their eyes giving off a sense of loyalty and willingness to die for their friends. The two men stood there. Because of the unbearable pain, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their close-fitting clothes were stained red everywhere, as if they were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, extremely dazzling to the eye. At their feet, the crimson blood had already formed a pool, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. However, the two men still stood upright, and the other blood warriors didn't even spare them a glance. "Are you Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjio?" Yang Kai glanced at them. The two men quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Subordinate Chu Gao, Yi. Subordinate Ingjio greets little lord." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Stand up, since you are my people. I will use practical actions to prove that my choice was not wrong." The two men didn't say a word, silently getting up, but the look in their eyes was quite firm and persistent. Chapter 411. Seeing the expressions of Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jio, Yang Kai nodded secretly. He knew that even if they were seriously injured, a blood warrior was still a blood warrior. Glancing around at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. "Everyone, if we become enemies in the future, this young lord won't show any mercy." Zhou Feng nodded firmly. "As it should be." Yang Kai turned around and left calmly while Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jio cupped their fists to their brothers and sisters. After this farewell, when the blood warriors met again in the future, they may have to face off against each other, using their own blood and lives to write a glorious prelude to the Yang family's next generation. Everyone returned the gesture. They all understood. Outside the door, Feng Sheng still stood there, waiting for Yang Kai to walk a few dozen meters before suddenly saying, "Young Lord Kai, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my two worthless subordinates." Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiu both stepped forward, leaving behind a blood trail behind them. All of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned to the central capital, and the family had given them nearly 2 months to prepare. After selecting their respective guardian blood warriors, the Yang family inheritance war that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. When the news spread, the central capital boiled over. The entire Great Han dynasty was filled with turmoil. Large and small forces from all over the world were heading towards the central capital, hoping to gain some benefits in this huge event. Many of these forces had already arrived in the central capital. Many of them were sitting around waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young lords group to stand with. The Yang family young lords were even busier than before, contacting the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families and trying to finalize their own allies. Central capital 8 great families: Yang family, Qiu family, Lu family, Hua family, Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, Meng family. Among them, the Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, and Meng family had all sent out news that they had formed an alliance with different Yang family young lords. Only the remaining 3 families had yet to express their stance. The Lu family needn't be mentioned. Lu Qingyao had already declared that among the Yang family's younger generation, whoever could defeat him, he would be his ally. It was rumored that the Yang family first young Lord Yang Wei had once fought with him. However, no one knew what the result. Lu Qingyao still hadn't clearly stated who he wanted to ally with, so the result of that battle was self-evident. Yang Wei was probably going to lose. As for the Hua family, Hua Stars, the dissolute son of the Hua family, only sought pleasure all day long, drinking and throwing tantrums. It seemed that he had no intention of participating in the inheritance war at all, causing Hua Zheng a great headache. Hua Zheng also wanted to participate in the inheritance war, but unfortunately, his son wasn't up to the task, always running amok all day long, not even bothering with proper business, greatly angering him. If only the older generation could participate in the inheritance war, then Hua Zheng would have rolled up his sleeves long ago. On the other hand, when the young masters of the Yang family heard that Hua Stars and Yang Kai had some grudges, they all sought him out to persuade him, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they were all pulled into the brothel by him and spent a few nights there. One by one, they came out dizzy, shaking their heads and sighing that they were hopeless. Qiu family. In the study, the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Shoucheng, was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 30s, but in reality, he was already in his 50s. However, he was born with a delicate face, and his skin was much fairer than a woman's, so he looked much younger than his actual age. Sitting on either side of him was a man and a woman. The woman was the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, and the man was the Qiu family's young lord, Qiu Ziruo. The two of them were half-siblings. The news that the inheritance war was about to begin had spread, so the Qiu family naturally had to choose their best team. However, Qiu Shoucheng didn't know much about the Yang family's young lords. Although he had been inquiring about them, he still didn't know enough. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war was to hone the strength of their young lords. Winning or losing wouldn't have much of an impact on their foundation. But if they could win, who would want to lose? Therefore, this matter had to be taken seriously. Qiu Shoucheng stroked the goatee on his chin and pondered for a long time before asking, "Meng, what do you think of this inheritance war?" Hearing his father's question, Qiu Ziruo's expression became slightly bitter. In the Qiu family, although he was the first heir, whether it was personal strength or methods, he couldn't compare to his half-sister. If there was any major event in the family, his father would always find his sister to discuss it while he would sit on the sidelines and learn from her experience. He had always been like this since he was young. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "According to the information I received, the Yang family has sent 8 young lords to participate in the inheritance war. In addition to Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th, who is now deceased, the rest of the Yang family are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, Yang Ying, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai. Xiao Shoucheng nodded lightly and did not interrupt, his eyes indicating for her to continue. Among them, the second brother Yang Zhao and the fifth brother Yang Kong are blood brothers, while the sixth brother Yang Shun and the seventh brother Yang Ying are also blood brothers. These two pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last moment and will only help each other out. This is the difference between blood relatives. Xiao Yimeng's thoughts turned quickly as she carefully phrased her words. So far, for have received assistance from the other 7 families. Among them, the Meng family's Meng Shan Yi was an ally of eldest brother Yang Wei. The Yi family's Yi Exine Ro was an ally of second brother Yang Zhao. The Gao family's Gao Rangfo was an ally of fifth brother Yang Kong, and the Kong family's Kong Zhan was an ally of seventh brother Yang Ying. The strength of the 7 families cannot be ignored and will, to a large extent, determine the final outcome of the inheritance war. Because the Yang family is based in the central capital, it is necessary to communicate with the other 7 families. Xiao Shoucheng nodded gently, very satisfied with his daughter's meticulous thinking and intelligence-gathering ability. But when he remembered that she was a woman, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Glancing over at Xiao Ziruo, who was sitting next to him and looking somewhat resentful, Xiao Shoucheng secretly sighed. So, from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the pair of brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong, have a relatively large chance of winning because each of them has a super force as an ally. And then, Xiao Shoucheng heard his daughter's words and asked with a smile. In fact, that's not the case. Not to mention that the two of them are separated. Even if they help each other, they won't be invincible in the inheritance war. Over the years, in the inheritance war, the strength of the participants sent by the 7 families was not too high, mainly consisting of the younger generation. In order to avoid breaking the balance, they were also afraid of causing too many casualties. This was an unwritten rule. So, in addition to the Yang family blood warriors, the 8 great families won't send masters whose strength exceeds the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage into the inheritance war. In that case, the friends that those young masters made while they were training outside were very important. They made many friends. The number of allies and helpers that could be roped in were many. Moreover, the mothers of these young masters were mostly from first-class families. Those families would definitely lean towards these young masters. With the help of these forces, these young lords can also work hard to protect themselves and not be defeated quickly. Xiao Shoucheng cast a look of approval as he smiled. Father, your daughter doesn't know who will have a last laugh in the inheritance war, but I do know. The Yang family's 3rd brother, Yang Tai, will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Why? Because he doesn't have a blood warrior to protect him. He has been out adventuring for the past few years, but hasn't gained anything. Even with his contributions to the Yang family, he hasn't been able to obtain a blood warrior. Without a blood warrior to protect him, his strength isn't very high. His future is bleak. I'm afraid he won't last more than a day. Xiao Yimeng said confidently. The second one to be eliminated will definitely be 8th brother Yang Quan. He doesn't have the support of the 7 great families, and his mother is only from a second-class force. His mother's family won't be able to bring much help. And the third one? Xiao Shoucheng smiled. Your daughter doesn't know. Xiao Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not easy to judge the remaining young lords. 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shun, and 7th brother Yang Ying are all possible candidates. Xiao Shoucheng couldn't help but frown, a trace of confusion appearing on his face as he stared at his daughter with some confusion. Even Xiao Ziruo, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now, chuckled and said, Elder sister, even I can see who the 3rd one will be eliminated. How come elder sister can't see it? Xiao Yimeng smiled lightly and turned to Xiao Ziruo. What is little brother's opinion? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Ziruo smiled faintly. But this matter is obvious. Ziruo, tell me. Xiao Shoucheng nodded to his son indifferently. Yes. Xiao Ziruo glanced at his sister and said, The 3rd one to be eliminated must be the youngest, Yang Kai. Why? Xiao Yimeng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew he would come to this conclusion. As elder sister just said, this young Kai doesn't have any blood brothers who can help him, nor does he have the support of any of the other 7 families. Even if his mother's family has some support, at most, it's just a first-class force, nothing to be afraid of. On top of that, he's the youngest, and seems to be the same age as me, so he definitely doesn't have any means, so the third one to be eliminated must be him. Xiao Ruo's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already seen Yang Kai's end with his own eyes. Qiu Meng just smiled and didn't refute, instead turning to Qiu Shoucheng and asking, "Does father also think so?" Qiu Shoucheng hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. "Yes, I have the same idea as your brother. According to the information I received, after returning to the central capital, he seems to have never contacted any of the other 7 families' young lords and has not made any efforts to win them over. Father can assume he has no confidence in himself and has already given up on the inheritance war." Qiu Meng firmly shook her head. "Father, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I intend to turn our Qiu family into his support." Qiu Ziruo stared at her like she was a fool and muttered, "Elder sister, are you still dreaming? How can you say such nonsense?" Qiu Shoucheng also frowned and said, "Menger, I know you know Yang Kai and have been with him for some time. Lu Yang has already sent me a letter about this matter and reported back to me about what he did in the Lu family, so I'm not very optimistic about him. If you want to turn our Qiu family into his support, you need to give me a convincing reason, otherwise father won't agree. Winning or losing the inheritance war won't affect the foundation of my Qiu family, but there will still be some losses." Chapter 412. Reason? I can't explain it clearly, but father, from childhood to now, when have I ever disappointed you? Qiu Shoucheng's expression became serious as he thought about it carefully. His daughter's vision was quite accurate. Over the past few years, when he didn't understand something, as soon as he explained it to her, she would immediately understand and often give him a lot of good ideas. Seeing Qiu Meng speak so seriously, Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help but re-examine his daughter and ask, "What exactly is so special about this person that you care so much about?" Qiu Meng still slowly shook her head. "I really can't explain it, but this person is very mysterious. Often in impossible situations, he is able to do some incredible things." She wanted to tell her father that the ash-gray cloud evil land's beguiling demon queen had been captivated by Yang Kai, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, the ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where evil demons gathered, and Shanqing Luo was one of the 6 great evil kings. Her relationship with the central capital's 8 great families had always been like fire and water, so in this inheritance war, whether Shanqing Luo would help him was still uncertain. Without the assistance of the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai's support would be greatly reduced. "What made your eyes light up?" Qiu Shoucheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked meaningfully. Qiu Ziruo raised his brow and chuckled. "It seems that elder sister has finally met a man she can satisfy. I thought there was no man in this world who could enter your eyes." Between father and son, one was suspicious while the other was interested, obviously thinking that Qiu Meng had been moved by Yang Kai. "I do have a good impression of him." Unexpectedly, Qiu Meng frankly admitted. "But that's just a good feeling because when I get along with him, I'm always in a passive position." Qiu Shoucheng's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise, "Is this little brat really that strong?" This daughter of his, even in the central capital, no one could force her to always be in a passive position. She had always been the one leading others by the nose. So although this comment was ordinary, Qiu Shoucheng still managed to glean some incredible information from it. "A very strong man." Qiu Meng smiled lightly, remembering Yang Kai's attitude towards her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Love can make a person stupid. Qiu Ziruo shook his head like an old man, as if he was a veteran in the field of love. "Father, Qiu Yiming knew that her half-brother had always had a problem with her. She didn't want to argue with him, so she just smiled and said, "Let's not talk about my opinion of him first. Let's talk about your opinion. You judged him to be the third to be eliminated, first because you found out the information yourself. Second, I'm afraid you were also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right?" "Not bad." Qiu Shoucheng nodded, stroking his goatee as he said, although Lu Liang didn't comment on this little brat in the letter, only describing his actions in the Lu family, I can still see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if it's just a disguise? Qiu Shoucheng was taken aback and said solemnly, "Then this boy is too cunning. He can even deceive Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not someone who can be easily fooled." Qiu Yiming chuckled, got up from her chair, walked a few steps, then turned around and said, "Father, in fact, I was also hesitant about whether to tie the Qiu family to him. At least before today, I hadn't made up my mind. But now, I feel more and more that my judgment was not wrong. Why? It's because of his inaction. His inaction in the Lu family. His inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family. He didn't win over Lu Liang, and when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with any of the 7 great families, but after spending some time with him, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person's appetite has always been big. Either he doesn't do anything, or he does something, never giving his enemy time to breathe. His lack of action is a clear indication of his confidence. Qiu Yiming frowned and slowly shook her head. I really don't know where his confidence comes from, but he definitely has it. Elder sister, in the end, all of this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen him with any kind of support or helper. Qiu Shoucheng frowned and nodded. And Meng'er, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Do you have any other candidates in mind? Hearing her father say this, Qiu Yiming suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Her father still wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. In addition to Yang Kai, I have 2 other candidates. One is the eldest brother, Yang Wei, and the other is the second brother, Yang Zhao. There's no need to mention Yang Zhao. He is a very powerful person and is the son of the current Yang family patriarch. His chances of winning have always been very high, but Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only immortal ascension boundary master of the Yang family's younger generation and is also the eldest brother, so both of them have great hopes. Saying so, Qiu Yiming smiled bitterly. But now, both of them have allies from the 7 great families. If my Qiu family were to intervene, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very good. In that case, even if we win, my Qiu family won't obtain much benefit. Qiu Shoucheng pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to his son and asking, "Zirua, what do you think?" Qiu Zirua smiled happily, knowing that his opportunity had come. This was the first time his father had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion, and this was a matter as important as the inheritance war, so Qiu Zirua naturally understood the profound meaning behind it. In my opinion, since we want to participate in the inheritance war, we should find a Yang family member who doesn't have any of the 7 great families as an ally. This way, after he wins, my Qiu family can eat the spoils alone. Qiu Zirua wasn't a stupid person. After listening to his father and sister for so long, he naturally had a plan in mind and said, "My idea is to form an alliance with the 6th brother, Yang Shun. His brother, the 7th brother Yang Ying, already has the Kong family as an ally. So with my Qiu family, our chances of winning are very high. At the very least, we can compete with Yang Zhao and Yang Kong." Qiu Shoucheng smiled and nodded approvingly. Perceiving his father's look of praise, Qiu Zirua knew that he had spoken his father's mind and couldn't help breathing a little faster, his face flushing red with excitement. Qiu Yiming shook her head helplessly and sighed. Even if she performed well, in the end, she was still a woman. The Qiu family was not something she could inherit in the future. Her destiny was ultimately just to be a chess piece used in a marriage alliance to bring more benefits to the Qiu family. The room fell into silence for a while as Qiu Shoucheng tapped his fingers on his chair, his brow furrowed as he pondered, apparently weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, his eyes became firm and he said, "Since that's the case, then this time's inheritance war—" "Father!" Xiao Yiming quickly interrupted him. "What's wrong?" Qiu Shoucheng's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her with some displeasure. "Father, for this time's inheritance war, your daughter wants to take a team to Yangkai." Qiu Yiming grit her teeth. Although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy, Qiu Yiming felt that her judgment was definitely not wrong. Qiu Ziruo couldn't help but laugh. Staring at his daughter for a long time, Qiu Shoucheng faintly asked, "Do you insist?" "Yes. Your daughter has never asked you for anything, but this time, I insist. Please allow your daughter to act presumptuously." "Good. Then I'll assign the family's autumn rain hall to you," Xiao Shoucheng quickly said. "Thank you, father." Qiu Yiming smiled bitterly. The autumn rain hall wasn't a very important hall in the Qiu family, and the strength of the people inside wasn't very high. For her father to assign such a hall to her, it was obvious that he was prepared to sacrifice the entire autumn rain hall. If she hadn't been so resolute, her father probably wouldn't have even given her the autumn rain hall. Since that was the case, time would tell who was right and who was wrong, and who was more suitable to inherit the Qiu family. Qiu Yiming's eyes became firm as a fierce light flashed across her eyes. "Withdraw." Qiu Shoucheng waved his hand, and Qiu Yiming bowed and withdrew. Walking out of the room, she heard the soft voices of her father and younger brother talking, causing Qiu Yiming to feel even more uncomfortable. Night, clear sky and backyard hall, Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the stack of silver bills in front of him with a dull expression. Behind him stood two men who were like iron towers. These two men quietly stood there, and ever since they entered, they had not said a single word. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and from time to time, cold sweat would seep out from their foreheads. From time to time, a ferocious expression would flash across their faces. It was obvious that they were enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also dyed red from the inside, as if they were embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. Beneath their feet, there was a trail of blood. Bamboo Knot Gang Sect Master Pang Chi and Vice Sect Master Mu Nindo stood cautiously to the side, from time to time glancing at the two men who seemed to be on the verge of death. They didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had brought such people with him. "These past few days, with the combined strength of our two sects, we have already swallowed up two small forces. My Bamboo Knot Gang strength has soared, and we have also collected a lot of materials and money. Young Lord Kai, the accounts are all here, not a penny less." Pang Chi respectfully handed over an account book and placed it in front of Yang Kai. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "Convert all these silver bills into materials. Raise the requirements a bit. At least heaven-grade materials, the more expensive the better. In addition, how many forces are there in the North City District that can be swallowed up? If Brother Mu's information is correct, there should be 4 or 5 more," Pang Chi replied. "Good. The two of you. Take one person with you and go conquer those 4 or 5 forces." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Take them." Pang Chi and Mu Nando were suddenly dumbfounded, somewhat stunned as they turned to look at the two bloody men behind Yang Kai. What could these two people possibly do? Pang Chi and Mu Nando didn't even dare to speak too loudly, fearing that their voices would shock them to death. So when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Chapter 413. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall, Pang Chi and Mu Nindo stared at the two men behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. "Do you have a problem?" One of the two men, who seemed to be on the verge of death, coldly snorted, a huge divine sense suddenly sweeping out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Pang Chi and Mu Nindo's expressions changed greatly, realizing that these two men weren't mediocre at all. This kind of extraordinary divine sense alone was enough to sweep up all the small forces in the North City District. Quickly restraining their expressions, they waved their hands in panic. "We wouldn't dare." "Go!" Yang Kai waved his hand. Without seeing the two towering men behind him take any action, Pang Qi and Munan Do were wrapped in a powerful force and instantly disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiu disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It had been 5 days since he had obtained the two of them. The two blood warriors were seriously injured and should have been in bed to heal, but Yang Kai had turned a blind eye to their physical condition, as if he couldn't wait for them to die early, taking them wherever he went. During these 5 days, Yang Kai hadn't spoken a word to them, nor had he given them any instructions. However, to Yang Kai's relief, he didn't feel the slightest impatience or unwillingness from Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiu's expressions. Right now, they could only display less than 30% of their peak strength. However, if they wanted to sweep up the small forces in the central capital, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no time. Yang Kai originally wanted Pang Qi and Munan Do to slowly nibble away at the small forces, but the inheritance war was about to begin. He couldn't afford to wait that long. In desperation, he had dispatched the two blood warriors to help him. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the other bamboo, not gang elder, and said, "Take me to your storehouse." Yes. The bamboo knot gang had nibbled away 2 small forces and, at Yang Kai's request, had purchased a lot of alchemy and artifact refining materials. Currently, they're all stored in the storehouse. Yang Kai walked into the black book space for a moment before coming out again, filling it with many good things. 5 days ago, Yang Zhun from the Hall of Elders sent over a large batch of materials. Now, Yang Kai's storage was already on a small scale. The efficiency of the Elder Hall was quite high. On that day, Yang Kai only said that he would exchange all his remaining merits for materials, and the matter was settled that very night. Looking at the rich materials on the 2 carriages, whether it was Yang Kai or his parents, they were all shocked. Those materials were all heaven grade and above, and a tenth of them were even profound grade. The other half were alchemy and artifact refining. Fortunately, the Yang family had a solid foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many materials. Yang Yingfeng hadn't expected that after Yang Kai had exchanged for 2 blood warriors, he would still have such a large amount of merit left over. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. The father and son pair were stunned for a while before they recovered. Now, all these things were stored in the black book space. Have Pang Qi continue to collect materials. When he has enough, send them to War City, Yang Kai said before striding away. War City. It was a city the Yang family had built specifically for the inheritance war. It was only 100 kilometers away from the central capital. Yes, the bamboo knot gang's elder quickly responded. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young lord just walk around the storehouse and come out? He didn't seem to have taken anything. Poking his head out to take a look, this elder was suddenly scared out of his wits. The materials that were originally placed in the storehouse. But now they were all gone. What should I do? 3 days later, the Yang family's heaven altar. A majestic building stood erect. The ground was flat and tidy, and had long been covered with a large red carpet. The altar for heaven worship was majestic and grand, and 2 huge stone pillars pierced the clouds. On the stone pillars, there were various lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes soaring to the 9th heaven. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The blue sky was clear, as if it had been washed clean. The wind whistled, blowing the Yang clan's blood-red banner, causing it to flutter in the wind. Nearly 1,000 Yang family cultivator, all wearing black uniforms, gathered around the huge heaven altar. Thousands of people breathing in unison, their auras synchronized, each breath seemingly capable of sweeping through the world. Directly below the heaven altar, the 8 Yang family's younger generation's young lords, who had already bathed and changed their clothes, stood in order of seniority, looking up in the direction of the heaven altar. A loud shout came. Qiu family's patriarch Qiu Shou Chang has arrived. Yi family's patriarch Yi Kuang has arrived. Meng family's patriarch Meng Xi Ping has arrived. The Yang family's inheritance war, which only happened once every few decades, was the largest and most lively event in the central capital. Naturally, the other 7 families of the central capital would not neglect this occasion, all of them personally led by their respective patriarchs. The Yang family young lords led these guests to their arranged seats, sat down, and drank tea. Half an hour later, all the patriarchs of the 7 families arrived. With a flash of blue light, the Yang family's patriarch Yang Inghao, along with several grand elders who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, appeared at the heaven altar. As soon as the host appeared, Xiao Cheng and the others got up and cupped their fists. Yang Inghao returned the gesture and shouted, "Today is the day my Yang family offers sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Thank you all for coming. Please sit down." Xiao Cheng, Yi Kuang Run, Meng Shiping, and the others nodded lightly, their eyes shining brightly as they returned to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Inghao. According to seniority, this person should be his eldest uncle. His real age was probably only a dozen years older than 4th Master Yang. But now, Yang Inghao's hair looked gray, as if he was in his twilight years, and there were even deep wrinkles on his face. Before the decisive battle in the ash-gray cloud evil land, he was not like this. At that time, he was in his middle age, and although he was not young, he was not so old. The reason for this was because he had been injured by the profound Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King in the ash-gray cloud evil land's final battle. After returning to the family, he had used the Yang family's life and death samsara secret art in exchange for 30 years of his lifespan, in order to expel his own injuries. The position of patriarch of the Yang family was extremely important, so even though he knew the price of 30 years of lifespan was too great, Yang Inghao had no choice but to ensure his own integrity. This was not the aftermath of a simple injury, but rather the most direct form of life loss. Yang Inghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live. That was why he was so anxious to recall all the Yang family's direct descendants to begin the inheritance war. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong both looked at their father and felt sad. Yang Inghao, on the other hand, remained indifferent and briefly explained the rules of the inheritance war. There were no rules. The Yang family would only provide blood warriors to serve as retainers for the young lords of the Yang family, and the blood warriors would be greatly restricted in the inheritance war. In addition, the Yang family would not provide any direct help to the young lords. Whether it was open spears, hidden arrows, or schemes, who would have the last laugh? Who will be the victor of the inheritance war? Do you all remember? Yang Inghao looked at the 8 people standing below and asked. Everyone nodded. Then let's offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors. Yang Inghao waved his hand and shouted. All kinds of preparations had already been made, and in front of the solemn altar, an incense burner rose, and a hard-to-find 6th-order monster beast was carried up. Yang Inghao killed it, its blood spilling onto the altar, offering blood to the heavens, offering a beast to the ancestors. The ceremony was very complicated, and under the guidance of Yang Inghao, the 8 young lords of the Yang family, meticulously, they completed their tasks. Throughout this process, the masters of the 7 families also watched carefully, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies their sons and daughters had chosen were suitable, and whether the enemy was strong. Finally, after paying respects to the Yang family's ancestors, the whole ceremony was finally completed. This time, if you don't die, then I will. You're on your own. Yang Inghao shouted, waving his hand and shouting, set off. 8 extremely handsome cloud-treading colts roared over and stopped in front of the 8 young lords. The 8 young lords of the Yang family each mounted their mounts. The wind suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a bit stagnant. Even the breathing of the 1,000 people present suddenly stopped. The 8 young lords glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Even if they were brothers, once they left the central capital, they would be enemies. I won't show mercy. Me too. Big brother will go first, Yang Wei quickly said, his voice falling as the cloud-treading colts flew off. "Follow me," Yang Zhao chuckled. The 8 cloud-treading colts galloped down the Yang family's special passage, kicking up a cloud of dust as they rushed forward. "This old master will go watch the fun." The Kong family patriarch, Kong Rui, grinned meaningfully, waving his hand and wrapping his followers in pure yuan qi before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. "Let's go together." The Gao family patriarch, Gao Mo, followed closely behind. "This old master will also go." The Kong family patriarch, Kong Zheng, was not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the people from the 7 great clans had all left, disappearing without a trace. Ignorant of etiquette, Yang Yinghao coldly snorted, blaming these old fogies for not even bothering to inform him before leaving. Along the way, the 8 cloud-treading colts galloped forward while the 7 groups of people flew up into the sky. A moment later, they had exited the south gate. Outside the south gate, it seemed to be even livelier than the Yang family's heaven altar. Countless forces, large and small, were waiting. They all knew that today was the start of the inheritance war. So naturally, they had all been waiting here early in order to follow their Yang family young lords to War City. Outside the south gate, there was a dense crowd of people. Even from a few kilometers away, there were still people secretly observing. "Which young lord is your Changyang Valley going to follow this time?" A familiar face asked. "Of course it's the 6th young lord, Yang Shun." "Don't go, you'll definitely lose. Follow our flying cloud manor and follow the 2nd young lord, Yang Zhao. The 2nd young lord has much more potential than the 6th young lord." "Really?" "Naturally. Come here. I'll tell you, I know a lot of inside information." The 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to one another. Third-class forces, such as Changyang Valley and Flying Cloud Manor, had no way to form any kind of friendship with the Yang family's direct descendants. Before the start of the inheritance war, they had no chance to meet the Yang family's young lords, so they could only wait here. They didn't know much about the inside of the Yang family, so most of them just followed whichever young lord they found pleasing to the eye. Chapter 414. In front of the south gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared, and all the cultivators from the various forces who had gathered at the gate were pushed back by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and stared forward in amazement, not only did they not dare show any anger, they were instead pleasantly surprised. The patriarchs of the 7 families had all appeared at the same time. These master and young masters were not ordinary people. Coming to the central capital this time had been the right decision. Just seeing these 7 was worth the trip back. For a time, many of the cultivators' eyes filled with excitement as they stared towards the 7 patriarchs in awe. On the other hand, the 7 patriarchs stared towards the central capital with a look of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital was also the moment to test the charm of the Yang family young lords. Naturally, they wanted to know which young lord these cultivators who had been waiting outside the south gate would follow. With the sound of wind and lightning, 8 cloud-treading colts appeared one after another. The 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war appeared. The Meng family's Meng Shan quickly urged his mount forward and cupped his fist to Yang Wei. "Young Lord Wei, you've been waiting for a long time." Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent as he nodded calmly. The 2 of them had long been in an alliance, so it was not surprising that they were acting so close at this moment. The Yi family's Xianxia leisurely stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She was in her 20s, her skin was white as snow, her figure was graceful, and her expression was shy yet charming. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao." Yang Zhao laughed, bending over and extending his hand to Xianxia, his expression as gentle as jade. "Come up." Xianxia nodded slightly. Grabbing Yang Zhao's big hand, she leapt forward and sat down atop one of the cloud-treading colts in front of him. The patriarchs of the other 6 families all shot meaningful glances towards the Yi family patriarch, Yi Kuangrun. In front of so many people, a man and a woman acting so intimate, it didn't seem like they were simply allies. Perhaps there was some kind of inside story behind this. Yi Rin's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing his daughter's boldness, as if he already knew. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong were chatting happily. Kong Zhan and Yang Ying smiled at each other. The four great families had made their positions clear, so the four young lords were proud of themselves. This was a stage for the younger generation. Old Xiao, has your Qiu family not made a decision yet? Hua Zheng looked at him anxiously. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, but looking left and right, he didn't see his good-for-nothing son present. He knew that he must be having a romantic affair somewhere, so he suddenly felt annoyed. Turning his head, he found Shou Chang standing alone by his side, and could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. Isn't that already a choice? Shou Chang smiled. Hua Zheng was stunned for a moment, but when he looked over again, he was surprised to find that Xiu Ziruo and Yang Shun were together. Yang Shun was also overjoyed. He treated Xiu Ziruo very politely. Hua Zheng couldn't help feeling surprised. Oh, old Xiu, this time the Qiu family is participating in the inheritance war. Is your son leading the team? Xiu Chang had a son and a daughter, but there was a natural chasm between the two. Xiu Yiming's name had already spread throughout the central capital. She was ranked second among the younger generation of the central capital. Everyone had thought that this time the inheritance war would be led by Qiu Yiming, but now it was actually Qiu Ziruo who would appear here. My son is all grown up. I need to let him experience the world. Xiu Chang chuckled. The inheritance war is a rare opportunity. Kong Zheng curled his lips and sneered. Old Xiu, it's not that I don't want to be rude, but my family's little brat is just a pile of mud. Although your family's little brat is a bit better, he's not much better. I think you should pass the position of family patriarch to your daughter. If you really pass it on to your son, the Qiu family will sooner or later be finished. Xiu Chang coldly snorted. This old master doesn't need you to interfere. Hua Zheng rolled his eyes. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. On the field, after the five great families had expressed their stance one after another, the large and small forces who had been observing finally couldn't hold back, and one of them hurriedly rushed up to Yang Wei, cupped his fists, and said, "This one is three sacred sects' chief disciple, Xianli, and is willing to follow eldest young lord." Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded gently. Good. Xianli couldn't help but express his gratitude and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With this three sacred sects Xianli taking the lead, the young leaders of the various forces quickly stepped forward and pledged their allegiance to the Yang family young lords they had already chosen. For a time, the scene was lively. Looking at the crowd, the eldest brother Yang Wei and the second brother Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most support. Whenever someone came forward to join them, Yang Wei would gently nod to them, while Yang Zhao would greet them with a warm smile. The two brothers had different personalities, and this was vividly displayed at this moment. In addition to the two of them, the fifth brother Yang Kong, sixth brother Yang Shun, and seventh brother Yang Ying had also gathered a lot of support in a short time. Only the third brother Yang Tai, eighth brother Yang Quan, and the youngest, Yang Kai, were completely deserted. The difference in the personal connections and charm of these brothers was obvious at a glance. Yang Tai and Yang Quan glanced at each other and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the two of them definitely had no hope in this inheritance war. Little brother Kai, don't worry about it. Yang Tai suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Quan nodded gently. You're better off than us. At the very least, you have two blood warriors and a first-class force from your mother's family. Of the two of them, one only had a single blood warrior while the other didn't even have a single blood warrior. I don't care. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest sense of loss, but his eyes remained fixed on two of the dozen or so blood warriors in front of him. These blood warriors were all selected by the Yang family young lords to participate in the inheritance war. Among them, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiu stood in the middle with pale faces. Anyone with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these two blood warriors were seriously injured and had yet to recover, their blood force fluctuating erratically. Obviously, their strength had been greatly reduced. If they weren't treated and rested, it was likely they would either die or become crippled. However, the two of them stood there with firm expressions, not moving at all. Only when Yang Kai cast his gaze towards them did they involuntarily straighten their waists. What Yang Kai was looking at was not the two of them, but rather the other man and woman, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Both of them smiled helplessly at Yang Kai. They didn't want to be enemies, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both chosen by the Yang family young lord from the Blood Warrior Hall. In this time's inheritance war, they were destined to become enemies. It was just that Yang Kai didn't know who these two were following. Grinning at the two of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Every time the little lord smiled like this, it meant he was about to do something bad. They really didn't want to become enemies with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly. Although they were far stronger than Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know why, but they still respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, the large and small forces were divided up by the 5 Yang family young lords who had hopes of winning the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Tai and Yang Quan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the Yang family young lords, but Xiao Shouqing's expression was one of shock. Since that night, when he heard his daughter's evaluation of Yang Kai, Xiao Shouqing had been paying some attention to this young man. Today, after carefully observing him, he found that although this young man hadn't won the allegiance of any of the forces, his expression had remained unchanged. On the contrary, his pair of bright eyes were filled with a strong sense of self-confidence. Xiao Shouqing was secretly amazed. The eye contact between Yang Kai, Tu Feng, and Tang Yuxian did not escape his observation, which made Xiao Shouqing even more puzzled. A Yang family young lord without support was equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves could he possibly stir up in the inheritance war? In such an embarrassing situation, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead remaining calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in himself. Moreover, why did the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage Blood Warriors seem to be afraid of him? Xiao Shouqing couldn't help thinking to himself, and couldn't help raising his evaluation of Yang Kai slightly. Perhaps he really did have some kind of heritage, but it was definitely not enough to win in the inheritance war. From the current situation, it could be seen that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final battle of the inheritance war. The various forces had been divided up, so the Yang family young lords were naturally ready to set off for War City. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the reins and was preparing to lead the way when suddenly a steady tapping sound came from afar. Outside the south gate, the silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, so this sudden tapping sound was extremely harsh. Following the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. They saw a cloud-treading colt approaching. A young man with an unruly smile on his face sat on the back of the cloud-treading colt. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he rode the cloud-treading colt. His eyes flashed with a strange light as they constantly roamed the bodies of the beautiful women in the crowd. Being stared at by this young man, no matter which woman it was, they all felt as if they had been stripped naked, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Hua family patriarch Hua Zheng's face instantly became livid, because the one who had come was none other than his useless son, Hua Xingchun. Not far away, Yang Kai and Hua Xing glanced at each other, the latter showing a trace of disdain and provocation as his lips curled up slightly. That night, Hua Xing led the Profound Light Gang to attack the Bamboo Knot Gang. Yang Kai had rushed over to help and captured Hua Xing, forming a grudge between them. Later, Yang Kai had ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from him, forcing him to give up on the Profound Light Gang. Now that they met again, Hua Xing naturally didn't give him any face. This young lord isn't late, right? Arriving in front of everyone, Hua Xing stopped and smiled, sweeping his eyes around before nodding. Fortunately, It looks like I came in time. Chapter 415. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were three famous youngsters in the central capital. The first was Lu Qingyao, the second was Qiu Yimeng, and the third was Hua Stars. However, while the first two were famous in the central capital, the last one was infamous. Everyone in the central capital knew that the Hua family's sole young lord was an extravagant and unrestrained man. When beautiful young women saw him from a distance, they would all hurriedly avoid him to avoid being abducted by him. Every family with a young woman in the central capital would have a portrait of Hua Stars' head in order to remember his appearance. To some extent, Hua Stars' name was even more famous than Lu Qingyao and Qiu Yimeng. He was nicknamed the Central Capital Wolf. Wherever the Central Capital Wolf Hua Stars passed, the wind and clouds would change color, the earth would tremble, and the children of the central capital would stop crying upon hearing his name. At this moment, the central capital wolf, young Lord Hua, sat casually on the back of his cloud-treading colt, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Even after seeing so many elders, he didn't show any intention of dismounting and saluting, causing the other patriarchs to secretly shake their heads. "Where did you go last night?" Hua Zheng glared at him and asked sharply. "Secluded cultivation," Hua Stars blurted out. Hua Zheng suddenly became furious, stomping his feet and shouting, "Bastard! What's with that lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Hua Stars didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead just glancing around with a sneer. The laughter suddenly stopped. Even though this central capital wolf's reputation wasn't very good, he was still a young lord of one of the 8 great families. He wasn't someone these people could mock. What's more, he was also the sole young lord of the Hua family, so he couldn't be provoked. If they continued to laugh, he might remember their faces and die without even knowing how they died. Hua Zheng shook his head, his face filled with resentment. "Why aren't you fooling around in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? What are you doing here?" Hua Star smiled and said, "Father, didn't you say the Yang family's inheritance war was a rare opportunity? Your son thought about it and felt my Hua family naturally had to participate in such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't others look down on our Hua family?" Hearing his words, Hua Zheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The displeasure and annoyance from before had long been thrown out of his mind. Quickly asking, "You mean you want to participate in the inheritance war?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking. That way I won't let you down." Hua Stars replied seriously. Hua Zheng was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good, good, good. You finally understand. It's not too late to understand now. Come down, come down." As he spoke, Hua Zheng rushed forward and attentively helped his son down from the back of the cloud-treading colt like a manservant. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Instead, he was full of smiles. Of course, Hua Zheng would be happy. No matter what he said to his stars before, his son was unwilling to participate in the inheritance war. Compared to the inheritance war, he was more willing to drink and have fun. This led Hua Zheng to think that in this inheritance war, he was afraid that the Hua family would have nothing to do with it, so he had always been unhappy. But unexpectedly, on the day of the inheritance war, his son actually ran over and took the initiative to ask to participate. Naturally, this made him overjoyed. "Look," Hua Zheng smiled. Waving his hand, he pointed to a spot not far away and said, "These are the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. Once you do, father will leave the star door to you." "Really?" Hua Stars raised his brow, a wretched expression appearing on his face. "Naturally, in front of your other elders. How could this old master joke with you?" Hua Zheng said seriously. "Good, I like it." Hua Stars grinned obscenely. The words of this father and son pair reached the ears of many Yang family young lords, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Star Door. The Hua family was a very special force. It was composed entirely of women. Not only were these women beautiful, but their strength was also quite good. More importantly, because they were women, they practiced light cultivation methods and martial skills, so they were always in charge of assassinations and assassinations. If such a force was in their hands, it would be a great help, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be troublesome. So when they heard Hua Zheng mention the Star Door, whether it was Hua Stars or the Yang family young lords, all of them were full of interest. Hua Star's expression was casual as his eyes swept over the Yang family young lords one by one. Except for Yang Wei, who still wore a cold expression, everyone else smiled and cupped their fists. Obviously, they wanted to win his favor in the hope that he would stand on their side. Hua Zheng also waited with a smile. He wanted to know who his son would choose. After a moment, Hua Xingqian's eyes fell on Yang Kai, a playful expression appearing on his face as a cold smile appeared on his face. Nodding, "You?" Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at Hua Stars, a strange expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that Hua Stars would choose him. This was completely illogical. Yang Kai had a grudge with him, so as long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge. But now, his choice made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Who? Hua Zheng was also stunned for a moment. Young or Kai? Hua Stars replied with a smile. The seven great families' patriarchs frowned slightly, while Qiu Shoucheng was even more confused. Father, hand over the Star Door to me now. Hua Star said excitedly. The Star Door and my name match, so I should be the one to manage it. Father, you're old. You should let go, lest those beauties be left alone. Hua Zheng's old face flushed red with anger as he opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to curse. But in front of everyone's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After holding back for a long time, he angrily shouted, "Bastard! I don't agree." Hua Stars said in surprise, "Father, why are you talking like a fart? Just now you said you would hand over the Star Door to me, but now you're going back on your word. Do you have any shame?" Even though the various patriarchs had deep self-restraint, at this moment, they couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh, but they all pretended to be deaf and mute, suppressing their laughter. It was extremely difficult. Hua Zheng's anger soared to the heavens. Father said I would hand over the Star Door to you if you made your choice, but what did you do? Of all the people you could have chosen, you chose this one. Yang Kai's face sank as he sneered meaningfully. Hua Zheng coughed dryly and didn't continue, simply shaking his head and saying, "No means no. You choose another one." As a man, I must keep my word. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can I change my mind? Hua Stars said sternly, waving his hand. Father, you don't need to say anything. I've already made up my mind. You're making me angry. Hua Zheng staggered. His face and neck were flushed red as his yuan qi began to swell. Hey, Father, you're so angry. Do you want to hit me? Hua Star said with a reckless expression, as if he really wanted to infuriate his father to death, continuing to provoke him. The other patriarchs had seen enough of the show and also tried to persuade him. Gao Mo said, Old Hua, forget it. Children have their own ideas. There's no need to stop them. Meng Shiping also said, that's right. It's just a game. It's not a big deal. Hua Zheng coldly snorted. Not a big deal? That's my Hua family's strength. Why don't I see you not taking your family's strength seriously? The other patriarchs all chuckled and no longer said anything. Hua Zheng, Yang Ying had also appeared at the south gate at some point and had witnessed the farce just now. At this moment, he shouted, The Inheritance War is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch. It is also a stage for the younger generation. Your son has made his choice. You don't need to interfere. Hearing Yang Yinghao's words, Hua Zheng couldn't help frowning. Hua Stars, on the other hand, smiled and cupped his fists. Patriarch Yang is wise, unlike my father. He's old and senile. If you dare act presumptuously again, father will kill you today. Hua Zheng was furious. Enough, enough. You're already so old, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry home and retire. The Hua family still has me. Hua Stars waved his hand impatiently. You got guts. Hua Zheng grit his teeth. You're free to choose. Father won't stop you. But if you want to take the star door from Father's hands, you're dreaming. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Hua Stars, on the other hand, didn't care and simply smiled towards Yang Kai. Young Lord Kai, it looks like we'll have to share joys and sorrows in the future. Yang Kai didn't deny this. Outside the south gate, the situation finally subsided. The 8 young lords rode their cloud-treading colts towards War City. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at Yang Kai awkwardly before nodding slightly and following behind Yang Kong, gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai saw all of this and grinned, saying to Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu, "Let's go." "Yes." The two responded in unison. Hua Stars urged his mount to catch up with Yang Kai, looking at him for a moment before turning back to Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu, laughing loudly. Interesting, interesting. A powerless helper and 2 seriously injured blood warriors. No matter how you look at it, the situation isn't optimistic at all. If you keep spouting nonsense, then scram. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Hua Stars was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of anger and instead said with great interest, "Your other brothers treat their allies with kindness, yet you actually dare to treat me like this? Interesting. This young master would like to see how you plan to survive tonight. Do you really want me to lose?" Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Hua Stars choosing him as an ally was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai didn't intend to count him as a helper. Yang Kai thought of him as an idler. "Why do you think this young master chose you?" Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. "This young master just wants to see how a toothless tiger like you will be defeated in this inheritance war. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with self-confidence. Hua Star sneered, "I don't deny that your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without helpers?" Pointing to Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu, he said, "What can those 2 accomplish? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet like my father." Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu both wore stupefied expressions as they nodded. "Even if we die, we won't let anyone near Little Lord." Chapter 416. Listening to Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjiu call themselves subordinates and act so respectfully, Hua Stars couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. The masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall didn't seem to be so kind, right? "How about we make a bet?" Yang Kai suddenly proposed, looking at Stars Hua with a smile. "Bet on what?" Hua Stars suddenly became interested. "Let's bet on whether I can survive tonight." Turning to look at Yang Kai, the central capital wolf young lord, Hua's expression became playful, his pair of eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. "Scared?" Yang Kai snickered, his expression quite cold as he snorted. "If you're scared, then don't follow me. Be careful you don't lose your life tonight. I heard you're the Hua family's only heir. If you really die in War City, things won't end well." "Scared?" Hua Star sneered meaningfully. This young master has lived for so long, yet doesn't know how to write the word scared. "Since you dare bet with me, I'll make sure you lose convincingly. Don't you know this young master is best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling?" As he spoke, his face filled with excitement. "What's the bet?" Hua Stars asked. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him and said, "You're so poor right now. I'm afraid you don't have anything to offer, right?" Hua Star scratched his head awkwardly. "That's true. Then let's play small." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you lose, I don't want anything from you. Just run 10 laps around War City naked." That's not very appropriate, Brother Kai." Hua Stars suddenly frowned. "Running 10 laps around War City naked. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? In any case, your reputation is already in tatters. Running 10 laps isn't a big deal. Don't worry about debts. Don't worry about lice." Yang Kai raised his brow at him, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Hearing him say that, Hua Stars couldn't help feeling this was reasonable and nodded. "That's right. But I don't think I'll lose. What if you lose?" When you give me. Xianxia whistled. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and a handsome golden feather eagle landed firmly on Xianxia's shoulder, its sharp eyes sparkling. If you lose, I'll give it to you. Huastars was unable to contain his joy. If Xianxia said that he would lose to him some treasures, Xianxia would be very happy. He might not be interested yet. As the sole heir of the whole clan, how could he lack treasures? However, the golden feather eagle was different. This was the Yang family's unique monster beast. Not to mention its strength. Just its appearance alone was enough to tempt stars. When he went out in the future, if he could keep the golden feather eagle by his side like Xianxia, it would be a matter of pride for him. Spoiled, arrogant, and extravagant young masters loved these kinds of things. Deal. Huastars were afraid that Xianxia would go back on his word. Quickly settling the matter, Xianxia stared at the golden feather eagle happily, muttering, "Eagle, eagle. After tonight, you'll change your surname to Hua." Xianxia just smiled and didn't say anything. 100 kilometers away from the central capital, War City. This was a city built by the Yang family. Although it wasn't as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it was still quite good. Normally, it was only used as an ordinary city, but every time the Inheritance War came, it would become a battlefield. War City had 8 corners, each with a mansion prepared for the 8 young lords who would participate in the Inheritance War. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they would be engaged in a tug-of-war here. Throughout the years, the Yang family's Inheritance War rarely ended in a short period of time. Most of them were long-lasting battles, often lasting 3 to 5 years before the result was decided. According to the ancient records of the Yang family, 100 years ago, a Yang family patriarch had won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of result was enough to be proud of, because the closer to the end, the more powerful the enemy would be, and the more difficult it would be to win. Only when one had a considerable advantage could they easily defeat their enemy. The brothers entered the city one by one, causing the entire War City to boil with excitement. There were originally many people living here, but most of them had already left, afraid they would be implicated in the Yang family's Inheritance War. Those who remained were all bold people. They were also looking forward to the Inheritance War. After exchanging some pleasantries, the brothers tacitly separated and went to their respective mansions. Xianxia's mansion was in the northwest corner. The location wasn't very good. It was relatively remote and deserted, but he didn't care. There were only 4 people in the group, so when they arrived at the northwest corner of the mansion, there were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. Inside the mansion, there were also some servants who could be ordered around. These were the servants sent by the Yang family to serve the daily lives of the young lords. This was a treatment that every mansion had. These people were just ordinary people, so there was no need to worry about them affecting the outcome of the Inheritance War. When Xianxia arrived, the 2 young girls politely bowed and said, "Greetings, young Lord Kai." Their tone wasn't very enthusiastic. It was just a routine greeting, but whether it was Xianxia or Stars Hua, both of them subtly noticed that the expressions of these 2 maids were faintly lost. Obviously, because they had been assigned to a young lord with no future prospects, the 2 young girls felt that there was nothing to look forward to. Although the servants in these mansions wouldn't participate in the Inheritance War, they certainly hoped to follow a more outstanding young lord. This way, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but if the young lord they served was satisfied with them, when he inherited the position of patriarch in the future, his own status would also rise. Huastars glanced over at Xianxia with a smile, seemingly thinking that even these ordinary servants thought he had no future. Quite interesting. Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, just nodding slightly, leading Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao into the mansion. Behind them, Huastars grinned obscenely as he turned to the 2 young girls and asked, "What are the names of these 2 girls?" Seeing the expression on Huastars' face, the 2 young girls couldn't help being frightened and quickly retreated. The central capital wolf's name was something they naturally knew, but just as they were secretly anxious that they would not be able to escape this time, Yang Kai's voice came from inside. None of the people in my mansion are allowed to touch them. Huastars was startled and shouted, Hey, Yang Kai, aren't you meddling a bit too much? Saying so, he hurriedly chased after him and angrily said, But there don't seem to be any other beautiful women here. What do you want me to do for fun? Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly and said, There should be some brothels in War City. As long as you're not afraid of being caught, you can naturally enjoy yourself. Forget it. Huastars waved his hand. He had chosen Yang Kai as an ally in front of so many people, which was tantamount to making him an enemy. If he ran to the brothels now, he would definitely be in trouble. Who wants to find a beautiful woman? Let's see if I can do it. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the hall of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help gawking while Huastars almost reflexively shrank his head. Both of them stared blankly. What they saw was a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, white skin, white bones, wearing a lavender dress, a smile on her face as she walked out from the brothels. She smiled at the two of them. Xiao Yimeng? Huastars exclaimed. I was wondering who was looking for a beautiful woman, so it turned out to be you. Xiao Yimeng smiled at Huastars. The latter's expression became bitter. Secretly cursing his bad luck, he had unexpectedly run into her here. Suddenly, he was startled. Looking at Xiao Yimeng, his face filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. Why are you here? Yang Kai frowned. Today's events were really strange. Huastars had suddenly become his ally for no apparent reason, and now even Xiao Yimeng had come here. Isn't your Qiu family on my sixth brother's side? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The Qiu family's Qiu Ziruo was Yang Shun's ally. At that time, the Qiu family's patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, was also present and had clearly informed everyone that his Qiu family was Yang Shun's ally. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qiu Yimeng would suddenly appear in his house, and it seemed she had been waiting here for a long time. The Qiu family is the Qiu family. I am me. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, raising her chin and saying, What? Am I not welcome? Beautiful woman, you weren't expelled from the family by your father, were you? Huastars guessed. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Yang Kai didn't understand for a while. I'm here to help you. Isn't this the inheritance war? What's there to be confused about? From now on, we're allies. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seeing Yang Kai's puzzled expression, suddenly feeling quite happy. Huastars' eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. Your father is really a wily old fox, actually betting on two treasures? He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Qiu family had not only befriended Yang Shun, but also Yang Kai. However, Huastars was also full of doubts. He didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that the Qiu family would bet half of their chances on him. He had only come here to play with Yang Kai because he was looking for excitement, but the Qiu family was definitely not like this. I said, the Qiu family is the Qiu family. I am me. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This time I'm not representing the Qiu family. I'm only representing myself. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly understood many things. Nodding, I understand. How many people do you have? Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall were brought here by me. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai instantly understood the strength of all the cultivator in the house, nodding lightly. Huastars, on the other hand, sneered, Autumn Rain Hall? That hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators? It seems there are only 20 of them, right? And it's the hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators. Qiu Yimeng glared at Huastars. The Qiu family's cultivator. As long as they were seriously injured, their strength declining, and there was no hope for them to improve, they would be sent to the Autumn Rain Hall to do some light work. In the entire hall, there were only 1 or 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and their cultivations weren't high. Qiu Yimeng bringing these people here was simply not enough to cope with the upcoming crisis. If they're here, they're here. Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Qiu Yimeng smiled back. I hope you won't let me down. What are you so optimistic about? Huastars shook his head slightly, wondering why these two didn't care about this inheritance war more than he did, patting his chest and saying, "A powerless helper, two blood warriors, and now a young lady who only brought a group of waste cultivators. This is really a gathering of wastrels. Xianxia, you're really finished." Chapter 417. Huastars clearly wasn't optimistic about Xianxia's chances. Listening to him say this, Qiu Yiming frowned but didn't refute. This time, she had decided to assist Xianxia in the inheritance war, which was also a great risk. Although she couldn't see what cards Xianxia had up his sleeve, she still had a faint hunch that she absolutely couldn't underestimate him. It was just a feeling. As for whether Xianxia could win the inheritance war, or even survive the dangers tonight, Qiu Yiming had no confidence in him at all. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Huastar showed an impatient look, shaking his head and waving his hand. "I'm going to bed. I need to rest and prepare to enjoy the show tonight." "Do as you wish." Xianxia didn't bother with him. The mansion was very large. After all, it was likely to become a gathering place for many forces, so there were countless empty rooms. Huastars casually found a room and disappeared. "What are you going to do?" After Huastars left, Qiu Yiming looked at Xianxia helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the Hua family's only young lord made Qiu Yiming understand something. This central capital wolf was probably here to sightsee and had never thought of doing anything for Xianxia. In other words, although on the surface Xianxia had two great families' young lords as allies, in fact, he couldn't even bring out a decent force. There were only two blood warriors, both of whom were still seriously injured and weak, unable to display even 30% of their usual strength. "You can mobilize the people in my autumn rain hall at will, but don't expect them to play much of a role." Qiu Yiming frowned. Smiling bitterly, Qiu Yiming said, "Although today is the first day of the inheritance war, if you count on these two blood warriors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The strength your brothers have gathered now is more than enough to delay or even defeat them. Capturing you won't be a problem." "I know." Xianxia nodded, his expression indifferent. "What about the Dong family?" Qiu Yiming hesitated for a moment, a faint anxiety in her voice. "Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they shown up this time? Don't they care about you?" At this time, if there was a first-class family supporting them, the situation wouldn't be so bleak. "They'll come." Xianxia's smile. "But not today." "What do you mean?" Qiu Yiming's words, from Yang's smile. She could smell a hint of a conspiracy. But even with her intelligence, she didn't know what Kai Yang was planning to do. "You do as you please. There's no need to worry about today's matter for the time being. Different situations call for different actions. Different situations call for different actions." Xianxia said casually before leading Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiao inside. "You." Qiu Yiming tried to catch up, but seeing Xianxia stride forward without even looking back, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and angrily stomped her foot. She ground her teeth in anger. She was now even more certain that Xianxia had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve, but he didn't give her a clear explanation, causing Qiu Yiming to feel somewhat discouraged. Every time she faced Xianxia, she was always led by the nose, unable to gain the upper hand. She couldn't grasp what this man was thinking or what he would do next. Slippery as a loach. Qiu Yiming cursed in her heart. After standing in place for a while, Qiu Yiming snorted and turned to arrange the Autumn Rain Hall's defenses. Although there weren't any masters in the Autumn Rain Hall, it was still possible to arrange some traps around the mansion. War City. Hong Yuan Restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with activity. With a constant stream of customers, the waiters and waiters were all busy. Before the inheritance war began, a lot of people had gathered in War City. This was the Yang family's battlefield, so naturally, many people had been waiting here for the arrival of the Yang family young lords. At a table near the window, a slightly chubby young man in his late 20s was leisurely drinking wine and tasting delicious food. Next to him, to his left and right, sat two old men who seemed to be in a daze. These two old men were motionless, their eyes closed as if they were asleep, but their eyes were hidden under their eyelids, constantly observing the guests coming and going in the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had just finished drinking were all talking about what had happened outside the South Gate today. Two old men and one young man. The three old men all listened to these words. After a long time, one of the old men said, "Young Lord, it seems that young Lord Kai's future is bleak. With only Hua Xing as his helper and unable to mobilize any of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai was tantamount to having no support." "Indeed," the other old man gently nodded. "Shouldn't we go to his house to help now?" "I like to go." The chubby young man curled his lips disdainfully. "But that little brat sent me a message 2 days ago, telling me not to intervene today and to just wait and see." "Not intervene?" The old man who spoke before was puzzled. "But young Lord Kai doesn't have the strength to defend himself. How can he cope with the upcoming crisis? My Dong family has a marriage alliance with the fourth master, and young Lord Kai is young Lord Kai's cousin. Now that he is in trouble, we should help." This young man was the Dong family's Dong Qing Han, and the two old men were the Wind and Cloud dual guards who had always followed him. Dong Qing Han shook his head. "Only the heavens know what that smelly brat is up to. I also heard that his two blood warriors were seriously injured and unable to display their full strength. Originally, I wanted to rush over to help, but since he said so, I can only wait." The Wind Guard gently nodded. The Yang family's blood warriors are all powerful masters. The two blood warriors beside young Lord Kai, these two old men have also dealt with them and are well aware of their strength. Dong Qing Han suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "If you had a life or death battle with them, what would the result be?" The Wind and Cloud dual guards wore a solemn expression. "Our cultivations are lower than theirs by a single minor realm. If they were at their peak, as long as one of them used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, they would be able to easily kill us. But now, the two of us are confident we can easily defeat them." Dong Qing Han sucked in a cold breath, his face filled with amazement as he nodded. The Yang family really has its own methods. This Mad Tyrant blood skill is so powerful. Who would be able to resist it? The Wind Guard solemnly said, "Although the Mad Tyrant blood skill is powerful, it consumes a person's vitality and burns away their combat effectiveness. So the Yang family's blood warriors generally don't live long. This is also the tragedy of the Yang family's blood warrior hall masters." The Cloud Guard also nodded, a look of deep agreement. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Since that little brat told me not to intervene, he must have some kind of arrangement. Let's just wait for a day. Then tomorrow we'll go to his house and ask him." Dong Qing Han said casually, as if he wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could survive the night. The Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't help marveling in their hearts, wondering what young Lord Kai had said to their young master that actually made him so confident. In another restaurant on the 3rd floor. At the same time, there was also a young man around the age of 2 or 13 or 14 who was also quite handsome. At this moment, just like Dong Qing Han, this young man was sipping wine and eating food, but unlike Dong Qing Han's helpless expression, this young man's face was full of smiles, as if he was enjoying a joyous occasion. "Young master, old master ordered us to deliver something to that Yang Kai in order to keep the peace. Now that he's arrived in War City, do you think we should pay him a visit now?" One of the guards who had been following Yang Kai quietly suggested. The young man smiled and said, "Why should we pay him a visit? Didn't you hear the people in the restaurant say that Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated tonight? Although the things I, Lu Song, brought this time are not priceless, they're also not ordinary. If we deliver them to him now, he won't even be able to warm them up. Wouldn't that be like throwing meat buns at a dog, having no effect at all?" Then young master's meaning is, although the guard felt this was somewhat inappropriate, he could only ask. The young master in front of him was the next patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Liang's son. This time, under Lu Liang's orders, he had brought a lot of gifts to the central capital in order to settle the matter of Yang Kai being attacked after leaving the Lu family. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, And later there were rumors that many of the Yang family young lords had been assassinated on their way back. Lu Yang had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to stay in his Lu family for a few days? An unexpected calamity was an unexpected calamity. As a great family, which great family didn't have its share of problems? After Chiu Yimeng sent this news, Lu Yang ordered his son to set off overnight to the central capital to apologize. The young man, Lu Song, coldly snorted, "This Yang Kai's gone too far. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked, he took the opportunity to blackmail us and conspire with my Lu family's wealth. Tell me, how can my Lu family's things benefit such a despicable person?" What young master says is true. The guard also followed up and angrily said, "This Yang family young lord really isn't honest." What's even more despicable is that he actually asked the Chiu family's first young lady to send a letter to my Lu family, making it clear that he wants to extort money from my Lu family. That's why I won't give these things to him. He's just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for more than a few hours. Haha, let's just wait and see the good show tonight. Lu Song smiled smugly. Once he loses, there's no need for me to apologize to him. The guard frowned and whispered, "But young master, before we left, the old master said that no matter how this young Lord Kai performs in the inheritance war, these gifts must be delivered to him." Lu Yang knew that his son was a bit short-sighted, so he had repeatedly ordered the masters accompanying him to be responsible for supervising. Hearing this, Lu Song also frowned, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. He naturally didn't know that at the same time the news of Yang Kai's attack reached the Lu family, the Lu family's first young lord, Lu Si, had also returned from Hidden Cloud Peak. Chapter 4:18. A few months ago, Lu Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak and gave the letter and jade pendant Yang Kai had given him to Xiao Fusheng. Grandmaster Xiao immediately refined a mysterious grade pill for him. After taking this mysterious grade pill and refining its medicinal efficacies, Lu Si was completely rid of his past sufferings and truly became an above immortal ascension boundary master. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Si immediately called Lu Yang over and gave him some confidential instructions. No one knew what elders Si told the patriarch, but the elders of the family could feel that after returning from Lu Si, Lu Yang's opinion of Yang Kai had somewhat changed. It was because of this that he had ordered Lu Song to bring a lot of good things to the central capital to apologize to Yang Kai. Lu Song wasn't clear about the twists and turns of the story, so he still didn't quite understand his father's words. If this Yang Kai is defeated in the inheritance war, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song said as he shook his head, unable to understand what was going on, muttering under his breath, "This isn't good. This isn't good." The master next to him heard this and said, "Young master, why don't we first see how this Yang Kai performs?" In any case, old master only said to deliver these things to him. He didn't say when they would be delivered. If he can't make it through tonight, then it's up to young master to decide what to do with these resources. If he performs well, then we'll have to listen to master's orders. Yes, that's right. Lu Song nodded. If he loses on the first day of the inheritance war, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family in the future. My Lu family doesn't need to make friends with such a person. What young master says is correct. The master also nodded. Northwest corner of War City. Yang Kai's house. Inside a small room, Yang Kai sat lazily as a maidservant served him tea. Yang Kai took a sip. Waving his hand, he dismissed her. Before the maidservant left, she glanced over at Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiu in horror. The condition of the two blood warriors was getting worse and worse these days, especially after Yang Kai had sent them out to subdue the small forces in the North City district. Their bodies had become increasingly weak, and their injuries hadn't improved in the slightest. Even after taking the Yang family's special healing pills, the effect was still minimal. His foundation had been damaged. Whether it was Yang Kai or himself, they were all very clear about this. if it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was damaged. With their strength and vitality, their injuries would more or less heal. At this moment, the two blood warriors' faces were pale and their bodies were sweating profusely. It was as if there was an intense pain assaulting their bodies. Their expressions were sometimes gentle and sometimes ferocious. Green veins protruded from their foreheads like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight. Ordinary people saw it. Naturally, they would be terrified. Even so, the two of them were like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Xianxia looked up at them. His eyes were filled with admiration. He himself was a person with extremely strong mental fortitude, and his temperament was also quite firm. But if he were to put himself in the shoes of these two blood warriors, he wouldn't be able to endure such treatment. Xianxia was certain he wouldn't be able to do any better than them. At the very least, the young lord who followed them didn't seem to regard them as human beings, only wanting to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before their vitality ran out. This was something Xianxia couldn't accept. However, the loyalty of the two blood warriors to the Yang family didn't allow them to complain. Not only did they not complain, they didn't even show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were completely loyal to Xianxia, doing whatever he told them to without uttering a single word of nonsense. Feeling Xianxia's gaze, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiu's expressions became more and more meticulous. After a long time, Xianxia chuckled and asked, "Which one of you is Chu Gao, Yi?" To be honest, Xianxia really didn't know who these two were, because from the day he returned from the Blood Warrior Hall until now, they hadn't said a word to each other. When the two blood warriors heard this, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. The taller one who looked stronger quickly cupped his fists. "Subordinate is Chu Gao. Then you're Ying Jiu?" Xianxia looked at the other man. Ying Jiu nodded gently. Compared to the two blood warriors, Ying Jiu was the more special one because although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate. His figure was tall and thin, and he had a small mustache at the corners of his mouth, giving him a particularly astute appearance. Relatively speaking, he was more taciturn. This person's personality should be similar to Yang Wei's, a lonely person. From the few words of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, Xianxia also learned that these two blood warriors were good at dominating territory. Chu Gaoyi's specialty was rapid eruption of power. He could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy in just a stick of incense worth of time. Once he launched an attack, it would be continuous, not giving his enemy the slightest chance to breathe. During this incense worth of time, he was basically invincible among cultivators in the same realm. This person was the one who dared to risk his life the most in the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator, after so many years, he had defeated many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even in the entire Blood Warrior Hall, his strength was still relatively high. However, Ying Jiu was different. Ying Jiu's specialty was speed, coming and going without a trace. His concealment skills were also quite good, so when he attacked, his enemy wouldn't even have time to react. It was rumored that in the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the most difficult person to deal with wasn't Hall Master Feng Sheng or Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, but rather Ying Jiu, who was like a shadow. Those who were targeted by Ying Jiu, even if they fled to the ends of the world, couldn't escape his pursuit. When these two worked together, they complemented each other and were a pair of terrifying blood warriors. Last time, when these two escorted the Yang family's fourth young Lord Yang Xianwu back to his family, they were besieged by many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The strength of that group of enemies was even stronger than the one Xianxia had encountered. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiu desperately tried to defend themselves, but Yang Xianwu's own strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't escape. When Xianxia suddenly spoke to them, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiu were both confused, not knowing what instructions he had to give them, so they quickly turned to him. "Do you have any complaints about me?" To the two's surprise, Xianxia actually asked such a question. As he spoke, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them meaningfully. Chu Gao, he quickly said, subordinate wouldn't dare. Not even a little bit. Xianxia snorted. I want to hear the truth. Chu Gaoyi's expression couldn't help becoming a little awkward, glancing at Ingjio and Ingjio, not knowing what to say. When they were in the Blood Warrior Hall, the two of them had heard Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian say how kind this little lord was and how good he was to the Blood Warriors. Later, when they had lost all hope, Xianxia had taken them in as his retainers. With the words of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian in addition to Xianxia's righteous actions, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingjio were naturally grateful and secretly decided to assist Xianxia in making a name for himself, even if they had to lose their lives. But these days, he didn't even spare them a glance. His attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't even give them time to heal. Although they were blood warriors who were loyal to the Yang family, in the end, they were still people. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Xianxia being so inconsiderate of his subordinates, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Speak. Xianxia picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking at them solemnly. Chu Gao pursed his dry lips and said, Ingjio and I were already at the end of our rope, but little Lord helped us when we were in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is something we two subordinates will never forget. So in any case, we would never dare to complain to little Lord, but we are a little disappointed. His words were sincere, and his expression was solemn. Obviously, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia's brow slowly rose. Do you think I'm different from what Tu Feng and the others said? Chu Gao nodded gently. This time, even Ingjio nodded. Of course it's different, because I never wanted to choose you. Xianxia stood up. I wanted Tu Feng and Yu Xian. After all, everyone is already familiar with each other. The two blood warriors' expression darkened. But the first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. I think we're now familiar with one another. Xianxia looked at the two of them with a smile. At the very least, I know what you really think. Both Chu Gao, and Ingjio's eyes lit up as they stared at him silently. Xianxia saying this was tantamount to telling them he wanted to communicate with them. This was something both of them had been looking forward to. Your loyalty to the Yang family, I don't doubt, nor do I doubt your gratitude to me. Xianxia raised his brow and smiled. But if one day I were to have a conflict with the Yang family, what choice would you make? Would you stand with me or with the Yang family? When the two heard this, their expressions changed greatly as they stared at Xianxia in horror. Little Lord is joking, right? Chu Gaoyi frowned and asked. I'm serious. Xianxia stared at him without blinking. Chu Gaoyi took a deep breath. Although I don't want such a thing to happen, if such a day comes, Ingjio and I will still follow Little Lord. Ingjio finally spoke up, his expression cold. If it weren't for Little Lord, the two of us would have already wasted our cultivations and retired into the mountains. So, our cultivation is Little Lord's. If Little Lord needs it, feel free to use it. Listening to the two of them say this, Xianxia finally grinned. The reason why they said this was because Xianxia was also a member of the Yang family, so they didn't think such a situation would really happen, and also because they knew that their days were numbered. Even if such a day did come, they wouldn't be able to wait. But in any case, Xianxia finally got the answer he wanted. I once told Yu Xian that those who know my secret will either become one of my people or become a dead man. Xianxia's smile suddenly became strange. Now you're qualified to know some of my secrets. Chu Gao, and Ingjio both looked at Xianxia with some surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. These 2 pills, one for each of you. Take them and eat them. Xianxia stretched out his hand and tossed out 2 pills. Chu Gao, and Ingjio reached out and caught them, both of them thanking Xianxia verbally, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 419. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as soon as the 2 blood warriors entered their hands, they discovered that the pills Xianxia had taken out were only Earth grade top rank. Although they were healing pills, their grade was too low. What use could they have? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't show any of it on their faces. Time is of the essence. Quickly take these pills and refine them. Tonight, there will be a big show for you to play. Yonkai's eyes were deep as his mouth flashed a sharp sneer. I'd like to see who won't be able to restrain themselves and will be the first to act against me. Yes. The two blood warriors nodded, both of them knowing that tonight would not be a peaceful night, so they didn't dare delay. Just as they were about to take the pills, Yonkai's expression suddenly became cold as he turned his head and glanced outside, grinning meaningfully. It's not even night yet. How come someone has come looking for trouble? Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao both froze for a moment before quickly releasing their divine senses. Sure enough, they found that there were many people gathered outside the mansion, causing them to feel both annoyed and surprised, because Yonkai had detected them faster than they had. The location of the three blood warriors was located in a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 meters away from the main entrance, so even the wind blowing outside couldn't reach them. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao didn't know how Yonkai had detected them. There weren't many people here, and their strength wasn't too high, but there were at least a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Subordinates will send them off first. Chu Gao, he volunteered. Don't worry. Yonkai frowned. Chiao Yiming is here. Before he could finish speaking, the voice of the Chiao family's first young lady sounded from outside. Yonkai, someone is looking for you. Yonkai and the two blood warriors glanced at each other. Both of them couldn't help feeling puzzled. Opening the door, the two blood warriors saw Chiao Yiming standing outside with a smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the two blood warriors couldn't help secretly praising Yonkai's luck with women. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, he was still able to obtain the assistance of such a beauty. Who is it? Yonkai frowned and asked. Chiao Yiming slowly shook her head. I don't know, a young man. I think he came here to seek refuge with you. But his attitude is a little strange. Do you want to go and take a look? You can't tell? Yonkai was slightly surprised. If he doesn't say it himself, how can I tell? Chiao Yiming rolled her eyes. Is he a fat man? Yonkai suddenly thought of Dong Qinghan. However, Yonkai had clearly sent a letter to Dong Qinghan 2 days ago, telling him not to show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. He's not fat. You should go and take a look. Yonkai nodded. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao were about to follow, but were stopped by Yonkai. Hurry up and heal your wounds. There's no need to follow me. But Chu Gao, he couldn't help but worry. With the strength of those people, they can't do anything to me. Yonkai said as he walked out. Behind him, both Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao's expression changed slightly. Kai Yang's words sounded ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, there was some extraordinary information contained within them. This little lord seemed to know what kind of strength the people outside possessed. How'd he know? He was only a Yuan Qi boundary 8-stage cultivator, not an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. He hadn't cultivated his divine sense. With his own perception, it was impossible for him to perceive anything too clearly. Moreover, even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside possessed, why did he say they couldn't do anything to him? This kind of inexplicable self-confidence was what surprised Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao. One had to know that there were several Immortal Ascension boundary masters outside. Glancing at each other, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Together with Chiao Yiming, they walked out. The Chiao family's first young lady smiled as she glanced over at Yonkai. It looks like you're not worried at all. What's there to worry about? Yonkai turned to look at her. Don't play dumb with me. Chiao Yiming grit her teeth as she grabbed Yonkai's sleeve and stopped in her tracks, muttering angrily. Now that things have progressed to this point, shouldn't you make things clear to me? What do you mean make things clear? I don't know what you're talking about. Yonkai frowned. How many connections do you have? And how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties? Chiao Yiming was helpless and bluntly asked, because she knew that if she didn't, Yonkai would only pretend to be polite, so her tone softened. Now, I'm also your ally. Although I don't represent the Chiao family, and although the help I bring to you isn't great, I've already done so much. So why are you still trying to deceive me? Am I not worthy of your sincere friendship? Sincere friendship? Yang Kai smiled strangely as he looked Xiao Yimeng up and down, a lustful light gradually appearing in his eyes. How do you want to be my sincere friendship? Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes and hearing the meaning behind his words, Xiao Yimeng's face reddened, but she quickly calmed down. Isn't it good to be your confidant? If you have something troubling you, you can tell me, and I'll be able to chat with you. No need, I only talk about love with women. Chatting is too superficial and not suitable for me. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You never speak seriously in front of me. Am I so annoying to you? Xiao Yimeng's chest heaved up and down as she curled her lips. Although you're very good, the most powerful young man I've ever seen, I don't want to compete with the likes of the beguiling Demon Queen. I know I'm not her opponent. It's not that you annoy me, it's just that you're too smart. When I'm with you, I have to be careful. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Xiao Yimeng was startled, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It turns out I can bring you pressure. I always thought I was the only one who felt pressure. You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot. Xiao Yimeng smiled sweetly, seemingly feeling that she could make Yang Kai be careful around her. I won't tell you anything else, but as for tonight, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai grinned confidently. You really do have plans. Xiao Yimeng snorted. You made me worry about you. Knowing that she was just trying to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply walked out. Hua Xingqian appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, waving a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be a playboy as he followed the two of them, smiling as he asked, Why did I hear some movement outside? Your ears are really sharp. Xiao Yimeng glared at him. Hua Xing grinned meaningfully. I like to watch the fun, especially when it comes to my enemies. Tell me, did someone come looking for trouble with Yang Kai? It doesn't seem like they're looking for trouble. Speaking of business, Xiao Yimeng's expression became serious. That person's attitude is very strange, as if they're here to seek refuge, but not at the same time. There are a few people accompanying them, and they're also carrying a lot of big boxes. Fuck! Hua Xing cursed, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. With your appearance, someone actually wants to seek refuge with you? Are they blind, or do they have nothing left to live for? Shut up! Xiao Yimeng scolded him. Hua Xing seemed to be a little afraid of the Qiu family's first young lady and quickly waved his folding fan, shutting his mouth. You need to be careful. Don't fall for other people's tricks. Xiao Yimeng exhorted Yang Kai. I don't want you to really be destroyed. She was equivalent to leaving the Qiu family to ally with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was really destroyed by this little trick, it would prove that she had no vision at all. Outside the door, a young man wearing a black robe stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 cultivators, 4 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the strongest was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Cultivator. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Cultivator from a first-class family, although not too bad, was still somewhat poor. What was more interesting was the large red boxes this group of people had brought with them. It was impossible to tell what was inside these boxes. Some were very light, some were very heavy, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. There were a total of 4 such crimson chests. They were also arranged in a row and placed to the side. The young man's eyes were firm and his expression was calm. More than 20 people stood there motionless, all of them silent, staring indifferently towards Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai, Hua Xing, and Xiao Yimeng came out together. The young man's eyes narrowed as he glanced between Hua Xing and Yang Kai, his expression slightly puzzled. He couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had thought it was Dong Qing Han who had come, but now it seemed it wasn't him. And this person, he didn't know him at all. Someone he didn't know coming to seek refuge with him was a bit inexplicable. In this inheritance war, as long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that his chances of winning were almost zero, and today was the first time he would face such a crisis. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people was somewhat thought-provoking. But even if they weren't here to seek refuge, the fact that they had brought so many red boxes clearly indicated they were filled with supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Xiao Yimeng had told him to be careful, so how could Yang Kai be careless? Before he had time to ask, though, Huixing opened his folding fan and waved it gently, asking with a smile, "Which family's disciples are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the young man immediately turned his eyes and saw Huixing acting like a playboy, his brow furrowed, a cold light flashing across his face as he asked, "You're the youngest young Lord Yang Kai?" Huixing's appearance had greatly disappointed this young man, so his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing this question, Huixing grinned wickedly. "Looking at your stupid face, I know you're not very well informed." "Do you want this young lord to give you a few pointers?" Saying so, without waiting for the young man to answer, Huixing continued, "After tonight, this place will change owners. You stupid bird, go back to where you came from. Even if you want to seek refuge, you need to keep your eyes open. Of the Yang family's 8 young lords, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose this place. You really are hopeless." Chapter 420. In front of Yang Kai's mansion, Huixing's arrogant attitude and exaggerated words not only made Yang Kai frown, but also made the young man opposite him look displeased, coldly snorting. Huixing grinned and was about to say something when Yang Kai grabbed his clothes and flung him away. With a beautiful somersault mid-air, Huixing Chun landed gracefully on the ground, pinching his nose, not daring to complain, only wearing an embarrassed expression. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Kai, the cultivators standing behind him also whispering to each other. "I'm the one you're looking for." Yang Kai stared at the newcomer indifferently. The young man couldn't help frowning slightly, but his eyes still flashed with an arrogant and unruly light as he stared at Yang Kai provocatively, not moving from his spot as he said indifferently, "Greetings, Lord Kai. Who are you?" Yang Kai also thought this was quite interesting. No wonder Xiao Yimeng said this young man's attitude was a bit strange. This young man looked like he had come to ally with him, bringing not only a lot of cultivator, but also 4 boxes of supplies. But his expression was clearly somewhat reluctant, as if he was being coerced. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had seen this young man before. "Xianxia," the young man replied in a deep voice. "Xianxia." Yang Kai's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing this young man's surname. Thinking of something, he raised his brow and smiled. "Who is Xianxia to you?" Xianxia, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago in Taifeng Mountain, was the Grand Duke of the first-class Xiang family and the future successor of the Xiang family. At that time, Xianxia and Nansheng had joined forces to coerce Yang Kai, but at the last moment, Yang Kai's blood warrior had come to him and plucked 2 of the golden feather eagle's feathers to frame him, forcing the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families to lose an arm and Nansheng to cut off 2 of his own fingers. The status of these 2 wasn't low, so Yang Kai couldn't kill them rashly, so he could only let them go. But before they left, Yang Kai had told them that within 3 months he would see their sincerity in the central capital. Now it seemed that this Xiang Tianxiao was definitely related to Xianxia, so the origin of these cultivator and supplies made sense. "He is my eldest brother," Xiang Tianxiao replied lightly. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the cultivators with a smile. "Is this the sincerity of your Xiang family?" "Very good, I'm very satisfied." Xiang Tian slowly shook his head. "Yang Kai, of course, yours faces. These 4 boxes represent the sincerity of the Nan's family." "Good. I don't worry, of course, to be honest, these things to help me." These 2 first-class families, one providing people while the other providing supplies, were both quite reasonable. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid that news of them attempting to kill a Yang family descendant would spread, so they were willing to swallow their anger and pay up. Xianxia Zhao's eyes overflowed with contempt as his mouth curled into a sneer. Your tone is bigger than the heavens. I'm not in a mood to ask about your grievances with my eldest brother, but if you want me to help you participate in the inheritance war, you'll have to show me your skills first. Haha, you want to fight with him? Huixing Chun suddenly laughed as he stared towards Xianxia Zhao, a look of interest flashing across his eyes as he shook his head. Second young master Xiang, it's not that I don't have a good opinion of you. It's just that following him isn't a wise decision. Qiu Yiming also smiled as she stared at Xianxia Zhao. Both of them had fought Yang Kai before, but when Qiu Yiming and Yang Kai met, he was only a Yuan Qi third-stage cultivator. At that time, he was able to fight evenly with her, perhaps even surpassing her. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the Yuan Qi 8th stage, even if Qiu Yiming had successfully broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage, she wouldn't dare boast that she could defeat Yang Kai. As for Huixing, what happened that night was simply a nightmare. After all, he was the eldest brother of one of the 8 great families, the only son of his family. Although he had spent many years indulging in sensual pleasures, he had consumed countless precious treasures, so his strength wasn't weak. He also carried a number of extraordinary artifacts on him. Even with this kind of heritage, he had still been defeated by Yang Kai in a single exchange, not even giving him time to react, which was enough to show just how tyrannical Yang Kai was. Huixing didn't think that this Xiang could win against Yang Kai in terms of martial prowess. Among the younger generation, the only one who could win against Yang Kai was Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Besides him, there was no one else. Xianxia Zhao took in the expressions of Huixing and Qiu Yiming, his heart trembling slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the strength of these two. Although he didn't know who they were, for them to be so strong at such a young age, they were definitely from one of the 8 great families. Although these two didn't say much, their demeanor and tone had already explained a lot. Is this Yang Kai really that strong? Taking a closer look at Yang Kai, Xianxia Zhao secretly shook his head. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. This Yang Jiagong just stood there, his Yuan Qi like an ancient well, seemingly restrained to the extreme, without the slightest trace of leaking out. This degree of restraint, either his own strength was extremely high, or he was using some kind of artifact to deceive others. Xianxia Zhao couldn't figure out whether this young man had real skill or was just bluffing. If he wanted to understand his true strength, the only way was to fight him. Now that things had reached this point, Xianxia Zhao had no way to retreat. So he shouted, "If you only relied on your 2 blood warriors to cause my eldest brother to fall so miserably, then that's nothing. If you want me to wholeheartedly assist you, you'll have to defeat me first." Huixing couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, walking over to Qiu Yiming and lamenting. This child is hopeless. Qiu Yiming nodded heavily, expressing her agreement. Listening to them say this, Xianxia Zhao couldn't help feeling a little angry. Even the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters behind him couldn't help glaring at Huixing, seemingly thinking that he shouldn't be so contemptuous of his family's second young lord. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he frowned. It seems that your eldest brother didn't tell you everything about the situation at that time. From Xianxia Zhao's words, Yang Kai quickly realized some problems. Your big brother won't tell you anything. But what about your cousin Nansheng? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, a strange smile flashing across his face. Qiu Yiming's long eyelashes fluttered as she remembered the rumors she had heard. Looking at Xianxia Zhao again, she couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Xianxia Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he coldly snorted. What you hear is false. Seeing is believing. If you want, I'll leave now. These people will be at your disposal. Your grievances with the Xiang family will be written off. Yang Kai shook his head. A headless snake, why would I want him? Without this Xiang's second young lord, leaving these cultivators behind wouldn't be of much use. These people were obviously loyal to Xianxia Zhao's cultivator group. Saying so, he took a few steps forward and calmly stretched out his hand toward Xianxia, beckoning slightly. This contemptuous look made Xianxia's blood boil, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly eliminated the anger on his face and resentment in his heart. In an instant, his entire aura calmed down, and he stared at Yang Kai coldly. This rapid change made Yang Kai's eyes light up. When facing an enemy, the most important thing was to avoid being impetuous, so when a cultivator was in a stalemate, they would generally use words to stimulate their opponent, causing their mood to fluctuate. As a result, it was possible for them to make mistakes they shouldn't have made. Only when a cultivator was calm could they display their full strength or even exceed their limits and fight above their realm. Xianxia, being able to stabilize his state of mind in a single breath, was obviously extraordinary. Second young lord, be careful. The Xiang family cultivator quickly retreated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage High Elder cautioned. I know, Xianxia responded. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a completely azure machete with an insolent shape suddenly appeared on the ground. A heaven-grade artifact. As the machete entered his body, Xianxia's entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming extremely arrogant. His eyes filled with a thick sense of self-confidence, as if in this world, no one could block his attack. Without saying anything, Xianxia suddenly waved his artifact, and in an instant, a sky full of machete light flew out and fiercely attacked Yang Kai. Does this count as a sneak attack? Huastars asked in amazement. Qiao Yimeng was too lazy to respond to him. Yang Kai had already expressed his willingness, so what more did he need to say? This Xianxia was indeed a straightforward person, just like the rumors said. Moreover, his strength wasn't low either. Yuan Qi Boundary 9th Stage. Quickly turning her beautiful eyes, Qiao Yimeng wanted to see how Yang Kai would resolve this attack. Although she knew that Yang Kai was very strong, it had been a long time since she had met him. After such a long time, to what extent Yang Kai had grown, Qiao Yimeng was also very interested. Like a torrential storm of blades, Kai Yang still stood in place, his expression indifferent, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. His outstretched hand, at the moment the blades neared him, he accurately retracted it and pushed it back. A fierce Yuan Qi burst out from his palm, and a giant seal visible to the naked eye met the machete light. Asterisk boom. Star. With a loud explosion, the energy raged. The machete light collided with the giant seal and disappeared without a trace. Amidst the flying dust, Xianxia had already approached with his saber in hand, and his figure was unrestrained while a ball of azure blue energy surged out from the tip of his saber. Traces of horrifying lights flickered within it, and it possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This energy ball was the size of a millstone, fierce, murderous, and contained the power of thunder and lightning. With the support of the power of thunder and lightning, Xianxia's speed seemed to have reached a limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rushed forward. Thunderblade Flash. This was one of Xianxia's killing moves, invincible and unstoppable. Often, under this move, his opponent would only be routed. The Xiang family cultivator showed a faint smile on their faces, their eyes full of expectation, wanting to see how Yang Kai would be hit by this move. Chapter 4:21. This move of Xianxia's had been honed for a long time and was something he had comprehended himself through the Xiang family secret arts. Mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, it was invincible and had been praised by many of the Xiang family's masters. This was one of his killing moves that he had always only used when facing the most powerful enemy. It was so powerful that it was often enough to determine victory. Seeing him use this move, the Xiang family cultivator knew that the second young lord was truly angry. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so murderous. Let's see how you block it. The several Xiang family Immortal Ascension boundary masters secretly sneered, thinking that after the second young lord defeated Yang Kai, they would immediately leave this place. There was no need to stay and help him participate in the inheritance war. In this muddy water, it was best not to get involved. As for the supplies, they were the Nan family's compensation to Yang Kai, so there was nothing wrong with leaving them behind. Qiu Meng was also secretly shocked, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the second young lord's combat power would be so strong, and he had even used a killing move right from the start. Such a move was impossible for an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator to resist. Even she, an Immortal Ascension boundary first-stage cultivator, would have to first avoid this attack and then look for an opportunity to strike. She didn't know if Yang Kai could block this attack. Although she had seen Yang Kai's strength before, after not fighting for so long, Qiu Meng wasn't sure how strong Yang Kai had become. But when she remembered that day by the Mist River, Yang Kai had single-handedly killed an Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage master. Qiu Meng instantly calmed down. Even if Xianxia was strong, he couldn't be stronger than an Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage cultivator, right? With a loud bang, the lightning ball on the tip of Xianxia's saber suddenly split apart and weaved into an impenetrable net of lightning that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Thousands of bolts of lightning swam like snakes, each of them containing Xianxia's saber chi, sharp and unparalleled, covering the sky and earth. Surrounded by this net of lightning, Quastar's widened his eyes. His unruly expression finally disappeared, and his face was full of shock. Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, like an iceberg that would never melt. His expression was as cold as a knife as he indifferently watched the countless lightning bolts entangling him. Xianxia's expression was meticulous, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed a faint smile. He won. He was enveloped by this move. No one under the Immortal Ascension boundary could escape from it. He would only be knocked down to the ground by the power of his blade, chi, and lightning. He had full confidence in this. A bright light flashed, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the boundless electric light was shattered into pieces in the violent yuan qi waves. A large handprint rapidly enlarged in Xianxia's eyes, seemingly covering the entire sky. He couldn't help but have the misconception that he couldn't avoid it, and it imprinted itself on his chest. With a muffled groan, Xiang's second young master flew like a kite with a broken string. He flew far away, his face pale in midair, and he spat out a pool of blood. Second young master. The several Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators who were watching the show suddenly saw that the situation was not right. They couldn't help but change their expressions greatly, and they all came forward. They reached out and caught Xianxia falling from midair. The dust settled. Yang Kai didn't seem to have moved at all. He still stood in the same place with a calm face, his expression still indifferent. Stars to his teeth were a little sore. He suddenly found that Yang Kai seemed to have been merciful when dealing with him that night. The cultivators from the Xiang family were all dumbstruck, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xianxia spilled some blood from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, and he broke free from the support of his family's experts. He frowned, his eyes full of unwillingness. Looking at Yang Kai in a daze, for a long time, the unwillingness in Xianxia's eyes slowly faded, and he became a little dispirited. He had never expected that someone in the yuan qi boundary would be able to defeat him so easily. He was a rare genius of the Xiang family, his aptitude far better than Xiangchu's. The Xiang family had also vigorously cultivated him, and at such a young age, he had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. In time, his future would be limitless. Xianxia had always been the one to win a battle, but never had he been so thoroughly defeated like today. His own moves hadn't even been able to lift the corners of his opponent's clothes, which was quite a blow to him. Second young master. The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master was afraid that Xianxia would not be able to withstand the blow and become disheartened. So he quickly tried to comfort him. Winning and losing are common. Don't take it to heart. Xianxia nodded gently, the dispirited look in his eyes disappearing in an instant. When he turned to look at Yang Kai again, his eyes were burning like flames. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. This Xianxia, his mental fortitude was quite good. If he was given enough time to hone himself, his future achievements would even surpass those of some of the 8 great families' young lords. Xiao Yimeng giggled to the side, a happy expression on her face while Starswa shook her head and sighed. So strong? How did he cultivate? Xiao Yimeng, arrange things for them. Also, have your autumn rain hall people carry those 4 boxes to my room. Yang Kai faintly said, no longer looking at Xianxia as he turned around and walked into the house. Before leaving, though, he seemed to inadvertently glance in a certain direction. In that direction, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters couldn't help feeling shocked. One of them was startled and asked suspiciously, did that young Lord Kai discover us? The other man also looked stunned and shook his head. That can't be. We hid so well and didn't show any hostility, only secretly observing him. How could he have discovered us? Then why did he look in our direction? Strange. The other master was puzzled. Don't worry about him. The patriarch just told us to observe how this young Lord Kai performs tonight. If he loses tonight, then we'll take the young master back. Ha! Of all the people the young master could have chosen, why did he choose this young lord with no future as an ally? But speaking of which, this young Lord Kai's combat strength is really too strong. I don't think anyone who has just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary is his opponent. Outside the house, Xiao Yimeng walked over to the group of Xiang family people with a smile. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master quickly bowed respectfully. Xiang family Xiang Fei greets young Lady Qiu. At the same time, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. The Qiu family and the Yang family's 6th lord, Yang Shun, had become allies. This was something he had naturally heard about. But why was the Qiu family's first young lady in Yang Kai's house at this moment? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards her, it was as if he was ordering her around. On the other hand, this famous Qiu family first young lady didn't have the slightest complaint, instead remaining calm and willing to be ordered around. Unable to understand, Xiang Fei was filled with doubts. Xianxia also cupped his fists in greeting. Xiao Yimeng chuckled and said, you don't need to be so polite. From now on, we'll be working together. Xiang Fei nodded. Since young Lord Kai can defeat my family's 2nd young master, my Xiang family will also keep its word. As long as young Lord Kai is not defeated in the inheritance war, we will do our best to assist him. Xiao Yimeng nodded with satisfaction. But first, young Lady Qiu, why are you? Xiang Fei asked the doubts in his heart. I am his ally, huh? Xiao Yimeng smiled and didn't explain too much. Xianxia and Xiang Fei's expressions changed slightly. Suddenly, they discovered that this young Lord Kai, who no one was optimistic about, had quietly gained 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families as allies. Among the 8 young lords, this was a unique situation. Let's go inside first. I'll arrange things for you, Xiao Yimeng said, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. I didn't expect to come here only to take on the role of a housekeeper. Leading the Xiang family group inside, Huixing waved his folding fan and walked up to them, wrapping his arm around Xianxiao's shoulder affectionately. Fellow sufferers, I'll treat you to a drink. Xianxia nodded. Good. After drinking, I'll take you to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy yourself. That won't be necessary. With a few soft knocks, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, come in. The door was pushed open and Xiao Yimeng walked in, her appearance dignified, a fragrant scent wafting from her body. After entering the room, she didn't hesitate to pour herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Behind her followed a group of people from the Autumn Rain Hall, carrying 4 large boxes, placing them inside the room before bowing and retreating. Xiao Yimeng didn't leave and instead sat down, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. When did you cause the Xiang and An families to suffer such a big setback? About 3 months after I separated from you and Luo Xiaoman last time. Tell me, what happened at that time? I asked second young Lord Xiang, but he didn't know much, only that his eldest brother and cousin both hated and feared you. It was also said that Nan Sheng of the Nan family was forced to cut off 2 of his fingers by you. You really are ruthless. That's the young lord of the first-class family we're talking about, the future successor of the Nan family. They asked for it, Yang Kai sneered, frowning as he briefly described the situation at that time. Xiao Yimeng's eyes flashed as she listened, secretly feeling a burst of joy, especially when she heard that the Xiang and Nan families were humiliated and unable to resist. If that's the case, it's normal for the 2 of them to admit defeat. Attempting to kill a Yang family young lord isn't a small matter, especially after the death of your Yang family's 4th young lord. If someone were to link these 2 incidents together, the Xiang and Nan families would be finished. Tell me about the Xiang family situation, especially the relationship between Xiang Tianxiao and Xiang Chu. Yang Kai stood up and walked over to the 4 boxes, inspecting them while asking casually. Like a fox. Xiao Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. Yang Kai chuckled. Xiang Chu obviously didn't tell his younger brother everything. Otherwise, Xiang Tianxiao wouldn't have rashly challenged me today. An older brother hiding things from his younger brother. The relationship between the 2 is obviously not very harmonious. If I couldn't see that, wouldn't I be blind? Chapter 422. At that time, Yang Kai had told the Xiang and Nan families that he wanted to see their sincerity within 3 months. The Nan family had sent 4 boxes of supplies, so it could be said that they had paid a heavy price. However, the Xiang family had sent a group of people, led by the second young lord himself, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. However, after a brief exchange, he had some speculations in his heart, so he decided to ask Xiao Yimeng about the situation. This Qiu family first young lady was different from him. She had lived in the central capital all year round and knew a lot about the world. What kind of inside story did the Xiang family have? With her Qiu family's heritage and means, she must have heard some rumors. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. This man's shrewdness really made it difficult for her to resist. You've met the Xiang family's Xiang Chu, the eldest young lord of the Xiang family and the future successor. This second young lord is said to be the son of a concubine, so his status in the family is naturally not as high as his eldest brother's. But this person is very qualified and talented in cultivation. He is the most outstanding genius the Xiang family has produced in the past few decades. When you fought with him just now, you should be able to see that such a young Yuan Qi 9th stage master is quite rare. Yang Kai nodded. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there were only a few Yuan Qi 9th stage masters, but that was because the family's young lords were often out in the world and did not have access to many resources. However, Xiang Tianzhao's aptitude was truly exceptional. Even first-class forces had their own geniuses. For example, when Yang Kai first met the 9-star sword sex Wuxia in that isolated world, he was already at the 7th or 8th stage of Yuan Qi. If he had lived until now, he may have broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. However, Wu Cheng, he was actually older than Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Chu is a scheming and shrewd person, but his younger brother, Xiang Tianxiao, is the complete opposite of him. Xiang Tianxiao is more straightforward. Coupled with his excellent aptitude, he has won the favor of many of the Xiang family's elders. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. So, the problem has arisen. About the successor, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Among all the great forces, only your Yang family chooses its successor through the inheritance war. As for the other 7 great families of the central capital, in fact, all of the first-rate forces in the world basically let the eldest son take over the position of the head of the family. When Xiao Yimeng spoke of this, her expression couldn't help but change slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. As long as the eldest son isn't too bad, this position is generally stable. This was because the successor to the position of the head of the family did not need to have a strong cultivation base. It was fine as long as he could manage the entire clan well. For example, the Liu family's Liu Yang you once met. He was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator. There were a few people who were stronger than him, but he was still the patriarch. Firstly, he had the ability to do so. Secondly, he was the eldest son of the Liu family. Our Qiu family will be the same in the future. As for the Xiang family, Xiang Chu is the legitimate heir. However, Xiang Tianzhao's outstanding performance made Xiang Chu realize some crisis. I heard, from what Yang Kai had heard, Xiang Chu often used underhanded means to deal with his younger brother, and Xiang Tianzhao never once resisted. It seems that for him, he didn't want to compete for power. Yang Kai listened to these words and confirmed his own judgment, nodding. With Xiang Chu's personality, it is indeed possible for him to do such a thing. So, you can understand why Xiang Tianzhao appeared in your house, right? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Xiang Chu feared his younger brother's ability, and since Yang Kai was blackmailing him, he had sent his younger brother here to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war. First, Yang Kai really needed help in the inheritance war, so this was a good opportunity. This kind of sincerity may be more useful than the Nan family's 4 boxes of supplies. Secondly, Xiang Tianzhao was with Yang Kai, so as long as he assisted the other Yang family young lords in the inheritance war to defeat Yang Kai, it would be tantamount to proving to the family that he was better than his younger brother. By doing so, his position as the successor would be secure. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Xiang Chu had done a good job. It was very likely that he also intended to cut off those who supported Xiang Tianzhao during the inheritance war, because those people were the ones who supported Xiang Tianzhao in the family. Do you think this person is useful? Yang Kai looked up at Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai's kind inquiry immediately made Qiu Yimeng smile like a flower. I think he is useful, but whether you use him or not is up to you to decide. Let's put aside for now. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Whether this second young Lord Xiang was sincerely assisting him or not was still unknown. Yang Kai had always been a cautious person. It was impossible for him to trust a complete stranger just because of this information. Time will reveal a person's heart, and a long journey will test a horse's strength. Knowing he would say this, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly and said, "But I got some bad news from Xiang Tianzhao. Do you want to hear it?" "What news?" "His eldest brother and the Nan family's Nansheng are also in War City." Qiu Yimeng giggled. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all, his expression indifferent as he asked, "Who did they choose?" "Your second brother, Yang Zhao." "Not bad," Yang Kai snorted. "It looks like tonight will be quite lively." Qiu Yimeng also smiled lightly, but her expression was no longer tense. Since Yang Kai wanted her to watch a good show tonight, she naturally didn't need to worry about anything else. "Is there anything else young Lord Kai needs?" "If there's nothing else, this servant will take her leave," Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely and curled his lips. "Don't tease me. I can't afford it." Seeing the awkward look on Yang Kai's face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help laughing happily. "But there really is one thing I need you to do." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said, "What is it?" "Like 1,000 meters outside the mansion, there are 2 old men in that elm tree. Find someone to send them 2 pots of wine." Qiu Yimeng was stunned. 2 old men? What kind of people? "I guess they're from the Hua family, probably here to protect Hua stars." The Qiu family's first young lady blinked a few times, her expression blank. She didn't understand why Yang Kai was so sure there were 2 people there. And since they were here to protect Hua stars, They must be masters who followed the central capital wolf, young Lord Hua, all year round. That was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. With their cultivation, how could they be discovered by Yang Kai? Although she was confused, Qiu Yimeng didn't feel that Yang Kai's guess was abrupt. Although Hua Zheng was infuriated by his son, Hua Stars was still the sole heir of the Hua family. Now that he was alone in Yang Kai's house, it was understandable that he would be more vigilant. If there really were 2 people there, they must have been secretly sent by Hua Zheng. Qiu Yimeng withdrew with a suspicious look on her face, frowning for a moment, then went to grab 2 pots of wine and diligently carried them out. 1,000 meters in front of Yang Kai's mansion, atop an elm tree, the dense foliage obscured the figures of the 2 powerhouses of the Hua clan. Their breaths were long and even, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. Rings of hazy halos enveloped their bodies, moving in a mysterious path, causing the 2 of them to completely fade into the air. Even if someone stood under the tree and looked up, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of these 2 unless they swept them with their divine sense. At this moment, the 2 men were sitting on the trunk of the tree, meditating. Their invisible divine senses had covered the entire Yang Kai mansion, so even the slightest movement inside couldn't escape their detection. Their tyrannical divine senses were constantly gathering and dispersing, ready to attack at any time. So even though they were hiding here, they weren't worried about anyone harming their young master. The 2 men's divine senses were so presumptuous that they naturally couldn't conceal themselves from Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiao, but the 2 men didn't have any malicious intent. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiao both had to heal their wounds, so they simply turned a blind eye to their actions. From below, the sound of footsteps could be heard. At first, the 2 men didn't care. There were now tens of thousands of people living in War City, so although the location of Yang Kai's mansion was remote, there were still pedestrians passing by. But as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, the 2 masters couldn't help opening their eyes and glancing at each other, slightly puzzled. These footsteps seemed to be coming for the 2 of them. Looking down, the 2 men couldn't help feeling shocked. They saw the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, at this moment, like a maidservant, holding a tray with 2 pots of aged wine on it, a smile on her face as she walked towards them step by step. Under the tree, Qiu Yimeng looked up and saw one of the Hua family's masters. This man's heart clenched as he subconsciously thought that the martial skill he had used to conceal himself had failed, but after a moment's inspection, it was clear that the martial skill was still working. Qiu Yimeng's eyes were somewhat empty, so she should just be looking in his direction and not at him. She didn't see him. The weather is dry. 2 seniors have been up in the tree for so long. Presumably you are thirsty. These 2 pots of wine will be sent to you to moisten your throats. I hope you don't mind. When this voice reached their ears, the 2 Hua family masters looked at each other and immediately stretched out their hands. A ripple spread out and the 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Qiu Yimeng's eyes. Since they had already been exposed, the 2 of them felt embarrassed to continue hiding. What's more, Qiu Yimeng's identity wasn't ordinary. Seeing the 2 of them appear, Qiu Yimeng remained calm on the surface, but in her heart she couldn't help admiring Yang Kai. The 2 Hua family masters lightly jumped down from the tree and stood in front of Qiu Yimeng, cupping their fists. "Greetings, young Lady Qiu. Thank you for your trouble." Saying so, they accepted the 2 pots of wine. "Please enjoy." Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, turning around to leave. "Young Lady Qiu, please wait." One of them quickly shouted. "What's wrong?" Qiu Yimeng looked at him suspiciously. That person frowned and stammered for a while before saying, "Can I ask, young Lady Qiu, how did you discover the 2 of us? Did the 2 Yang family blood warriors tell you?" Chapter 423. The 2 Hua family masters both thought it was the blood warriors who had betrayed them. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and chuckled. The two blood warriors are currently in the middle of healing and have no time to care about you. But it wasn't me who discovered you. I don't have such great skill. Then, haha, Junior will take her leave. Chiu Ming didn't say much and just smiled lightly. The Chiu family's first young lady was intelligent and was good at scheming. Although she had restrained herself in front of Yang Kai, she was still the same in front of others. At this time, she didn't want to reveal anything. Leaving a sense of mystery to these two would only be beneficial to Yang Kai. After Chiu Ming left, the two Hua family masters stared at the wine in their hands and sighed. They also knew who had taught Chiu Ming, but they really couldn't imagine that Yang Kai had such great skill. What do we do now? One of them frowned. The other also wore an ugly expression as he shook his head. It's not easy. We took 2 pots of wine from them tonight. This young Lord Kai is really insidious. Although it was only 2 pots of wine, they had been personally delivered by the Chiu family's first young lady. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. Tonight, when Yang Kai was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? If someone else had come to deliver the wine, even if it was Yang Kai himself, the two Hua family masters could refuse, but they couldn't refuse Chiu Ming. But the Patriarch hasn't allowed us to participate in the Inheritance War yet, and over the years, the other great forces have sent Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, even peak masters, but none of the 8 great families have sent masters above the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. If we act rashly and are discovered, where will we put our old faces? Should we send the wine back? One of them suggested. The other nodded. Good, you send it back. Scram. Sending the wine back. Wasn't that the same as slapping young Lady Chiu's face? Who would do such a stupid thing? Huh. The two Hua family masters glanced at each other. Both of them shook their heads and sighed. The 2 pots of wine at this moment was even hotter than a hot iron clamp. Left with no other choice, each of them shared a pot. When they drank it, it no longer had its usual mellow taste, only bitterness and helplessness. Time passed slowly. The sun set, the moon rose, and the stars dotted the sky. The sky seemed to be filled with sparkling gems. It was a magnificent sight to behold. The bustling war city during the day suddenly quieted down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were closely watching the movements of the 8 young lords inside War City. Faintly discernible divine senses intertwined within War City, monitoring its surroundings. Some experts with tyrannical strength even spread out their divine senses wantonly to have a comprehensive understanding of the various situations around them. At the very center of War City, Temple of Gods. This was a majestic palace. Inside the palace, there were 8 white-haired old men. He sat cross-legged in an octagon. The 8 of them remained as calm as an ancient well, each of them circulating their secret arts, seemingly not caring about the outside world, but in fact, their divine senses had already penetrated every corner of War City. These 8 people belonged to the central capital's 8 great families. Each one of them was a top master at the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The Yang family's inheritance war was being waged in War City, and most of the world's young elites had gathered here. Almost everyone who participated in the inheritance war was a leader of their respective force, a matter of great importance. Therefore, every time the inheritance war began, the 8 great families would send an above Immortal Ascension boundary master to War City. Firstly, they were responsible for overseeing the outcome of the inheritance war, and secondly, they were responsible for protecting the young people who participated in it. Otherwise, if the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land came here and wiped them out, the loss would be great. These 8 people were all over 100 years old, the oldest even reaching 200 years old. They had all but buried half of their necks in the ground, never caring about the affairs of the family or the general trend of the world, only focusing on their own cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao. Sitting here, they would not intervene in the inheritance war, only be responsible for overseeing the outcome and guarding War City from being taken advantage of. Who won or lost, they didn't care. After reaching their level of strength, they only wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the above Immortal Ascension boundary while they were still alive, this was their only pursuit. In the 8 great young lords' mansions, some were eager to make trouble, some were anxious, and some were prepared to watch the fire burn across the river, sit on top of the mountain, and watch the tigers fight in an attempt to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The strength they grasped was different, so their mentality was different. The night was getting darker and darker, but there was still no movement from the 8 great young lords' mansions, causing many people who were waiting to watch the inheritance war to become anxious. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back, his figure like a sword as he stood in the main hall of his mansion, staring at the flag hanging at the top of the hall. In the inheritance war, this flag was also a key thing. If one wanted to defeat a young lord in the inheritance war, there were 2 ways. The first was to directly capture this person. In this way, that young lord would lose the qualification to continue competing for the inheritance throne. The second way was related to this flag. Once someone took away this flag, the corresponding young lord would also lose the qualification to compete for the inheritance throne. Moreover, this flag had to be hung in a position directly above the main hall. It couldn't be carried on the person's body. The Yang family had set this rule for generations, probably to give the various young lords who participated in the inheritance war a way to win, as well as to increase the difficulty of the inheritance war and test their wisdom. For the Yang family young lords, this flag being hung here was nothing more than a hindrance, because they had to send people to guard this flag at all times to prevent it from being stolen or lost. On one hand, they had to guard their own flag. On the other hand, they had to have ideas about others. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Looking at the large Kai character on the flag, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Behind him, the Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng, central capital Wolf Huaxing, and Xiang family's second young lord Xianxia arrived. Yang Kai only had these people at his disposal, all of them gathered here at this moment. "Brother Kai, are you ready to give me your golden feather eagle?" Huaxing grinned mischievously, opening his folding fan and saying, "I'll tell you first, if someone comes to attack you, I'll be the first to surrender. Don't expect me to help you." Qiu Yimeng glared at him coldly. "If you keep blabbering, I'll cripple you right now and throw you out." Hey, you're a woman. Can you not be so grumpy?" Huaxing grumbled. Xianxia quickly nodded. "My Xiang family's people are all here. I'll cooperate with you." "Do as you wish." Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually. Xianxia frowned, but didn't say a word, turning around and walking out, apparently going to dispatch the people he had brought with him. The strength of the people he had brought with him wasn't very high. Although there were 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, in front of a real master, they were still somewhat lacking. However, tonight was the first day of the inheritance war, so the other young lords didn't necessarily have much strength at their disposal, so the people he had brought with him could still play a big role. At this point, "You should tell me what you're going to do, right?" Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. "The helpers you've been hiding, shouldn't they show themselves?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't have any hidden helpers. All the people you've seen are our current strength." "Really?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. "I won't lie to you this time," Yang Kai said firmly. "Then how are we going to defend?" The Qiu family's first young lady suddenly panicked. Although the 2 blood warriors were powerful, how much combat strength could they possibly display? Coupled with the Xiang family's people and her own Autumn Rainhall's people, it didn't seem like they had much strength. As long as the other side could dispatch 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, it would be more than enough to take this place. Right now, there were at least 3 Yang family young lords who could mobilize such masters. It's not too late to regret now. Yang Kai glared at Qiu Yimeng coldly. Perceiving his gaze, Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly, suddenly realizing something and smiling. "No, I believe you." "Heh, I don't believe you." Huaxing laughed as he walked out. "I'm going to find some bird food first. I'll feed the eagle when I get it." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. When there were only the 2 of them left in the hall, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I need to go out." Xiao Yimeng's expression suddenly changed as she asked in shock, "Go out? What do you want to do? What do you think?" The Qiu family's first young lady stared at Yang Kai incredulously, her mouth slightly open, seemingly thinking he was joking. But Yang Kai's face remained calm, not a trace of joking expression on his face. "Are you serious?" Naturally, it's true. In the inheritance war, if one can capture one's opponent, the benefits they can obtain are great. Tonight is the first day. Someone will definitely be eliminated. This is also an opportunity. If there were no benefits to capturing one's opponent, those who participated in the inheritance war wouldn't rashly attack others. This was a waste of time and effort while also having to worry about their own flag being stolen. Who would be willing to do such a thing? As long as one could capture a Yang family young lord or seize a flag, they could exchange it for a lot of materials from the family for their own use. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Yimeng shook her head as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "The strength you have now isn't even enough to defend yourself, yet you want to take the initiative to attack? Tell me, who can you take out with you? My Autumn Rain Hall's people? Or the Xiang family's people? Or the two blood warriors?" The first two groups of people wouldn't be of any use, but if the latter two were to be taken out, the house would be completely defenseless and would only be easier to defeat. "I'll go alone." Yang Kai frowned. "I don't agree." Xiao Yimeng's chest heaved up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stared at her full chest for a moment before saying, "I didn't ask for your opinion. I just wanted to inform you. I don't need others to interfere with my decisions." Xiao Yimeng's expression suddenly became bitter as she ground her teeth. After a long time, Xiao Yimeng took a deep breath and said, "Good. Since you've decided, I won't say anything more, but if you lose tonight, then Xiao Yimeng, was blind to have followed a man like you." "Woman, don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood." Yang Kai sneered. "Besides, it's not certain who will win or lose." "Tell me, how many people did you bring?" "I'm alone." The excitement and smile on Dong Qing Han's face quickly stiffened, and he quickly restrained himself as he stared at Yang Kai. "I'm your cousin. Are you going to play this game with me?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "I'm not lying to you. I'm really the only one here." Dong Qing Han couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showing signs of twitching slightly. This time, even the wind and cloud dual guards were stunned. Running out alone at such a sensitive time in the middle of the night. Was he a fool or an idiot? How could he be so bold as to regard all the heroes in this world as nothing? On top of that, he actually managed to arrive here safely, not even being intercepted halfway. This was the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force dedicated to collecting intelligence. So how could the other Yang family young lords who wanted to win the inheritance war not have a special intelligence network? It could be said that the 8 young lords were all monitoring each other's movements at all times. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately report back. "How did you manage to come here?" Dong Qing Han felt a little incredulous. "Did the two blood warriors around you dare to let you leave?" "They don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the mansion, he didn't tell anyone, only Qiu Yimeng. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come here. "Then your mansion?" Dong Qing Han asked anxiously, without Yang Kai there. The people there were tantamount to having no commander. "There's no problem there. Let's not talk about that. I came to you to borrow some people." Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qing Han's chatter. "Borrow people?" Dong Qing Han asked, immediately understanding and pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. "Them? I'm alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. Adding them will be enough." Dong Qing Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he added the wind and cloud dual guards, it was still only 3 people. They could steal chickens and dogs, but stirring up trouble was definitely not enough. Not necessarily, but there's always a chance. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. For the time being, he didn't know what his target situation would be like. But thinking about it, tonight, just like his own mansion, it would be very lively. If you want to borrow people, naturally, Dong Qinghan quickly said, but I also want to go. You can't. Your strength is too weak. You'll only be a burden. Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghan was rendered speechless, his face flushed red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. Cousin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but right now, I can single-handedly defeat you. You should go to bed early. The Wind and Cloud dual guards both wore awkward expressions, not daring to speak. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll explain to you in detail. Seniors Wind and Cloud. I'll take them with me first. Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghan before standing up directly. Scram! Dong Qinghan shouted, his expression quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled, waved to the Wind and Cloud dual guards, opened the door, and left. This little bastard, how much has he grown? After Yang Kai and the Wind and Cloud dual guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to relieve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted him, half of his meridians seemed to have been sealed, so naturally he knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said he could single-handedly defeat him. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, he had only narrowly defeated by Yun Feng from the Bai family. So how could he have grown so much in just a few years? Monster! Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, his face filled with resentment. Inside War City, 3 dark figures were rapidly flying. Even though the city was brightly lit and countless divine senses were intertwined, no one was able to discover the whereabouts of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, the Wind and Cloud dual guards noticed that a mysterious and powerful divine sense had wrapped around them, isolating their auras and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their whereabouts. This divine sense was so strong and strange that it was even stronger than the Wind and Cloud dual guard's own. It was one of the few masters they had encountered who possessed such divine sense. As a result, all they needed to do was carefully follow behind Yang Kai without worrying about exposing themselves. Seeing this, the Wind and Cloud dual guards finally understood how Yang Kai had been able to safely arrive at the place where Dong Qinghan lived. The 2 of them didn't know that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, only thinking that he had used some kind of high-grade soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, causing their expectations and evaluation of Yang Kai to rise a notch. This cousin of their young master really seemed to have the potential to succeed. Under the cover of this mysterious divine sense, as long as the 3 of them didn't attack, no one would be able to discover them, making them practically invincible. Not long after, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly turned around and hid under a roof. The Wind and Cloud dual guards hurriedly followed, somewhat confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly become so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, causing the 2 of them to quickly hold their breath. After a moment, the sound of fluttering clothes came from all directions, followed by several figures flying forward. The Wind and Cloud dual guards' expressions couldn't help changing slightly, only now realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just randomly speaking. He had actually noticed that some masters were approaching. What a strong sense! Both of them were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't released their divine senses out of caution, with their immortal ascension boundary cultivations, their cultivators' intuition was still there. Even they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, yet Yang Kai had, which was enough to explain many things. Staring at the figures of the people who were flying forward, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange grin. These people weren't trying to hide their figures, nor were they trying to hide their identities. The leader of this group was the Yang family's 5th brother, Yang Kong, who had been escorted by Tang Yuxian. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He should have been left behind in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of the flag was extremely important, so a powerful blood warrior had to be left behind to guard it. It was impossible for Yang Kong to leave his own mansion empty while attacking others. Yang Kong was accompanied by a number of masters who weren't weak. These people were all rushing towards the northeast corner of War City, so it was obvious they were all from the forces that had allied with Yang Kong. That direction was also the target of Yang Kai's trip, the mansion of his third brother, Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a series of shuffling sounds rang out as countless figures flew up into the sky, following closely behind Yang Kang's group as they rushed towards the northeast corner of War City. These people were all following along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, so naturally, there were some bored people who wanted to witness the Yang family's infighting. How could they miss such a wonderful show? Seeing such a group of bored people, Yang Kai was also somewhat happy, winking to the wind and cloud dual guard before also soaring into the sky and flying forward with the rest of the group. Chapter 425. The crowd gathered together, all of them smiling widely as they followed Yang Kang's group towards the northeast. Although War City wasn't as large as the central capital, it was still a behemoth compared to the other cities. If not for this, the Yang family wouldn't have chosen to conduct the Inheritance War here. Without a huge space as a battlefield, the Inheritance War simply couldn't be carried out. Yang Kang's group flew at a leisurely pace, their expressions relaxed, and they even had the mood to chat and laugh leisurely, making them feel quite at ease. About half an hour later, they arrived at the northeast part of War City. In front of Yang Tai's house, Yang Kong and the others calmly landed. The bored people who had followed them to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position and stopped, looking forward to seeing what would happen. Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Third brother, fifth brother is here. Yang Kong stood outside the house and shouted with a smile on his face. Since you've come in. Yang Tai's voice called out from inside. Yang Kong smiled lightly and led the large group of people in. Although Yang Tai's voice was neither fast nor slow, anyone could hear the hidden powerlessness and loneliness in his tone. After all these years of life experience outside, he hadn't been able to obtain any decent merits, so he couldn't exchange for a blood warrior. There was no blood warrior around him to protect him, nor did he have the support of any other forces. With just the support of his mother's family, it wasn't enough to accomplish anything. Qiu Yimeng's original judgment was roughly correct. Yang Tai was destined to be the first to be eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yang Tai stood upright. Behind him stood two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage masters and a few other cultivator whose strength wasn't too weak. These people were all from Yang Tai's mother's family, the Duan Mu family. As for the Duan Mu family, they were also Yang Tai's only source of support in the Inheritance War. Whether Yang Tai could pass this night safely or not, he would have to rely on the strength of the Duan Mu family. On the other hand, Yang Kong not only had a powerful blood warrior like Tang Yuxian who was proficient in soul skills, but he also had one of the 8 great families, the Gao family, as an ally. Gao Rangfeng also had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him. These 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families couldn't be treated as ordinary people. They were strong enough to defeat an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Other than that, there were also 5 or 6 Heaven's Wander State experts and dozens of Yuan Qi State cultivators. With such a contrast in strength, the difference in strength was obvious. Yang Kong only needed to dispatch half of his strength to restrain all of Yang Tai's helpers. Capturing Yang Tai himself or seizing his flag would be as easy as flipping one's hand, and this was one person and one item. All of them could be exchanged for resources from the family. Yang Tai calmly looked at the approaching Yang Kong, his expression indifferent. Yang Kong stopped 10 feet away from him, and the two stared at each other for a moment. Yang Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, we're all brothers. Why don't you listen to my advice and settle this peacefully?" He obviously wanted Yang Tai to surrender on his own accord. Now that he had the absolute advantage, he naturally had the right to say such words. Hearing this, Yang Tai slowly but firmly shook his head. My Yang family has always been defeated, never surrendering. Even if you're my brother, that won't do. Good. I knew you would say that. Yang Kong nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly converging. If it were me, I would have said the same thing. Since that's the case, don't blame fifth brother for not showing mercy. Do as you wish. Yang Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The Duan Mu family cultivator behind him also condensed their yuan qi at this moment, secretly taking precautions. At that moment, Tang Yuxian, who had always been by Yang Kang's side, suddenly frowned and whispered something. Yang Kang's expression became playful as he glanced back and called out, "Seventh brother, since you've come, why don't you just show yourself? What are you doing sneaking around?" A burst of laughter rang out as a group of people flew out from the night sky and landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yang Kang's group. It was the Yang family's seventh brother, Yang Ying, and his allies. Yang Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng as an ally, while Yang Ying had the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally. Yang Ying also had a blood warrior by his side, so even if there was some gap in strength between the two sides, it was very small. The crowd watching the fun suddenly became excited. With the three Yang family brothers gathered here, there would naturally be a good show to watch. Now, whether it was Yang Kong or Yang Ying, who would be the one to eat the fat piece of meat that was Yang Tai? Third brother, fifth brother, little seven greets you. Yang Ying landed and first greeted them with a smile, his face filled with warmth and gentleness. Seventh brother, if it weren't for you, Xian noticing, I'm afraid fifth brother would have been stalked by you without even realizing it. Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. What is fifth brother saying? In the inheritance war, all kinds of schemes and tricks are used. Little seventh was just quietly hiding for a moment. I was worried that there might be other brothers in the crowd watching the fun. Saying so, both he and Yang Kong swept their eyes around vigilantly. Yang Kai's head was wrapped in a hat and his face was covered, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help smiling. The Wind and Cloud brothers also couldn't help feeling like they had been exposed. No one should be coming. Yang Kong slowly shook his head. Tonight, eldest brother is biding his time. He is the eldest brother, so it's only right for him to show some respect to his brothers. Tonight, he won't be participating in the first battle. Eighth brother is currently in a state of panic and will only defend, not take the initiative to attack. Although the eighth brother Yang Quan had a blood warrior as his retainer, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so the support they could provide was limited. During the day, he hadn't been able to win over many followers, so naturally he didn't dare take the initiative to attack others. On top of that, he had a blood warrior as his retainer, so even if there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to break through, so no one had any ideas about attacking him on the first night. As for second brother and sixth brother, they should have taken their people to another place that is easier to attack. So here, it's only as two brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered meaningfully. Second brother Yang Zhao and sixth brother Yang Shun had gone to another place that was easy to attack tonight, so besides his own house, there was no other place. He just didn't know what the situation there was now. As Yang Kong spoke, Yang Ying couldn't help smiling. Fifth brother's news is truly fast. Little seven admires you. Yang Kong shook his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss how to deal with third brother first. What does fifth brother think? How about we each take one of the people and the flag? Yang Kong asked with a smile, not putting his third brother Yang Tai in his eyes at all, as if he wanted to divide up some kind of supplies with Yang Ying. Yang Tai's face couldn't help going pale, while the other Duan Mu family masters also wore angry looks. Yang Ying smiled and shook his head, calmly saying, fifth brother, don't blame little seven for having such a big appetite. I want third brother's people, but I also want his flag. Yang Kong was stunned and couldn't help sneering. Seventh brother, your appetite is really big. Then let's see if you have the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged, and his expression became cold. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the surrounding 1,000 meters suddenly became silent, the air seemingly stagnant. When the wind and rain came, the city was about to be destroyed. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk more than 10 powerful spiritual energy senses suddenly burst forth, and as if they had discussed this beforehand, the immortal ascension boundary masters brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying simultaneously released the soul skills they had been accumulating for a long time. As the invisible forces collided, some people let out muffled groans and were forced to retreat a few steps, while others took advantage of the situation and fiercely attacked. The brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed at this moment, dazzling the onlookers. Tang Yuxian flew to the side to protect Yang Kong from the whirlpool of battle, while the other blood warrior brought by Yang Ying also flew to the other side to protect him. The two Yang family young lords stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, their cold gazes colliding, creating a series of sparks. As key figures in the inheritance war, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kong and Yang Ying wouldn't take action themselves. Firstly, doing so was dangerous, and secondly, their strength wasn't high, so even if they took action, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The blood warriors guarding them were also restrained by the Yang family's rules and couldn't take the initiative to attack. The blood warriors were only responsible for passive counterattacks. When no one attacked them or the Yang family young lords, even if the situation was critical, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the cultivator brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying was roughly the same, so when they clashed, they were actually evenly matched. As the hosts, Yang Tai and the Duan Mu family cultivator were relaxed. No one actually came to find trouble with them. After observing for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted, "Did you really think this third brother wasn't prepared at all? You're looking down on me too much. Release the arrows." Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk on top of the surrounding walls and roofs, a number of figures appeared, each of them holding a powerful bow that glowed with a brilliant light. The shape of these bows was quite arrogant. At a glance, it was obvious they were high-grade artifacts. As for the cultivators holding bows, each of them was at least a true element boundary 8-stage master, with one or two even having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yuan Qi madly poured into the bows and artifacts, and in just a short time, the cultivator holding the bows all went pale, seemingly having exhausted all of their Yuan Qi. Wherever the arrows were pointed, everyone felt a sense of danger, and their complexion changed greatly. As the violent power gathered, even the bored people who were watching from outside the mansion couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as a chill ran down their spines, as if some kind of danger was staring at them. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk 6 or 7 powerful bows, the bowstrings trembling, the sharp arrows on the bowstrings emitting a dazzling light, like meteors falling from the sky, creating a halo of light visible to the naked eye as they slammed towards the cultivator who was still fighting. The arrows flew out and instantly weaved into a rain of arrows, wrapping around Yang Kong and Yang Ying's followers. A loud bang rang out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums trembled as they lost their sense of hearing in an instant. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared in disbelief at the energy eruption below. Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior quickly circulated their Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kong and Yang Ying. RS. Chapter 426. After a while, the raging waves of energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 to 7 arrows and was almost razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and people crawled up from the edge of the crater. The ground was littered with broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. The inheritance war was not a child's play, people could really die. The minced corpses and rotten flesh on the ground, as well as countless rocks, had proven this cruel fact. The entire Xianxia's mansion fell into a suffocating silence. Only some intermittent groans could be heard. The smell of blood filled the air. Among the crowd of onlookers, many female cultivators averted their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and began retching. Xianxia watched all this indifferently, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions suddenly became gloomy. They never thought that their third brother would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in such a disadvantageous situation. It wasn't that they didn't know those people were lying in ambush on top of the walls. They were well aware of their position. It was just that they hadn't expected Xianxia to be able to obtain such a powerful killing artifact. The Shattering Star Bow was only Earth-grade top rank, but it was capable of swallowing a cultivator's yuan qi without limit, releasing all of it in one shot. As soon as the arrow was released, the bow cracked and the cultivators were injured. The 6 or 7 Shattering Star bows, which were not easy to refine, were shattered the moment the arrows left the bowstrings. The force of the explosion even caused the cultivators holding the bows to be severely injured, their bodies riddled with holes. However, Xianxia's purpose had been achieved. He was indeed unable to resist the attacks of Yang Kong and Yang Ying. But before he was defeated, he could viciously take a bite out of his enemy's flesh. I can lose, but whoever comes after me, I won't let them off so easily. Xianxia's Shattering Star Bow had perfectly expressed his intentions. Under the barrage of arrows, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's cultivator subordinates had lost at least a dozen people, 2 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and more than 20 had been seriously injured. Minor injuries didn't count. At the very beginning of the Inheritance War, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the miserable situation below, the 2 of them were so angry that their eyes were about to crack. Kill them for me. Yang Kong and Yang Ying furiously ordered almost at the same time. In the next moment, the brief silence was broken. The 6 or 7 cultivator who had been injured by the explosion of the Star Shatter Bow had shot the arrows. He didn't even have the strength to resist before he was killed in one move. These were all cultivators of the Duan Mu family. Although the Duan Mu family was a first-class force and had many masters, they couldn't devote all of their strength to the Inheritance War. Moreover, Xianxia was destined to have no chance of winning. Therefore, although the Duanmu clan had sent quite a few people this time, they were only doing their best. The Duanmu clan's patriarch had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others did not even frown. Old 7. 5th brother. I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first. What do you think? Yang Kang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the motionless Xianxia, asking his 7th brother, Yang Ying. Exactly. Yang Ying nodded. The ownership of the people and flag will depend on your own methods. Yang Kong snorted. Under his command, the people he had brought with him attacked Xianxia. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, the 2 of them aimed their spears at Xianxia and the Duan Mu family. Among the cultivator the Duan Mu family had dispatched this time, the strongest were only 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Although the 6 or 7 Star Shatter bows had won back some face, in this kind of head-on confrontation, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters tried their best to protect Yang Ying as they were forced to retreat, but after a short while they were forced to retreat. At that moment, a person from each side of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and hid themselves as they rushed towards the main hall of Xianxia's mansion. That was where Xianxia's flag was hanging. Although Xianxia saw them, he was powerless to stop them and could only allow them to enter, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. Get ready. Xianxia, who had been quietly observing the situation, suddenly shouted. The wind and cloud guard's expressions became solemn, knowing that Yang Kai was finally going to make a move. Turning his head to look at the wind and cloud guards, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Although the two seniors aren't weak, in this kind of chaotic battle, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain any advantage." The wind guard nodded. "What young Lord Kai says is correct, and among those people, there are several whose strength is not inferior to ours, some even surpassing ours. As for what to do, young Lord Kai can give us orders. Old Cloud and I will do our best to cooperate. Just follow me. Go in and make a few false moves. Don't fight. Immediately leave," Yang Kai whispered. The wind and cloud guards were masters of the Dong family who had followed Dong Qing Han for so many years. If they died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qing Han. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters. He didn't want them to risk their lives. Good. After listening to Yang Kai, the wind and cloud guards nodded firmly. If they just went in and made a few false moves, there wouldn't be any danger. What they feared the most were the masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. But as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Warrior Hall's masters naturally wouldn't attack them. Also, go help Yang Ying's people attack Yang Kang's people. Don't attack both sides at once. If they only attacked one side, it would give Yang Kang's people the illusion that they were allies. Although they would quickly realize this, Yang Kai wanted to seize this fleeting opportunity. If they attacked both sides, it would only be a thankless task. As he spoke, two people suddenly rushed out from Yang Tai's room. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp, the other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Cultivator, one of them holding a flag and running out, a look of joy on his face, while the other hurriedly chased after him. Obviously, the first person had moved faster and obtained the flag first. Yang Kang's eyes lit up, no longer caring about the battle below. He quickly shouted, "Come here." When a master holding the flag heard this, he hurriedly rushed over to Yang Kong. As long as he handed the flag to Yang Kong, with Tang Yuxian's protection, he would basically be safe. "In your dreams," Yang Ying coldly snorted, leading the blood warrior behind him to rush towards the man. "Seventh brother, you stay here." Yang Kong laughed and leapt forward to intercept him. The blood warrior behind Yang Ying quickly moved to help. Tang Yuxian's soul skill burst out. In an instant, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had begun fighting, while Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior were also engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, Yang Kai had brought the wind and cloud guards to the battlefield. With so many pairs of eyes watching them, naturally some people had discovered their tracks. However, these people were just here to watch the fun, so even if they discovered them, they wouldn't alert Yang Kong or Yang Ying, instead just wondering where these three people had come from. The two Yang family young lords were fighting one-on-one. The two blood warriors were also fighting one-on-one. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters who had escaped from Yang Tai's Central Palace were also fighting one-on-one. The rest of the people were jointly attacking the Duan Mu family in an attempt to capture Yang Tai. The entire war city had been divided into 4 parts. The Duan Mu family's cultivator had either been killed or injured, leaving only 4 or 5 who were still stubbornly resisting. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters were also covered in wounds. It was obvious they were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai whispered to the wind and cloud guards before rushing towards the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag. Before he even arrived, his spiritual energy had already burst forth. A strange and terrifying divine sense suddenly enveloped the entire Yang Tai's mansion like a giant mountain. It pressed down on everyone. Everyone who was fighting couldn't help but have a change in expression. Their attacking moves instantly turned into defensive moves. The divine sense of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The two blood warriors separated at the same time and quickly stood guard beside Yang Kong and Yang Ying, glancing around vigilantly. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag were also startled, nearly falling to their knees. Just as they were panicking over which powerhouse had suddenly made a move, a black shadow had already rushed in front of them. Both of them coldly snorted and simultaneously attacked this dark shadow. A strange purple light burst forth, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out. "Soul skill," the two men exclaimed, but before they could react, a burst of floral fragrance assaulted their nostrils as blood-red petals wrapped in a cold, murderous intent flew out in all directions. Caught off guard, the two men were simultaneously struck by this attack, a cold chill filling their knowledge seas, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, their strength wasn't weak and their souls were quite stable, so even though they were struck by Yang Kai's soul skill, they weren't injured. On the other hand, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia that followed after forced them into a panic. In this brief moment, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the master holding the flag, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned maliciously. When a man saw Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but become slightly dazed. By the time he regained his composure, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. "You?" The master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He naturally recognized the 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, but he had never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to breathe, continuing to entangle with the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia while he leapt into the air and tossed the flag into the air. In the dark night, a golden light flashed and a pair of claws stretched out, accurately grabbing Yang Kai's flag and disappearing in an instant. The sound of flapping wings rang out and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was the golden feather eagle. "Are you an idiot?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, the opponent who had just been holding the flag had clearly been snatched away without any resistance. So how could he understand the confusion and shock in his opponent's heart? "It's me." The man knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain for a while. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who was guarding Yang Kong, couldn't help but frown as she stared in the direction the golden feather eagle disappeared, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as a smile appeared on her face. When she turned to look at Yang Kai again, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. Chapter 427. The flag that should have belonged to Yang Kong had suddenly been snatched away, causing the originally joyful Yang Kong to be slightly startled, his mood instantly turning sour. Moreover, after the person who had snatched the flag flew up and down, the flag had already disappeared. Yang Kong couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, but he didn't dare to act rashly. That extremely powerful spiritual energy belonging to a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master still shrouded the surrounding area. Not only did Yang Kong not dare to move, but everyone present also didn't dare to move. Such a master hiding nearby was a deterrent to anyone. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew in their hearts that this master was not one of them. Because of this deterrent spiritual energy, Yang Tai and the several Duanmu family cultivator, who were originally in a precarious situation, became much more relaxed at this moment. The wind and cloud dual guards, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples, rushing into the battlefield, swinging left and right, attacking all the people brought by Yang Kong. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were unfamiliar faces, they didn't think much about it, allowing the wind and cloud dual guards to act wantonly. After a few exchanges, the wind and cloud dual guards arrived in front of Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture my third brother." The flag was already gone. If they still couldn't capture this person, then this time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Yang Kang's shout finally caused those who were on guard to take action. Yang Ying also shouted, "Stop them for me." The cultivator on both sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. They were entangled with each other. The wind and cloud dual guards approached Yang Tai, and in the midst of the chaos, they actually received the help of several cultivators from Yang Ying's camp, successfully forcing back the two Duanmu family masters guarding Yang Tai and grabbing him. Yang Ying laughed and shouted to the wind and cloud dual guards, "You too, please send him over." "Yes." The wind and cloud dual guards quickly responded. "Hurry up." "Good." Saying so, he casually threw Yang Tai over. Yang Ying was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The person who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air to intercept Yang Tai, carrying him and flying away. At the same time, the wind and cloud dual guards also flew into the air. They disappeared into the night sky in a streak of green light. "Fifth brother, seventh brother. Thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces suddenly became ashen as they cried out in alarm. "Ninth brother." When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they immediately went into an uproar. "Ninth brother." That was the youngest young master of the Yang family, Yang Kai. Just now, when Yang Kong was speaking, he had also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Shun had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion tonight to cause trouble. And judging from Yang Kai's performance today, he didn't have much help. Even if his situation was better than Yang Tai's, it wouldn't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that ninth brother Yang Kai be in a terrible fix in his own mansion? Why would he appear here to reap the benefits? Moreover, he seemed to have only brought 2 helpers with him. This person was so bold. Without knowing why, when they heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the incredulity in his tone, the crowd felt a burst of excitement. It seemed that this kind of unexpected battle was the kind of show they had been looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters away with Yang Tai, his Yuan Qi fully activated as his figure flashed, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages. "It really is the little lord." Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered to herself. Just now, she had seen a golden light in the dark night. Tang Yuxian had some doubts about whether it was the golden feather eagle, but now hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. "Did you already know?" Yang Kong glanced at her unhappily. Tang Yuxian's expression remained serious as she shook her head. "It was just a guess, I wasn't sure." Yang Kang's expression became ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time, he had deliberately chosen these two as his retainers for the inheritance war. Firstly, because their strength was really good, and secondly, because he wanted to disgust Yang Kai. However, at this critical juncture, he had been the one to disgust Yang Kai. Both his flag and his people had been snatched away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying had fought a life and death battle and had lost so many helpers, but in the end they had obtained nothing. The depression in his heart could be imagined. "Chase!" Yang Kong grit his teeth and roared, immediately flying off. Yang Ying's expression was also gloomy as he followed without a word. The two groups of people left together, leaving behind only the ruins of Yang Tai's mansion and the 4 or 5 injured Duanmu family masters. In order to chase down Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, the two of them had no intention of dealing with the remaining Duanmu family masters. The first battle of the night was actually a sandpiper and clam fight. A fisherman taking advantage of the situation, this was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers still wanted to see more, so they quickly followed. These people were also quite interested in the daring ninth brother Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't help wondering what kind of person this youngest young Master Yang was, and how he was able to act so boldly. Faintly, these people didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With the existence of such a person, the inheritance war would be much more interesting and exciting. With the ground covered in blood and corpses, the 4 or 5 Duanmu family masters who had survived glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, slowly sitting down and adjusting their breathing. They had done their best. The Duanmu family had sent a total of 30 to 40 people this time, but after this battle, only 5 of them had survived. This was a loss to the Duanmu family's strength, but it would also strengthen the Duan Mu family's reputation. In the future, when people talked about this inheritance war, they would only praise the Duan Mu family for their loyalty and uprightness, knowing full well that they would lose, but still sending people to protect them without hesitation. Such a family was bound to have people befriending them. So in the long run, the Duan Mu family not only didn't lose anything. Instead, they benefited. Yang Kong and Yang Ying led their own people to chase after Yang Kai. At first, they could still see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters released their divine senses in an attempt to detect Yang Kai's movements. But these divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, completely useless. Yang Kai and Yang Tai had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The results reported by their pursuers made Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions become more and more ugly. Your ninth brother's speed is too shocking. Gao Rang Feng muttered in horror. Carrying a person in his hand, he was actually able to leave so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind. Such speed was simply incredible. Regardless of his speed, under the divine senses of so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kong Zhan shook his head, somewhat unable to understand. Yang Ying's eyes flashed as he stared towards Tang Yuxian, chuckling lightly. Fifth brother, I heard that your blood warrior's attainments and soul skills are far higher than anyone else's. Was she unable to detect it with her divine sense? Listening to Yang Ying's words, Yang Kong also quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yuxian, full of questions. Tang Yuxian shook her head lightly and said, I've tried. I couldn't detect the little lord's movements. Yang Kong frowned, quickly saying, Yuxian, I know you and ninth brother have a good personal relationship, but don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You are a blood warrior of the Yang family's blood warrior hall. Tang Yuxian's expression became serious as she said, Fifth young lord, I understand what you're saying, but I also ask you to understand that blood warriors always distinguish between public and private interests. Since you used your merits to exchange with the family for me and Tu Feng to serve as your retainers. Before you fail, Tu Feng and I will do our best to assist you. Listening to her say this, Yang Kong didn't continue to press the issue, nodding slightly. That's not what I meant. Since you can't detect him, ninth brother must have some kind of powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts. You mean the master of that divine sense? Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange spiritual energy he had just sensed. It should be, with such a powerful master helping him, it is indeed possible for him to do so. Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. Strange, how could ninth brother have such a powerful helper? In the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world participated. Among them, the strongest master the 8 great families had ever dispatched was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. As for the other first-class forces, they generally wouldn't send a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to participate. Such masters were usually relatively old and wouldn't be willing to disturb the balance of the inheritance war. On top of that, these families couldn't afford to lose such a master. Therefore, the strongest master a first-class force could send was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Of course, this fact was not absolute. As the inheritance war heated up, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were likely to appear on the battlefield. As for the second-class forces, there were very few Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. For example, in Blood Battle Gang, only Sect Master Human was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. As the leader of the Blood Battle Gang, how could he participate? As for Storm Hall, there wasn't even a single Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Even the Sect Master, Xiao Ruo Han, only had a 7th Stage Cultivation. Chapter 428. Unable to catch up with Yang Kai, Unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, and even more fearful of the mysterious peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Yang Kong and Yang Ying both wore depressed expressions. After a moment of silence, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly smiled and said, "The two of you, do you want to go to your ninth brother's house now?" Yang Kong and Yang Ying both glanced at him suspiciously, but soon their eyes lit up. Yang Kai had run out on his own, so there was no one guarding his house. Moreover, that mysterious master had also been brought out by him, so the defenses there must be empty. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shun were also there. If they went there now, the four of them together would be enough to flatten Yang Kai's house. Looking at each other indifferently, the two brothers both saw the opportunity in this situation. But before they could consider the pros and cons, Gao Rangfeng of the Gao family shook his head and said, "That's not right. I think the two of you should hurry back to your own houses. If there really is a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master as Yang Kai's ally, I'm afraid your houses will be in danger right now." Hearing this, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions changed greatly. They had only seen the opportunity to defeat others, but had completely ignored their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of meat, the two of them had brought a lot of allies with them. In addition to leaving behind a blood warrior to guard their flags, they didn't have many powerful forces to guard their respective houses. At this time, if Yang Kai really took advantage of this situation, they would be defeated unjustly. Thinking so, the two of them no longer had any ideas about Yang Kai and quickly led their respective forces back. 10 kilometers outside War City, Yang Kai put down Yang Tai in his hand. Not bothering to seal his meridians and Yuan Shi, Yang Kai lifted his hat and called out, "Third brother." Ninth brother's methods are quite good, Yang Tai said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just took advantage of their loophole. Tonight, no one would have thought that he would dare to come out and cause trouble. So when Yang Kong and Yang Ying were fighting each other, they were completely unprepared. If not for this, how could Yang Kai so easily capture the flag? As long as they were slightly on guard, Yang Kai would not have succeeded this time. No matter what, now that third brother has fallen into your hands, it's all thanks to you." Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said, "Rather than being captured by those two, why don't you just stay here? Third brother would rather let you take advantage of me. At least you didn't take the initiative to attack me. Third brother, you're being too serious." Yang Kai sensed his indifference and naturally knew that he was a little depressed because he was the first to be eliminated. "You can go back to the central capital. There's nothing for you to do here." Yang Tai was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean? It's nothing special. Just taking the flag is enough." Saying so, without waiting for Yang Tai to say anything else, Yang Kai's figure flickered and returned to War City. Standing in place for a long time, Yang Tai's expression gradually eased. Frowning, Yang Tai stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a faint trace of gratitude appearing on his face. Yang Kai not taking him to the family to exchange for supplies was tantamount to giving him some face. Yang Tai hadn't achieved much in these past few years, nor had he done anything earth-shattering. His performance had always been mediocre, but as a Yang family young lord, his pride was still ingrained in his bones. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to die tonight and would have taken the initiative to surrender. With the help of the Chiu family's Chiu Ziruo and the support he had gathered, he was able to resist Yang Zhao for a short time. On the other hand, in Yang Kai's mansion, besides the central capital wolf, only Chiu Yimeng and Xiang Tianxiao were standing next to him. In addition, Chu Gao stood like an iron tower in front of the main hall, motionless. Yingzhou's whereabouts were unknown. However, everyone present knew that this shadowy blood warrior was lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Separated by some distance, Chiu Yimeng and Chiu Ziruo's eyes met. The former smiled slightly, her smile full of confidence, while the latter's eyes couldn't help flashing slightly before quickly returning to his former self, seemingly not wanting to show any timidity in front of his elder sister. At the same time, Xianxia and Xianxiao also stared at each other, one expressionless, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a little tense. Sixth brother, what do you want to do with little brother Kai? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Shun also smiled. If second brother wants to eat the meat, little brother will drink the soup. Second brother can't eat all of it alone, right? Naturally. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, since that's the case, second brother will take little brother Kai's flag. We'll split it evenly. As long as second brother is in charge. Yang Shun grinned meaningfully, quite satisfied with Yang Zhao's proposal. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards Xianxia and Nan Sheng and couldn't help curling his lips, a trace of disdain flashing across his eyes. The grievances between Yang Kai and them had already spread today. It wasn't difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose little brother Kai instead of the flag. The Xiang and Nan families joining Yang Zhao's camp had greatly increased his strength, so he naturally wanted to express his gratitude to his allies. Capturing Yang Kai was tantamount to losing face, so Xianxia and Nan Sheng should be satisfied and would only serve him more loyally in the future. Hey, you two, aren't you tired of standing there talking? Why don't you come down? Hua Xingchun suddenly called out casually. Yang Zhao smiled and shook his head. No need, brother Hua. Let my little brother Kai come out and speak. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai. Hua Star's grinned meaningfully. He doesn't seem to be at home. Not at home. Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Hua Stars was trying to fool him, asking curiously, if he's not at home at this time, where would he be? How would I know? Maybe he's somewhere enjoying himself. Haha. Hua Stars grinned as he stood up and opened his folding fan, pretending to be a romantic. In any case, he's not at home. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chiu Meng. She should know where Yang Kai is. Yang Zhao couldn't help turning his eyes to Chiu Meng, who smiled lightly and tucked her hair behind her ear, asking softly, if I say he's not at home, would second young lord believe me? Hearing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai was playing some kind of trick. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm, and he said loudly, I don't believe you. Tonight was such a sensitive time. How could Yang Kai not be at home? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show himself. Then, second young lord can search this place and see if he can find him. Chiu Meng smiled lightly, but in her heart, she was cursing him. Yang Kai had indeed said hello to her before going out, but before she could agree, he had disappeared. Where he had gone or what he was going to do, she had no idea. No need. Yang Zhao's face showed a look of impatience as he shouted loudly, little brother Kai, come out yourself. Second brother promises not to embarrass you. After calling out twice in a row, Yang Kai didn't respond. Nan Sheng couldn't help sneering. Second young lord, it seems that your little brother doesn't want to give you any face. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just directly attack. He won't be able to resist. He seemed to be impatient to defeat Yang Kai, so he could watch him make a fool of himself and soothe the wounds he had suffered these past few months. Matters between us brothers don't need others to meddle. Yang Zhao snorted. Nan Sheng's brow furrowed as he grit his teeth, not daring to say anything more. Xianxia saw that Nan Sheng had suffered a setback, but instead of restraining himself, he smiled and said, Second young lord, I also think it's best to directly attack. The defensive forces here aren't too strong. If you and the sixth young lord join forces, what's there to fear? This is what it means to be courteous before resorting to force. If others don't appreciate it, Chapter 429. Xianxia could see at a glance that Yang Zhao's words were false. Although he was reprimanding Nan Sheng, he obviously agreed with Nan Sheng's point of view, but he had no choice but to say a few words. At this time, someone needed to add oil to the fire so that outsiders would think it was someone else who was helping him make up his mind. This way, in the future, others wouldn't say he didn't care about his brother's feelings. That was why Xianxia dared to continue instigating Xianxia. He was a hypocrite with a sword in his heart. Xianxia was such a person, so he naturally understood Xiao's thoughts. Sure enough, Xiao hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Good. What Brother Xiang said is right. Second brother has already shown ninth brother enough benevolence. Since ninth brother doesn't want to give second brother face, I have nothing else to say. Turning his head and looking at Xiao smiled and said, if ninth brother doesn't want to show up, sixth brother, you can go get the flag yourself. Xiao had been waiting for a good show with a smile on his face, but when he heard Xiao's words, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Immediately realizing that he had fallen into his second brother's trap without a trace, Xiao's intestines turned green with regret. Just now, Xiao had discussed with him, one wanted a person, the other wanted the flag. Now that Kai wasn't showing up, the only thing left was the flag. Naturally, it was up to Shun to snatch it. Perceiving Xiao's intentions, the smile on Shun's face slowly converged and became dignified. Xiao continued to smile and said, go get it yourself. Second brother promises he won't have any ideas about you. Saying such words in front of so many people was enough to show Xiao's sincerity. Shun frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, thank you, second brother. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd he had brought, Xiao pointed to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4-stage cultivator and said, go to the central hall and take out the flag. This person was a helper from Shun's mother's family and was also from first-class force, so his strength wasn't too weak. However, his strength wasn't too high either. Seeing Shun point at him, this cultivator couldn't help wearing a bitter expression as he glanced over at Chu Gao, who was standing in front of the central hall. The Blood Warrior's name. Deterrence. What are you afraid of? Shun snorted. The two Blood Warriors around ninth brother have yet to fully recover from their injuries. They can't even display 30% of their usual strength. What's more, they're restrained by the Yang family's rules and cannot take the initiative to attack. As long as you don't provoke them, they naturally won't attack you. They don't care even if I take out the flag? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master's eyes lit up. If this was really the case, then he had nothing to worry about. Of course not. Xiao shook his head. They're only responsible for passive counterattacks. If you try to grab the flag, they'll naturally stop you. But as long as you're fast enough and run out with the flag, I think they won't be able to stop you in their current state. What are you waiting for? Shun shouted impatiently. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master helplessly stepped out of the crowd. While watching Chu Gao vigilantly, Kai pushed his divine sense to the limit, trying to find where Jio was hiding. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to detect where Jio was hiding. This blood warrior didn't seem to be here at all. Huaxing was still waving his folding fan leisurely. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face also wore a calm smile as her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the newcomer, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Being stared at by her like this, the newcomer couldn't help feeling even more nervous. Slowly walking forward, this person condensed his strength and secretly became vigilant, bypassing Huaxing and Xiu Yimeng before staring at Chu Gao, who was standing in front of the main hall. Chu Gao suddenly snorted, scaring the newcomer so much that he almost used the move he had been hiding. If he had used this move, Chu Gao would have been able to counterattack. Ha ha ha! Huaxing saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Xiu Yimeng also pursed her lips, trying not to laugh. Seeing one of his subordinates disgrace himself like this made Shun's face very ugly. The newcomer's face alternated between blue and red, seemingly feeling a little ashamed, and in a fit of anger, he walked briskly into the main hall. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. From inside, there was a rustling sound, and soon the newcomer rushed out holding a flag in his hand. Sixth young lord. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure seemed to flash in the darkness, and everything quickly calmed down. The newcomer held a flag in his hand and stood at the entrance of the main hall, half of his body already out of the main hall, but he would never be able to take another step. Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's expressions suddenly changed. The cultivator behind them also paled. "He's dead," a blood warrior next to Yang Zhao shouted, his eyes darting around. "It's Ingzio's shadow dance. So fast." Yang Zhao's voice filled with horror as he asked in a low voice, "Did you see where Ingzio was hiding?" "I didn't see clearly." The blood warrior slowly shook his head. Ingzio's assassination and concealment skills are second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. Even the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master would find it difficult to find him. I couldn't find him. After a pause, he shook his head again. "But what puzzles me is, shouldn't Ingzio be seriously injured? How could he still display such a powerful attack? His injuries shouldn't have healed, right?" Yang Shun asked in shock. One of his subordinates suddenly dying had put him in a bad mood. "Impossible." The blood warrior next to Yang Shun also interjected, shaking his head. "Chu Gao, Yi, and Ingzio's injuries are very serious. When we saw them this morning, their vitality was still weak. It's impossible for them to have recovered in just a single day." "Then it must be his mad tyrant blood skill," Yang Zhao confidently inferred. The two blood warriors who had spoken before also nodded silently, a trace of sadness appearing on their faces. Ingzio using his mad tyrant blood skill now was likely the last time he would use it. After tonight, there would be no more Ingzio in this world. The blood warriors all had feelings for each other. Although they didn't talk about it openly, they were closer than blood brothers, willing to sacrifice their own life to save the others. In his current state, how long can his mad tyrant blood skill last? Yang Zhao asked. Even though he was reluctant to answer, the blood warrior next to him whispered, "About half an hour. His vitality will be completely overdrawn. Then we wait. We'll wait half an hour." Yang Zhao made up his mind. The mansion fell into a brief period of peace, only Huixing once again sitting back in his armchair, humming an unknown tune while drinking and making merry, his leisurely appearance drawing everyone's attention. Yang Zhao was furious. Time passed slowly, and the feeling of waiting was torturous. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded, "It's about time." Yang Shun's spirits rose. A trace of decisiveness appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Chiu, this time let your two Chiu family elders go up as well. I don't believe we can't win back the flag." Chiu Ziruo heard this and smiled. "As sixth young lord commands." Saying so, he signaled to the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Chiu family elders, and they both stepped forward. Before they could move, though, Chiu Yimeng suddenly said, "Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't play around with their lives. Your decision is too reckless." Chiu Ziruo frowned and sneered. "Elder sister, don't try to be mysterious. Yang Kai is destined to be eliminated tonight. You've always been good at reading people, but this time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. With so many of us here, how can you resist?" "Stubborn fool." Chiu Yimeng shook her head in disappointment and no longer said anything. Yang Shun waited for the siblings to finish speaking before waving his hand. "All of you go up, split up half of you to entangle that Chu Gao Yi, the other half get me the flag." With a series of shuffling sounds, more than a dozen figures flew out. Half of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators, the strongest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator, while the rest were not weak. Among the dozen or so people, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator led 4 or 5 others to surround Chu Gao Yi, who had been standing motionless. None of them made a move and simply surrounded him. Even though they knew that he was seriously injured, these first-class cultivators didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the blood warriors. Chu Gao, he was like an ancient mountain, standing motionless, only glancing over at them indifferently. The rest of the people rushed to the main hall and rushed towards a man who had just died, wanting to take back the flag in his hand. These masters all had excited looks on their faces, as if victory was already in sight. Ingzio should have no power to attack at this moment, which meant that this flag would belong to whoever obtained it. Taking back the flag would be a great merit to Yang Shun, So what was there to worry about not receiving a reward? 7 or 8 hands reached out to grab the flag. At that moment, a faint light burst out from the darkness and a thin figure suddenly appeared. This person held 2 daggers in his hands that glowed with a dark light. While everyone was excited, a cold light flashed from these daggers. This thin figure blurred and suddenly split into more than a dozen copies, each of them cold and gloomy, each of them decisive in their killing intent. Shadow dance kill. Screams and screams rang out as blood splashed out. How could the masters who had tried to snatch the flag resist the assassination of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage blood warrior? In a flash, 3 of them were knocked to the ground. The others quickly retreated, but still couldn't avoid the fate of being injured. In an instant, the dust settled. Xianxia stood alone, holding his daggers like a ghost in the dark, standing at the entrance of the main hall, reaching out and retrieving the flag from the dead man's hand, tossing it back into the main hall. His figure quickly blurred and disappeared into the air without a trace. He didn't use his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Xiao's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. The characteristics of a blood warrior after using his Mad Tyrant blood skill were very obvious. Their vitality would glow red, but Xianxia didn't show any such signs. Second brother. Xianxia's eyes went bloodshot. Just now, he had mistakenly believed in Xiao's judgment, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Xiao glanced at him coldly and frowned. Second brother made a mistake in his judgment. Then my losses, huh? Xianxia also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Xiao to compensate him for his losses, hating himself for not being more cautious and trusting others so easily. Chapter 430. In front of the central hall, Xianxia had appeared like a ghost, killing 3 people before quickly disappearing. Xiaoxia's subordinates no longer dared to act rashly, all of them turning back one by one, their faces filled with relief as they cast inquiring looks towards Xianxia. Xiaoxia's face was gloomy to the extreme, his stomach full of annoyance, no longer daring to issue orders casually. Xiao, on the other hand, was frowning as he silently cursed. Xianxia hadn't used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, but he was still so fierce. With his current injuries, this shouldn't be the case. Before coming here, Xianxia had clearly heard that although Xianxia was an elite of the Blood Warrior Hall, any Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage master would be able to easily defeat him. Had he really fully recovered from his injuries? Or had he used some kind of special method to suppress his injuries? Xiao was confused, secretly speculating, but still couldn't help feeling curious. Looking at Chu Gao Yi again, from beginning to end, he hadn't said a word, his body hadn't moved at all, except for the occasional movement of his eyes. This blood warrior was no different from a corpse. However, even after being surrounded by 4 or 5 people, his expression hadn't changed at all, remaining as indifferent as water. Xiao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although the strength of the people he and Xianxia had brought wasn't weak, if they wanted to snatch the flag from under the noses of 2 blood warriors, they would have to take a great risk. The biggest question now was how strong these 2 blood warriors in Yankai's house were. If they were just playing tricks, Xiao was confident he could eliminate Yankai tonight. But if they weren't, after hesitating for a long time, Xiao coldly snorted and said, "Sixth brother, it seems you can't handle this flag." Xiaoxia's face went cold, unable to refute. "Since that's the case, second brother will help you," Xiao stared down and said. Tonight's opportunity was rare. Xiao didn't want to miss it. Even though he knew his decision was somewhat inappropriate, he couldn't help feeling restless. "You can help me, but as for the ownership of the flag," Xianxia had suffered a loss this time, but had learned his lesson and knew to ask clearly. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." How could Xiao accept a loss? Right now, he didn't know where Yankai was, so if he hastily agreed to hand over the flag, he might not be able to obtain anything. Xianxia frowned. not bothering with Yang Zhao's decision to go back on his word, pondering for a long time before nodding. All right. Now that 4 of them had died at once, Yang Shun couldn't wait to win a victory to salvage the situation. Good, let's go. Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters brought by the Yi family's Yi Xi and Rou, as well as the 2 elders from the Xiang and Nan families all set out. Yang Shun also signaled to the people he had brought with him. In an instant, the 2 brothers joined forces. More than a dozen mental travel realm experts approached the middle hall. At the same time, there was a group of Yuan Qi cultivators. Hey, let me make things clear first. You guys can go back, but don't drag me in. I'm just here to watch the fun. Huastar shouted and took a few steps back. Qiu Yimeng sneered and kicked him in the ass, sending him flying forward while Shi and Xiang Tian Xiao took a step forward. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tian Xiao suddenly appeared in the surroundings like ghosts. There were quite a few of them, but not many of them were presentable. The high realm experts brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shun didn't show any fear and quickly approached the middle hall. Chu Gao Yi, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly roared as a violent Yuan Qi burst forth from his body. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions as his voice rang like thunder in everyone's ears. If you want to enter the middle hall, you'll have to pass through me first. Full of qi, there was no trace of injury on his face. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen subordinates had already been alerted by Ying Jiao, who was hiding nearby. So when they heard Chu Gao Yi's roar, it was hard to say which one of them had the worst mental fortitude and actually sent out a ray of light towards Chu Gao Yi. Chu Gao Yi blocked it and grinned. Because of the Blood Warriors' family rules, they were only responsible for passive counterattacks. Before others attacked them, they couldn't take any action, but now that they had been attacked, Chu Gao Yi could naturally act without any scruples. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, and in the next moment appeared in the middle of a large group of enemies. In the Blood Warrior Hall, Chu Gao Yi was known as the one who dared to risk his life the most. He was most proficient in short bursts of power. In the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, he could release all of his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy into his body without leaving a single trace behind. During this time, basically no one could withstand his attack. A burst of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from Chu Gao Yi's mind as a tyrannical soul skill suddenly exploded all around him. Forming a series of hand seals, Chu Gao Yi unleashed a series of exquisite and lethal martial skills. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet and thrown into chaos. No one had expected that this blood warrior, who should have been seriously injured, would dare to rush into the crowd and launch an all-out attack without any intention of defending himself. In just 3 breaths of time, someone had fallen to the ground and died, while another was sent flying, exploding into a cloud of dust mid-air. Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, Xianxia, Nan Sheng, and Xiuzi Ruo's eyes suddenly trembled. None of them seemed to have expected that the outbreak of battle this time would be so ferocious. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors who had followed the 2 Yang family brothers glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that Chu Gao Yi had fully recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such powerful combat strength. How had he recovered? When they saw him during the day, he was obviously the same as before. So how could he have undergone such a huge change in a single day? The 2 blood warriors couldn't understand this. Chu Gao Yi's ferocity and valiance had truly frightened his enemies. After 2 people died, the rest of the blood warriors couldn't help feeling a little nervous, none of them daring to get too close to him. What are you afraid of? With so many people, can't we take down a single blood warrior? Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and roared angrily. At this point, there was no turning back. Either he didn't do anything, or he had no choice. He had already seen that Yang Kai was concealing his strength and biding his time. If he didn't defeat Yang Kai tonight, His youngest brother would definitely become a big enemy in the future, even more terrifying than his eldest brother Yang Wei. He had to get rid of him tonight. Yang Zhao grit his teeth. His shout really had a good effect. Those who had attacked Shu Gao Yi had only been deterred by the Blood Warrior's name. But after stabilizing their footing, they quickly discovered that the Blood Warriors weren't invincible. Chu Gaoyi's method of only attacking and not defending had allowed him to force his enemies into a panic, even taking advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 of his Blood Warriors. But he had also added a lot of scars to his body. What's more, there were too many of them, so they could easily avoid Chu Gaoyi's killing moves. If they cooperated, it was more than enough to kill this powerful Blood Warrior. Unless he used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, but with no one to support him, he wouldn't have the time to do so. For a time, everyone's morale soared and their courage soared, all of them pushing their martial skills and artifacts to the limit. In the next moment, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from all directions towards Chu Gao Yi, who was surrounded in the middle. With so many energy beams raining down on him, even if Chu Gao Yi was a Blood Warrior, he couldn't resist them all, and in an instant, many wounds appeared on his body. However, Chu Gao Yi didn't make a sound and continued to use his Yuan Qi and Soul skills. With this kind of method, the final result would undoubtedly be Chu Gao Yi's death, but Yang Shun and Yang Zhao subordinates would also lose more than half of their lives. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the entrance of the central hall, then back at Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, her thoughts turning sharply. Ying Jiu couldn't come out now, but once he did, either Yang Zhao or Yang Shun would be able to easily take away the flag with the Blood Warriors. Hiding in the dark was the only way he could become a hindrance to Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, as well as a weapon to deter the enemy. Ying Jiu obviously understood this very well, so even if Chu Gao Yi was surrounded, he remained indifferent. However, if Ying Jiu didn't come out, Chu Gao Yi alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy. This was something Qiu Yimeng also understood. In this situation, guarding the flag wasn't a problem. The biggest key was that the Blood Warriors couldn't die, otherwise Yang Kai's power would be greatly reduced. Go help! After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yimeng shouted. The Autumn Rain Hall's people instantly moved out, and with a wave of Xiang Tianzhao's hand, the Xiang family cultivators also swarmed in from all directions. Xiang Er Gong taking the lead, brandishing his artifact blade as he bravely charged forward. With his strength, he naturally couldn't compete with an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but among the people brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, it was impossible for all of them to have reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary. There were still some who had reached the Yuan Qi Boundary. These people were Xiang Tianzhao's targets. Killing one was one less. Seeing Xiang Tianzhao rush up, Xiang Chu couldn't help snorting, a trace of contempt flashing across his eyes. His younger brother's aptitude was indeed good, and he was quite popular in the family. But even if he was outstanding, he would never become the patriarch of the Xiang family, because once a battle broke out, he would be the first to rush forward. Which patriarch would take the lead and disregard his own safety? If this were the case, then all the families in this world would probably have to change patriarchs every few days. A patriarch had to act like a patriarch. A patriarch had to sit behind the scenes, coordinate the overall situation, and plan strategies. The one who rushed to the front was a general, not a commander. Staring at the figure of Xiang Tianzhao, Xiang Chu's eyes gradually became gloomy, a cold light flashing across them. You go too. Qiu Yimeng turned to look at the smiling Huastars. Me too. Huastar's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the Hua family's young master. Do you think they'll dare kill you? Qiu Yimeng shouted, grabbing Huastar's clothes and throwing him into the chaotic battlefield. Huastars let out a strange cry as he fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Qiu Yimeng sneered, no one dares to kill you. At most, they'll just injure you. Bitch. Hua Xingqian's legs were numb for a long time before he gradually regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath before raising his arms and shouting, Don't call me that. I'll tell you, I am Hua Xingqian, I am the sole heir of the Hua family. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll kill them. Chapter 431. Hua Xing Chun shouted loudly. The name of this central capital wolf, young Lord Hua, who among the crowd hadn't heard of him. Hearing him say this, both sides couldn't help rolling their eyes, Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's faces turning black. Hua Stars, standing on the battlefield, was a complete hindrance. Anyone who tried to attack him had to be careful not to touch him. Even the surging Yuan Qi had to be careful not to touch him. Otherwise, if they really hurt him, with his playful personality, he would definitely settle accounts with them later. At that time, even with Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's protection, those who hurt him would likely not be able to avoid retribution. Of all the people present, only those from the 8 great families were qualified to fight with him and capture him, but the battlefield was so chaotic that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen didn't have the courage to go down personally. Before Hua Stars could finish speaking, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Cultivator was knocked out of the battlefield by Chu Gao Yi and hit his shoulder. The Hua family young lord was enraged on the spot, raising his hand and slapping this man across the face, cursing, "Fuck, I already said I was Hua Stars, yet you still don't have eyes. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay for it?" This Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Cultivator had been beaten by Chu Gao Yi to the point where he couldn't even breathe. His chi and blood were tumbling, and after being slapped by Hua Stars in front of everyone, he had nowhere to vent his resentment and anger. Opening his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He had actually fainted from anger. "Blind fool," Hua Stars snorted. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's expressions became more and more ugly. Hua Star's actions were too shameless, except for him. None of the young lords from the central capital, 8 great families, had the face to do such a thing. The Yi family's Xin Ro's charming face showed a wry smile, while Qiu Zirua also shook his head. Everyone was ashamed to be associated with such a person. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng stood nearby with a smile, enjoying the Hua family young lord's shameless performance. Hua Stars shuttled through the chaotic battlefield like there was no one around him. Anyone who saw him would retreat, making Hua Stars extremely bored. He stood still and scratched his head. "Qiu Yimeng, can I come back now? No one wants to fight me." Who would dare to fight with him now that he had said that? He was the only heir of the Hua family, unlike other families who had at least a few descendants who could carry on the family line. "Just stand there," Qiu Yimeng replied with a smile, suddenly realizing that this debauchee young lord could play a significant role. "No way." Hua Star's face immediately turned bitter. Outside, Xin Ro's beautiful eyes turned. She said softly, "Second young master, let me go and capture him." Although Xin Ro's fame wasn't as good as Qiu Yimeng's, she was still a leader of the younger generation of the central capital. Some people even called her, and Qiu Yimeng, the 2 delicate flowers of the central capital. On top of that, her own strength wasn't weak. Coupled with a variety of extraordinary artifacts, she was more than capable of exchanging blows with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master. Yes, capture Hua Stars. She was rather confident. Others didn't dare to move against the Hua family young lord, but that didn't mean the 8 great families wouldn't. Yang Zhao heard this and shook his head, a dignified expression appearing on his face. "You're not his opponent." Xin Ro was stunned for a moment before, smiling wryly. "Second young master is looking down on me. Don't just look at my delicate appearance. In fact, I also have some skills." Yang Zhao smiled lightly and said meaningfully, "I naturally know your abilities, and I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you're looking down on this young Lord Hua." Xin Ro looked stunned and hesitated. "You mean?" Yang Zhao chuckled. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 most famous people in the younger generation, and Hua Stars was ranked 3rd. Do you think he only became famous because of his lust? Xin Ro, You underestimate the heritage of the Hua family too much. Yi Xian Ro's expression became serious, and she nodded gently. Second young master's words make sense. Perhaps it's because I don't like this person that I underestimated him. While the two of them were talking, Xianxia, who was standing next to them, quietly glanced towards one of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters below. This Immortal Ascension boundary master understood and quietly left the besieging of Chu Gao Yi's group, intentionally or unintentionally moving towards Xianxia, who was fighting a peak Yuan Qi cultivator. The battlefield was chaotic, so no one paid attention to such a small detail. Even Xianxia himself didn't notice. A moment later, this Immortal Ascension boundary master arrived, not far from Xianxia, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent out a burst of invisible spiritual energy. At that moment, the Hua family young lord, for some unknown reason, staggered a few steps to the left. These few critical steps had allowed him to block Xianxia's path. His spiritual energy rushed into the Hua family young lord's mind and exploded. Hua Stars' body suddenly released a blue halo. This was the soul-type artifact he carried with him, which played a defensive role. Seeing this blue halo, Hua Stars glanced around suspiciously and happened to meet the eyes of the Immortal Ascension boundary master who had attacked Xianxia. Seemingly reacting, Hua Stars couldn't help grinning. You actually dared to use a soul skill to attack this young master. Your courage isn't small. Fortunately, this young master has a soul-type artifact on him. Otherwise, wouldn't you have succeeded? The man didn't expect such a change to occur and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Just now, someone had accidentally bumped into Hua Stars and was slapped in public. Now that he had used his soul skill to attack this young master, how could he have a good end? In an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Young Lord Hua, I didn't mean to." Hua Stars' expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. You didn't mean to? Could it be you didn't mean to? As he spoke, he threw a slap at Xianxia. The young master instinctively raised his hand to block Hua Stars' slap, but after blocking it, he realized that something was wrong, his expression becoming strange and brilliant. Young Lord Hua, Master, can you please not lower yourself to my level? You don't need to say anything. Hua Stars sneered. You're from a Xiang family, right? If this young master doesn't cripple you today, I'll call you Xiang Stars from now on. Stand there and don't move. How could the young master dare to move? He couldn't wait to directly slap himself unconscious. If he hadn't instinctively blocked that slap just now, allowing Hua Stars to vent his anger, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. His mouth was filled with bitterness, as if he had eaten a bitter pill. Hua Stars turned around and searched the battlefield. He didn't know which corpse he had found a sharp weapon. Waving it a few times, he slowly walked back and stood in front of the young master, his eyes sharp as knives, flashing a cold light as he sized him up. Speak for yourself. Should I chop you to death? Or should I chop you to death? Even if this young master's strength was not bad, at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Quickly turning his eyes to Xianxia, his eyes filled with pleading. Xianxia smiled helplessly. Although he was the future heir of the Xiang family, the Xiang family was only a first-class force. How could they be qualified to challenge the Hua family? He didn't dare to provoke a rogue like Hua Stars. Seeing Xianxia's bitter smile, the young master also knew that he would not be able to escape today, so he grit his teeth and said, "Young Lord Hua, you decide for yourself." You have quite the backbone." Hua Stars was very surprised, seemingly not having expected this young master to not resist at all. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed a cold light. With a muffled groan, the young master standing in front of Hua Stars had one of his arms chopped off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Since you still have some backbone, I'll cripple your arm." The young master was in unbearable pain, but he still didn't dare resist. Circulating his Yuan Qi to slow down the flow of blood, his face pale as he grit his teeth and said, "Many thanks, young Lord Hua, for not killing me." Hua Stars casually said, The Xiang family should have one of their arms cut off, and that Nan family should have done the same. If you don't get out of this inheritance war and return home, this young master will cut off all your arms and rename you the One-Armed Xiang family. One-Armed Nan family, wah. Laughing wildly, Xiangqiu and Nansheng's faces both became extremely pale. Hua Stars was obviously ridiculing the fact that the four masters from their families had been forced by Yang Kai to cripple their own arms. For both the Xiang and Nan families, this was a great shame. Whether it was Xiangqiu or Nansheng, both of them couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time, they had followed Yang Zhao to find trouble with Yang Kai, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't appeared. On the contrary, their camp had been completely destroyed by Hua Star's shameless methods, even cutting off the arms of some of their masters. This was even more embarrassing than slapping their faces. Second young lord, please uphold justice for us. Xiangqiu grit his teeth and whispered to Yang Zhao, his tone filled with an unforgettable hatred. He was truly enraged. Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't want to intervene in this battle right now. First of all, Chu Gao he was still madly attacking, and the raging energy fluctuations made every corner of the battlefield unsafe. Secondly, Yang Kai still hadn't shown himself, so he didn't know what his little brother, who had been hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was planning. However, the Xiang and Nan families were a big help to him. If he didn't do anything at this time, it would only disappoint them. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao nodded. Good. This young lord will meet him personally. Hearing him agree, both Xiangqiu and Nansheng couldn't help smiling. In the next moment, Yang Zhao and the blood warrior beside him flew into the battlefield. Seeing him personally appear, Hua Xing quickly converged his unrestrained expression and became dignified, muttering, "Second young lord is quite refined." Yang Zhao chuckled. "Others don't dare to fight with you, so I'll accompany you." Hua Xing smiled bitterly. "Isn't this the end?" Turning back to Qiu Meng, he muttered, "Beauty, please find a way to save me. Otherwise, I'll be captured by second young lord. Although I want Yang Kai to lose, I don't want to be caught. That would be too shameful." Qiu Meng's body flickered as she sat down firmly in the armchair, a smile on her face as she said, "It's fine. In any case, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not. You can rest assured." "How can you be so cruel? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. How could young Lord Hua not understand?" Qiu Meng snickered like a viper. Hua Xing suddenly became speechless. One of them shielded Hui Xingchun as he retreated, while the other lightly pushed out a palm towards the blood warrior. The blood warrior's face went cold as his yuan qi surged. With a loud bang, the black-robed man who had been hiding his head and tail was forced back several steps before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, the blood warrior's figure remained steady. With just one move, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. The blood warrior was undoubtedly stronger, but the two men in black weren't weak either. "There's more help." Yang Zhao's expression sank. He had never expected that there would be so many high school masters hiding in Yang Kai's mansion. Chu Gaoyi alone was enough to pin down most of the people he and Yang Shun had brought. Chu Gaoyi was about to exhaust his yuan qi and spiritual energy, and victory was in sight. But at this critical moment, two masters who were only slightly weaker than the blood warrior had appeared. Yang Kai's mansion was equivalent to having 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there was the Qiu family's Autumn Rain Hall, the Xiang family's group, and the Rogue Hua Stars. On the other hand, although he and Yang Shin's strength wasn't inferior to the other parties, in fact they completely surpassed them, the two blood warriors couldn't take the initiative to attack, so there was no hope for them to take this place. Where did his 9th brother get so many helpers? Yang Zhao's eyes went red with envy. Fuck, Huastar stared dumbfoundedly at the two masked men in black, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Xianxia didn't know who these two people were, but he was well aware. These two had followed him for so many years that even if Hua Xingqian was blind, he would still be able to recognize them. These two fellows, who seemed to be hiding their heads and tails, were clearly his protectors. For a moment, both Yang Zhao and Huastar's were stunned. Qiu Yimeng sat in her armchair and laughed happily, as if she had won a big prize. Yang Shen's face was as black as charcoal. The two sides stared at each other for a while before Yang Zhao grit his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" If there was no hope of taking over Yang Kai's mansion tonight, what was the point of staying? Yang Zhao was also a decisive person. With a single order, the cultivator who had been besieging Chu Gao Yi jumped out of the battle. Chu Gao Yi, who was covered in blood, gasped for breath, but didn't pursue, simply standing in place and watching the enemy retreat. Xiang Tianzhao's cultivator and the Autumn Rain Hall's people also quickly separated from the enemy. Sixth young master, are we just going to give up like this? Xiuzi Ruo asked somewhat unwillingly. He couldn't wait to defeat Yang Kai and prove his ability, so when he heard Yang Zhao's order to retreat, he was dumbfounded. What else can we do? Yang Shun had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply replied. In tonight's battle, he had lost far more people than Yang Zhao, so his mood was naturally not very good. Saying so, Yang Shun sighed and was about to leave with Yang Zhao when a figure suddenly flew in from outside. A clear voice called out, "If we leave like this, ninth brother will feel a little apologetic, so I'll give second brother and sixth brother a small gift to bring back." As he spoke, an overwhelming sword wave descended from the sky. 9-Star Sword School's mysterious grade martial skill. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Amidst the sword light, streaks of purple light burst forth as a mysterious and icy soul skill erupted. Tiger roars and ox roars rang out as beast soul skills burst forth. Thousands of sharp blood-red petals fell from the sky like snowflakes, but each one of them was a deadly weapon. These numerous attacks were launched almost simultaneously, enveloping all of the enemies. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down once again became tense and murderous. "Young master, be careful!" Cries of alarm rang out. The two blood warriors took the lead to protect Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, while the Xiang family, Nan family, Qiu family, and Yi family's high rankers all rushed to their young master and young lady's sides, activating all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to ensure the safety of their young masters and young ladies. The energy between the heavens and earth suddenly became chaotic as a violent yuan qi raged. After a while, the earth-shattering commotion gradually subsided. Of the people who had come to attack Yang Kai's mansion, 6 or 7 had fallen while the remaining ones wore ugly expressions. Yang Zhao's cold eyes turned towards the star field. Midair, Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand, a smile on his face as he calmly said, "Second brother, sixth brother, good evening. Ninth brother went out and just returned, so I apologize for my lack of hospitality. Between us brothers, I'm sure you won't mind." Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly while Yang Shun screamed, "Ninth brother, you really went out?" Before, when Huastars and Xiu Yimeng said that Yang Kai wasn't at home, he and Yang Zhao didn't believe them, thinking that Yang Kai was afraid of being captured and had gone into hiding, but now that they saw him fly back, they had no choice but to believe it. And Yang Kai nodded. "The night was long, so I went to third brother's house for a bit. I didn't expect you would come tonight. If I had known, I would have stayed to entertain you." Third brother's house. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing his ninth brother's boldness, and couldn't help admiring him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao asked, "How is third brother's situation?" Third brother was defeated. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fifth brother and seventh brother jointly attacked, but third brother couldn't hold on. It's normal that he couldn't hold on, but little brother Kai, you've greatly exceeded second brother's expectations. Quietly, you've gathered so many people. Second brother admires you. Second brother is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. So, who took third brother's flag and people? Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Shun couldn't help looking over with interest. The news will come out tomorrow. Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Zhao didn't ask again, just nodding lightly and chuckling. Since that's the case, second brother will take his leave. Little brother Kai, the future is long. Next time, second brother will be fully prepared. I hope you won't let me down. I'll try to satisfy you. Let's go, Yang Zhao shouted, leading his people and quickly retreating. Before Xianxia and Nansheng left, they couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with dread. Last time in Tai Fong Mountain, Yang Kai had left a deep impression on them. Even though they had been clamoring for revenge, seeing Yang Kai in person at this moment, they couldn't help feeling apprehensive. With Yang Zhao gone, Yang Shun naturally wasn't willing to stay any longer. His subordinates took the corpses of their companions and quickly disappeared into the night. The first night of the Inheritance War came to an end. In the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the supreme elders from the various great families, all slowly opened their eyes, gradually withdrawing their divine senses, their turbid eyes filled with amazement. When one's strength reached their level, when one reached their age, it was difficult for anything in this world to cause them any kind of emotional fluctuation. But tonight, someone had done just that. Chapter 433. After a moment of silence, a white-haired old man asked in an extremely weak voice, "That northwest corner, which one of the Yang family's children's mansions is it?" Someone hesitated for a moment before replying. "It seems to be the youngest one." Everyone nodded gently, praising. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young. The Yang family's grand elder, Yang Li Ting, couldn't help laughing, his face filled with pride. Even though he no longer pursued anything in this world and his heart was as calm as still water, after spying on Yang Kai's performance tonight, he couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved, thinking that the Yang family had finally found a worthy successor. The Chiu family's grand elder, Chiu Daoren, nodded. His courage is great and his personal strength is impeccable. But in the Inheritance War, these 2 points alone are not enough to win. I just wonder if he has more helpers. Pay more attention to his performance. This time's Inheritance War seems to be much more exciting than in previous years. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this point of view. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Grand Elders were all ancestors of their respective families. Before nightfall, they had already sent out their divine senses to every corner of War City, monitoring the surrounding movements. Yang Kai's actions naturally couldn't escape their perception. However, there was one thing these 8 people couldn't understand. What method did he use to suddenly erupt with such a tyrannical and strange spiritual energy? With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to possess a divine sense. So the only explanation was that this youngest Yang family young lord had a powerful soul-type artifact on him. This artifact was capable of releasing divine sense pressure, causing others to have illusions. Although all 8 of them showed interest in Yang Kai, that was the extent of it. These 8 old men would not participate in the Inheritance War, nor would they interfere with it. If Yang Kai won, they would be happy to see it. If Yang Kai lost, they didn't care, including Yang Li Ting. They all shared the same thought. Almost immediately after the 8 old men withdrew their ocean-like divine senses, Yang Kai involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, the faint vigilance that had been hanging on his face finally converging. Glancing towards the Seal Temple, Yang Kai glanced over. He could sense that someone was watching him, and there was more than one person. However, those people's divine senses were so powerful that he was powerless to hide his whereabouts. Thinking of the rumors, Yang Kai quickly understood who was monitoring him. He had to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary as soon as possible. With the protection of his knowledge sea and the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai believed he could conceal himself from the prying eyes of these 8 people. The feeling of being watched was very unpleasant, even though he knew that they wouldn't do anything. Yang Kai would not allow this to continue. He had too many secrets. Yang Kai. Xiao Meng was overjoyed as she stood up from her chair and called out. Glancing down, Yang Kai ordered, "Get someone to clean up the corpses and blood here." The corpses on the ground all belonged to their own people. The enemy's corpses had already been taken away by them. The Chiu family's autumn rain hall had lost 6 people, and Xianxia had also lost 7 of his men. 13 corpses were laid out in front of the central hall, and the smell of blood filled the air. After he finished speaking, his figure flickered, landing in front of Chu Gao Yi. In this battle, Chu Gao Yi had single-handedly resisted the attacks of nearly 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, several of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. If he hadn't been so fierce, it would have been difficult to predict what would have happened tonight. But now, Chu Gao Yi's body, which had just recovered, had suffered another heavy blow. His whole body was covered in blood, some from his enemies, some from himself, and some from his own. Subordinate didn't ask Little Lord to do this. Chu Gao Yi grit his teeth and said, "You've done well." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Receiving this praise, Chu Gao Yi grinned and his burly body began to sway. In the darkness, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Jiu who appeared and supported Chu Gao Yi, not letting him fall. "Send him back to rest." Yang Kai ordered Jiu. "Yes." Jiu nodded, supporting Chu Gao Yi as they slowly disappeared. Yang Kai then turned to look at the 2 masked men in black, chuckling lightly. "Many thanks for your hard work." The 2 men didn't say a word, simply cupping their fists to Yang Kai before leaving like a whirlwind. Hua Xingchun had been staring at them all this time, and even now, his pair of eyes were like locusts gnawing at their backs, his mouth letting out a sinister grin as he sneered. After they left, Hua Xing turned to look at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You're really something? You even schemed against Father here." Yang Kai smiled and gently shook his head. "There's no need for them. This place is safe tonight. At most, you'll be taken away." Good. This young master won't argue with you." Hua Xingchen also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. With Jiu in his peak state hiding nearby, whether it was Yang Zhao or Yang Shun, neither of them dared to act rashly. If the 2 of them could cooperate sincerely and use one of their blood warriors to entangle Jiu while the other went to retrieve the flag, there was a chance they could succeed. But how could they sincerely cooperate? Each of them were rivals. If there was any benefit, then there was no benefit to be gained. Who would be willing to work for another's wedding dress? Yang Kai had obviously considered this point, so he felt relieved and boldly ran out on his own. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xianxia were collecting the corpses when Yang Kai swept his eyes around and declared, "This inheritance war is something you all voluntarily participated in. No matter how many of you die, you should be mentally prepared." Hearing this, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang family couldn't help frowning, suddenly feeling that this Yang Kai wasn't a good person. Others had come to help him win the inheritance war and had even died here, yet he didn't even say a single word of praise. At the very least, he should have comforted them. So what if you're a young lord of the Yang family? Those who died here weren't animals, they were human lives. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and continued, "I will remember all those who died here." In the future, I will pay you several times the compensation for your losses. So live and wait. Xiu Meng's expression suddenly brightened as she smiled lightly. These words were enough for her. Although the time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't long, it wasn't short either, and she had never heard him promise anything. A man who didn't always keep his promises was definitely a man who kept his word. For a moment, Xiu Meng was full of expectations for the future. She still remembered that Kai Yang had once said that what he needed were allies who would stand firmly by his side, when he was in the midst of his most difficult times. He didn't need allies who wanted to get involved with him for their own benefits. But now, all of the people here had taken the initiative to come to his side when he was at his weakest. No matter what the reason was, they had obviously won his approval. In the inheritance war, the earlier you invested your capital, the greater the return you would receive. If you wanted to make friends with someone, you couldn't do so while they were still weak. Once they were strong, there would be no more opportunities. Qiu Ming suddenly felt a little lucky that she had made the right choice. This man was really a man who could bring about miracles. After this battle, the mansion was seriously damaged. After the autumn rainfall and the Xiang family people finished collecting the corpses, they immediately threw themselves into the repair work, not even having time to rest. Qiu Ming was like a real housekeeper, directing what little strength she had to fill in the holes in Yang Kai's mansion as much as possible. At some point, the Hua family young lord had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Outside War City, Hua Xingchun swaggered out, walking straight for 10 kilometers before slowly coming to stop and shouting, "Come out! What are you still hiding for?" The next moment, 2 old men at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage walked out of the darkness and came up to Hua Xing, respectfully calling out, "Young master." Hua Xing stared at the 2 old men with a complicated look on his face, only asking after a long time, "Did father ask you to protect me in secret?" One of the old men nodded. "Yes, old master was afraid that something would happen to you tonight, so he asked us to watch over you in secret." Hua Xing was the only son of the Hua family. Although Hua Zheng hated his son for failing to live up to his expectations and had opposed his choice of Yang Kai as an ally during the day, how could he rest assured that his son would remain in such a dangerous place? Naturally, he had arranged everything so he could feel at ease. "Father asked you to protect me in secret." Hua Xing grit his teeth. "Don't you understand what that means? Why'd you run out here? That Yang Zhao's blood warriors don't have the guts to kill me. At most they'll capture me. But this young master won't lose a single hair. And the 2 of you actually covered your faces, both of you hiding your faces, making a fool of yourself. This young master will die from anger because of you. Fortunately, you hid your actions well and only exchanged a single blow with the blood warriors. So those people probably couldn't see your origins. Otherwise, wouldn't my whole family have lost a great deal of face this time? Of the masters sent by the Central Capital's 8 great families to participate in the inheritance war, except for the Yang family blood warriors, the strongest was no more than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. The Hua family's 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters had actually fought. If news of this spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The 2 old men glanced at each other, both of them wearing awkward expressions. The one who spoke first saying, "We also have our own difficulties." Chapter 434. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters from the Hua family both wore awkward expressions, wanting to explain to their young master that it wasn't their fault for not hiding properly, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to do so. Even now, they still didn't understand how they were exposed. This matter was full of mysteries. This time, this young master is finished. He's really going to die without a burial. There's no way to reverse this situation. Hua Star sighed and shook his head. What happened? The 2 masters were shocked. They had followed Hua Stars for so many years, but had never heard him speak such serious words. At first, they thought Hua Stars had some kind of abnormality with his body, so how could they not worry? "Young master, if I were to run 10 laps around War City naked, wouldn't you say I'd die?" Hua Stars said with a sullen expression. The expressions of the 2 experts suddenly became extremely strange. They secretly thought that although their young master was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, he had never been raised to have such an indecent hobby since he was young. Glancing at each other, the 2 masters seemed to be imagining a scene of Hua Stars running around War City naked, causing all the women in War City to scream. For some reason, Both of them couldn't help laughing. Quickly restraining their expressions, one of them asked, "Young master, what happened? How did you do that? Did someone force you?" "No one forced me. It's just that this young master made a bet with that bastard Xianxia on impulse during the day." Thinking back to the day's bet, Starswa gritted his teeth angrily. That bastard Xianxia clearly had a plan in mind. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to resist tonight, he had actually been attracted by a golden feather eagle and excitedly agreed to his bet. At that time, he had thought that this fool was a bit whimsical, but now it seemed that the fool wasn't Xianxia, but himself. After briefly explaining the bet during the day, the two masters from the Hua family suddenly became speechless. They both knew their young master's character. Hua Xingqian's reputation in the outside world was quite bad. He was known for being unrestrained and unrestrained, but when such a person made a promise, he would absolutely abide by it. In other words, this person's gambling character was quite good. He was indeed a rogue. However, he had never regretted gambling with others. From the beginning, he didn't have enough silver. Directly mortgaging the profound light gang to Xianxia could be seen from this point. He was a very conceited person who didn't like owing people things, including bets and favors. Since he had made a bet, now he had lost. Now he would really be forced to run 10 laps around War City. The two powerhouses of the Hua family could almost predict that when this news reached the Hua family, old Master Huazheng would be so angry that he would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. "Young masters, let's hear it." Hua Stars Hua. Without a care for his image, he sat down on a large rock and cast a sidelong glance at the two men. Young's young master, S's young master. "Young master, I don't think that young Lord Xianxia really wants you to run 10 laps around War City naked. Young master, you are an ally of his, so he should give you some face. You might as well explain it to him directly. He will probably do you a favor and turn the big problem into a small one, and the small problem into nothing." "Nonsense," Hua Stars was snorted. "Although this young master hasn't spent much time with him, I'm quite clear about his temperament. This bastard is ruthless and ruthless, even more difficult to deal with than this young master. If I don't do something, he'll definitely force me to run 10 laps. Perhaps he's already looking for me right now." As he spoke, he ground his teeth. Damn, this bastard's personal strength is extraordinary. If not for that, this young master would have directly beaten him to vent his anger. Thinking back to the scene of that night, and thinking back to how he had defeated Xianxia in a single move, Hua Stars couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Both of them were young lord from the 8 great families, so how could he be so strong? What does young master want to do? One of them heard Hua Stars' words and couldn't help asking. "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." Hua Stars acted like a hands-off boss. The man pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "In any case, young master has already declared himself an ally of young Lord Xianxia. Although the old master opposes it, it's useless. What's more, Xianxia's house seems to be lacking both manpower and supplies. Our Hua family has a lot of financial resources. It's better to ask the old master for some manpower and supplies. This way, I'm afraid young Lord Xianxia won't pursue the matter of your bet." Hearing this, Hua Xingqian grinned meaningfully and pointed to the master. "You're the one who said that. This young master didn't say anything. When we get home, if my father asks, you'll report it truthfully." The master couldn't help being stunned and immediately smiled bitterly, understanding that Hua Stars Hua had long since planned this and was just trying to induce him to speak up. In this way, if Huazheng asked, he would have a reason to explain. Huazheng was annoyed with his son's reckless actions and didn't give him any power to mobilize. But if these two masters acted as lobbyists, perhaps he could really mobilize manpower and supplies from the Hua family. "Good, let's go home. We need to finish this matter before the sun comes out, lest that bastard say this young master goes back on his word and doesn't keep his word." Hua Stars crossed his arms behind his back and swaggered back towards the central capital, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage masters following closely behind him. From an angle where no one could see, Stars' expression became dignified and serious. no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. In tonight's battle, everyone had only been amazed by the powerful defensive capabilities of the two blood warriors, but they had also been distracted by their own shameless actions. It seemed that no one had time to think about how the two blood warriors had managed to restore themselves to their peak in just a single day. Huistarzwa admitted that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Before nightfall, he really thought that Yang Kai would definitely lose tonight. Even if he guessed that he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. However, he really hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to easily defend his mansion and even run around on his own. This Yang family little lord was really interesting. Not only him, but all the other young lords of the Yang family were also not easy to provoke. His original intention was just to play around in this inheritance war to pass the time. But now, Huistarzwa was faintly looking forward to seeing what the final outcome of this inheritance war would be. He wanted to see whether Yang Kai would win or lose. With a deep look in his eyes, Starzwa considered many things on his way home. On the first night of the inheritance war, there were a total of 2 battles, one at the 3rd brother Yang Tai's house and the other at the 9th brother Yang Kai's house. The final outcome of these 2 battles had greatly shocked the crowd. Similarly, in both of these battles, there was a single person who was entangled in them, Yang Kai. In the battle at the 3rd brother Yang Tai's house, at the last moment, both the flag and the person had been snatched away by Yang Kai, but his own house, without him guarding it, had actually been perfectly defended. This was simply incredible. No one who heard these 2 pieces of news was willing to believe it, and after many inquiries, they were able to confirm that the news was true. At the same time, another bombshell was thrown out. This Yang Kai not only had Starzwa as an ally, but even the Chiu family's Chiu Yimeng had temporarily left her family and become his helper. Starzwa was a useless young lord, so it was understandable that he didn't have a good eye for talent. But why was Chiu Yimeng willing to temporarily leave her family to help him? The Chiu family's first young lady's name was extremely resounding, and she had always been known for her sharp eyes, so Chiu Yimeng's actions made many people think. All of a sudden, Yang Kai had gone from being completely ignored to a Yang family young lord with the support of 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families. Not only did this shock the entire war city, but even the entire central capital began to spread Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai's fame was currently unparalleled. The moon was hidden and the sun was rising. In the courtyard, Yang Kai was practicing his unyielding golden skeleton secret art when Chiu Yimeng walked over with a tired face. She had barely slept all night, and after cleaning up the aftermath of yesterday's battle, she had been busy until now. Standing 10 meters away from him, Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes revealed a suspicious look. She had seen Yang Kai use this set of martial arts before, so she was naturally familiar with it now. However, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see what was so profound about this set of martial arts. It seemed like she could also use it easily. She didn't know why Yang Kai was so fond of this set of martial arts, and why he always chose to use it at sunrise. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Your cousin is here." Chiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and replied, that fat man. Let him find a place to live. I'll go find him later." "Oh." Chiu Yimeng nodded, walking a few steps before turning back and saying, "I forgot to tell you, today you'd better set aside some time." "What for?" "There will probably be a lot of people coming to join you." "I don't know any of them." Yang Kai frowned, still performing his martial arts unhurriedly. "Today, there are people coming to seek refuge. It must be because the news of last night had spread out. Although during the day yesterday, many forces had already chosen allies at the south gate of the central capital, but even more forces were secretly observing, waiting to see the performance of the various young lords last night before making a decision. Yang Kai's performance last night was too eye-catching, so it wasn't surprising that there would be people coming to join him. Listening to Yang Kai's answer, Chiu Yimeng didn't refute it, instead gently nodding. "Good. If people we don't know come, I'm afraid they're only here for benefits." Chapter 435. In a side hall of Yang Kai's mansion, Dongqing Han was sipping tea, recalling some of the things the Wind and Cloud brothers had told him after they returned last night. The shock in his heart still not completely subsiding. Although he was not present at the time, through the description of the Wind and Cloud brothers, Dongqing Han still realized how terrifying Yang Kai was. His cousin's growth these past few years was like a divine blessing. Dongqing Han couldn't help feeling a little envious. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai came out sweating profusely. Dongqing Han didn't blame him for putting on airs. After all, he had beaten him many times when he was a child. When Dongqing Han saw Yang Kai, he was closer than a real brother, so naturally he didn't think too much about it. "You little brat." Dongqing Han didn't get up, just stared at Yang Kai playfully. "You've got some skill. You didn't waste me lending the Wind and Cloud brothers to you for half a night." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on porcelain work. Last night, I worked hard for the two seniors." Towards Feng Yun and Feng Yun, Kai Yang also respected them, not only because they were his cousin's guardians, but also because before High Heaven Pavilion's disaster, Feng Yun had traveled thousands of miles alone to deliver a message, giving the hundreds of people from High Heaven Pavilion some time to evacuate ahead of time. If the Wind Guard hadn't arrived in time, High Heaven Pavilion may have suffered some losses. If that had happened, his relationship with Chiu Meng would have been irreconcilable. The Wind Guard smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Old Yun and I just want to take a look around. We didn't contribute much. The one with real skill is young Lord Kai." The Cloud Guard also nodded silently. When the two old men looked at Yang Kai again, they couldn't help admiring him. There was no other young man who could amaze them like this. Their own young lord was considered good among the younger generation, but compared to this young master, he was still far from enough. Even Feng Yin didn't know to what extent a person like Yang Kai could grow. "This time, I brought 30 people with me to help you. In addition to the Wind and Cloud brothers, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and the rest are all Xianxia cultivators, the lowest of which is Xianxia 5th stage." Dongqing Han's expression changed. "In addition, my father asked me to bring some supplies, most of which are finished pills and some raw materials. There are quite a few of them." Yang Kai nodded silently and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." The Dong family was Dong Suju's maternal family, and Yang Kai was Dong Suju's son. As a first-class force, the Dong family was able to send so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Moreover, he even had the materials to bring along with him, which was already very good. After all, before this, Yang Kai's chances of winning the inheritance war were almost nil. There was no hope at all. These people from the Dong clan must have been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. The loss of this group of people, in particular, the loss of a Heaven's Gate Realm Master, was a heavy blow to the Dong family. Yang Kai knew what the Dong family had done for him. "I've already handed over everything to your steward." Dongqing Han smiled, his slightly obese face filled with a wretched expression. "You mean Chiu Meng?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Who else could it be?" "Little brat, not only are you proud on the battlefield, but you're also proud of your love life. You're really something," Dongqing Han said enviously. "Moreover, I heard from my little sister that there seems to be a pure and beautiful woman who misses you day and night." Dongqing Han's words were filled with envy. Even though he was the young lord of a first-class family, it was difficult for him to compare to Yang Kai's luck. Yang Kai's brow twitched, and just as he was about to ask, Chiu Meng walked in from the outside and smiled. "What are you two brothers talking about? Why do I seem to hear you speak ill of me?" "I wouldn't dare." Dongqing Han quickly got up from his chair. In front of Yang Kai, he could act as he pleased. After all, they were cousins, and in terms of closeness, he was closer than any of Yang Kai's cousins. But in front of Chiu Meng, Dongqing Han didn't dare act rudely. Yang Kai chuckled, but before he could answer, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the woman next to Chiu Meng, his brow furrowing slightly. This was a rare beauty. Her beautiful black hair flowed down like a waterfall, her arched eyebrows, a pair of starry eyes that could captivate souls, a delicate nose, pink cheeks that were slightly flushed, and two cherry lips that were dripping with water. Her oval face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, and she was charming and affectionate, pleasing to the eye. This beauty's figure, appearance, and temperament were all comparable to Qiu Yiming's. However, if someone who didn't know her saw her for the first time, they would definitely not be attracted by her beautiful face, but rather by her pair of full breasts. This pair of jade peaks was a rare sight, almost bursting out of her clothes, trembling with elasticity. Next was her waist, which was as soft as a water snake, as if it had no bones, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple as she walked. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but stare at this pair of soft breasts for a while. Qiu Yiming saw this and lightly snorted, straightening her back. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai's eyes shifted upwards, just in time to meet the woman's pair of watery eyes. There seemed to be a mix of joy, regret, excitement, embarrassment, and a variety of other emotions. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly, and the woman also pursed her lips into a smile. "Yang Kai, do you remember this girl?" Dong Qing Han asked with a smile. "Naturally, I remember." Yang Kai nodded, turning to the woman and saying, "Senior Sister Lan, long time no see. Since we last met, it's been 3 or 4 years." The woman converged the complex look in her eyes and calmly replied. This woman was none other than Lan Chu Dai from High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai had bought 2 Yang Attribute Spirit Grass seeds from her, and later, when they entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, he had teamed up with her. However, inside the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai and this senior sister had some disagreements, so they parted ways. Later, when the first-class forces heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance had appeared near High Heaven Pavilion, many of their disciples had obtained benefits from it, so they tried to poach her. At that time, Lan Chu Dai was poached by Dong Qing Han into the Dong family. She had also obtained a lot of benefits from the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. At that time, Lan Chu Dai was only at the Qi Transformation Boundary 7th stage, but now she had reached the Yuan Qi Boundary 6th stage. Yang Kai's impression of the senior sister was neither good nor bad. He only felt that she was a bit of a snobbish person who always fought for every opportunity. After such a long time, Yang Kai no longer cared about the little entanglements of the past. Lan Chu Dai was alone in High Heaven Pavilion, and she was also a woman, so it was understandable for her to be snobbish, especially since she was beautiful and had the capital to back it up. If such a woman did not find ways to improve her strength and become a powerhouse, what awaited her would only be reduced to a man's plaything. Everyone had their own difficulties. Yang Kai could understand. "Senior sister is amazing. Your strength has risen so quickly." Thinking quickly, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. "How can I compare to junior brother?" Lan Chu Dai smiled. "Senior sister never thought that I would have a junior brother from the central capital's Yang family. If I had known earlier, senior sister would not have accepted the money for those 2 seeds." Her words were polite and even somewhat restrained. It seemed that after this meeting, along with the change in status of Yang Kai, Lan Chu Dai was slightly uncomfortable. Qiu Yiming observed from the sidelines and couldn't help feeling that the relationship between this pair of senior sister and junior brother was a bit too dull, without the slightest hint of joy. Although she didn't know the reason for this, she was still able to infer some information. Dong Qing Han smiled and interjected, "Yang Kai, Sister Lan is now the leader of our Dong family's younger generation. Many people in the Dong family worship her." "Really?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. "Her strength has risen rapidly, and she's also very beautiful. I don't know how many people like her," Dong Qing Han said, intentionally or unintentionally. Lan Chu Dai's cheeks couldn't help but blush as she glared at Dong Qing Han. "Young Master Dong, don't speak nonsense." As she spoke, she secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and found that he was indifferent, so she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Good. Qiu Yiming clapped her hands. interrupting their meaningless conversation. Let's postpone reminiscing for the time being. Now that everyone is here, Xianxia, tell us about your plans for the next few days. What plans? Xianxia looked at Qiu Yiming in amazement. The Qiu family's first young lady blinked twice. You are the master of this mansion, and you won a great victory last night. Don't you have any plans for the next few days? What plans do you have in mind? Xianxia smiled. You can attack your eighth brother Yangquan. As far as I know, although Yangquan has an immortal ascension boundary 8th-stage blood warrior as his retainer, there is only one. With our current strength, we can easily deal with him. As long as you attack him, you can let Chu Gao, Yi, or Ying Jiu entangle that blood warrior. At that time, it will be easy to capture him and seize his flag. Do you think my brothers are vegetarians? Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Would they just watch me attack my eighth brother and remain indifferent? Of course they aren't vegetarians. Sitting on top of a mountain to watch the tigers fight and then reap the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel, especially since you were the first one to do so. However, last night, except for your eldest brother Yang Wei, who didn't lose any of his strength, everyone else has lost some of their strength. In the next few days, they will only be recruiting and expanding their own forces. How could they spare any energy to deal with you? Even if they did, they would only be harassing you. Chapter 436. In the side hall, not only was Qiu Yiming puzzled, everyone else also didn't understand why Xianxia didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Now, he should have the qualifications to attack Yangquan. Could it be that at this time, you still care about your brotherly feelings? Qiu Yiming sneered. Don't forget, last night you were attacked by two brothers. When did they care about you? Your Yang family's inheritance war, to put it bluntly, is a survival of the fittest, using the blood and bones of the other family's cultivator to pave your road to fame. Xianxia frowned. Although he admitted that what Qiu Yiming said was true, he still didn't say anything. Qiu Yiming didn't seem to notice his expression and continued. What's more, even if you don't attack Yangquan, someone else will sooner or later. Instead of letting others take advantage of this piece of fat, it's better to grasp it in your own hands now. Junior brother, there should be a reason for doing this, right? Lan Chudai suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes flashing a soft light of understanding. Qiu Yiming couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as she snorted. What reason? Think about it yourself. Your young lady Qiu is so smart. Naturally, you can figure it out. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yiming stared at him, her slightly fluctuating mood suddenly calming down. The reason why her tone had been so harsh was because no matter what she suggested, Xianxia had never accepted it. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. Secondly, it was because Xianxia had just glanced at Lan Chudi's chest, which made her feel very uncomfortable. This young lady also has one, it's just not that big. Qiu Yiming was a smart person. She was intelligent and naturally had her own way of thinking about things. After calming down, her thoughts quickly turned, trying to figure out why Xianxia hadn't attacked. Dongqing Han saw the slightly tense atmosphere and didn't dare to interrupt, only remaining silent and pretending to be deaf and mute. Inside the side hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, Qiu Yiming's eyes lit up and she raised her head. Looking towards Xianxia with a look of understanding, she smiled and said, I understand. Since you know, don't suggest it again. Xianxia nodded. I won't order you around in the future. It's like showing off in front of an expert. Qiu Yiming spat disdainfully. Good girl. It's better for women to be obedient. Xianxia gave her a "you're quite sensible" look. Dongqing Han had just taken a sip of water, but when he heard these words, he almost spat it out, coughing uncontrollably as his admiration for Xianxia deepened. Who would dare to say such words to Qiu Yiming? None of the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families had the courage, nor the qualifications to do so. Only his own cousin dared. How bold! But the Qiu family's eldest young miss actually didn't refute. Lan Shudai listened to the conversation in a daze, but she was too embarrassed to ask. He still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning behind it. On the other hand, Elders Feng and Yun nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Can I ask? Dong Qinghan's curiosity was piqued. What kind of riddles are you playing at? Xiao Yimeng chuckled lightly and turned to the wind and clouds. If two seniors have guessed correctly, please share it with young Master Dong. Don't make your young master anxious. The elders Feng and Yun glanced at each other before the wind guard lightly coughed and said, "These two old men can only see one reason. If there is anything wrong with what we said, we hope young Master Kai and young Lady Chiao can point it out." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Young Master Kai is now in the limelight. Of the remaining 7 young lords, no one can match him. Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng glanced at each other and smiled, both of them knowing that Lu Liang had sent someone. "Since they've come, let them come in," Yang Kai ordered, not giving face to the monk but the Buddha. The Lu family had definitely come to deliver gifts. Xiang Tianxiao nodded and went out to greet them. After a while, Lu Song led 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage masters into the hall. Lu Song really didn't want to give the materials he had brought to Yang Kai. In his mind, Yang Kai was definitely a treacherous and cunning person. Otherwise, why would he try to extort his Lu family's wealth? He had never seen such a shameless person before. If possible, Lu Song would have taken this batch of materials to one of the other Yang family young lords, but after Yang Kai's bizarre performance last night spread out, Lu Song suddenly realized that it was impossible not to deliver these things. Lu Liang had ordered that no matter how Yang Kai's performance in the Inheritance War was, these things had to be given to him. What's more, Yang Kai's performance was not ordinary. If this batch of materials was privately handed over to someone else, he would definitely be punished when he returned home. This time, not only did he have to deliver gifts, but he also had to bring people to act as a hired thug for Yang Kai. Lu Song couldn't help feeling disgusted. The Lu family had dispatched a lot of people this time, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage masters to act as Lu Song's protectors, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, and 20 Yuan Qi cultivators. With such a force, no matter which young lord they chose to rely on, they would definitely be welcomed into his mansion. But this Yang Kai was too arrogant, actually allowing his subordinates to lead him in without even bothering to greet him. Lu Song was annoyed. When he walked in, his expression was calm, but after seeing Xiao Yimeng, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Lu Song greets cousin." Xiao Yimeng gently nodded. "You've worked hard." Lu Song smiled. "It's not hard, I just came to deliver some things, it's nothing." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd and asked, "Which one of you is young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am." Lu Song's eyes swept over, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he chuckled. "Greetings, young Lord Kai. This Lu Song has long been looking forward to meeting you." When Xiao Yimeng heard these words, her brow couldn't help wrinkling slightly. Lu Song's tone was slightly provocative. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not caring much about it, simply saying, "Patriarch, Lu must have spent a lot of money." Yang Kai had just blackmailed Lu Liang, so it would be strange if this young Lord Lu's mood was good, so Yang Kai didn't bother arguing with him. After all, what he had done was a bit unkind, but there was a reason for it. Lu Song hadn't expected Yang Kai's reaction to be so calm, so he didn't dare show any disdain, simply saying, "Before I came here, my father ordered me to deliver these things to young Lord Kai. The people I brought are at young Lord Kai's disposal. I hope they can help young Lord Kai in the Inheritance War." "And I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "Since that's the case, you can do as you please. The mansion is quite large. Have Xiao Yimeng arrange a courtyard for you to rest in. If there's anything you need, I'll call for you." Regarding the change in attitude of the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang, Yang Kai didn't show any surprise, but he didn't care much about this group of people from the Lu family. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Lu Song's group should have arrived in War City a long time ago. They hadn't shown up yesterday, and only arrived today, apparently waiting to see if he would be eliminated last night. Whether this guess was correct or not, Xianxia would have to ask the Bamboo Knot Gang about it. For such late allies, Xianxia naturally wouldn't treat them the same as the Dong family and Xiao Yimeng. Xiao Yimeng smiled and was about to arrange for Lu Song's group when Xiang Tian Xiao suddenly ran in and said, "Young Lord Kai." "Someone else? Who?" "Purple Fern Valley." Xiao Yimeng's eyes lit up as she said in surprise, "It's Xiao Man." As she spoke, she hurried over to Kai Yang and whispered, "It's not that Xiao Man didn't want to help you yesterday, but you also know that Xiao Man is just a girl. Although she has some status in Purple Fern Valley, she doesn't have the right to make decisions. For her to be able to bring people here today, she must have spent a lot of effort. You should thank her properly." Chapter 437. Luo Xiaoman and Xiao Yimeng's situation was quite similar. Both of them were women and had high status in their respective forces, but because they were women, they often felt helpless. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Let's go out and greet them." Hearing him say this, Xiao Yimeng suddenly smiled. "Seems you still have some conscience." Standing up, Yang Kai led the group out. Before leaving, Xiao Yimeng turned to Lu Song and said, "You wait here for a moment. I'll arrange everything for you later." Lu Song nodded indifferently, feeling a sense of contempt in his heart. After all, when he had just arrived, Yang Kai had not gone out to greet him. Outside the mansion, the group from Purple Fern Valley, led by Luo Xiaoman, waited quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng walked out together, followed by Dong Qing Han and Lan Chudai, elder sister Qiao. When Luo Xiaoman saw Xiao Yimeng, she called out happily and was about to rush forward, but when she saw Yang Kai standing right next to her, she immediately stopped and shrank her neck, becoming extremely timid. Her fear of Yang Kai had penetrated deep into her soul. She didn't know why, but as long as she saw Yang Kai, or even thought about him, Luo Xiaoman would become afraid. This time, if it weren't for Xiao Yimeng, she wouldn't have had the courage to choose to stand on Yang Kai's side. "Xiaoman." Xiao Yimeng knew that she was timid and quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, comforting her for a while. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile, and then at Lan Chudai, who was following behind Dong Qing Han. Surprisingly, he found that these two women had one thing in common. Both of them had a pair of proud breasts. Both women were not tall. They could even be described as petite and exquisite, but their chests were extraordinarily large. After looking at them for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. Lan Chudai took in his unscrupulous gaze and blushed slightly. Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." A young man from the Purple Fern Valley crowd stepped forward and cupped his fist with a smile. "Brother Fan is not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal." Yang Kai laughed. Fan Hong smiled bitterly. "Last time a high heaven pavilion. If young Lord Kai was offended in any way, I hope young Lord Kai won't take offense. Fan Hong is here to apologize." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. His attitude also became much more amiable, and he laughed heartily. "It is my honor that Brother Fan is willing to help me. Everything that happened in the past is just a passing cloud, and I have long forgotten about it. Last time in High Heaven Pavilion, the Dong family's Dong Qing Han, the Bai families by Yin Feng, and this Fan Hong from Purple Fern Valley had joined forces to poach people from other sects. Later, they met Yang Kai and learned that he had a set of mysterious grade martial skills. All of them were moved, and each of them wanted to buy the black-level martial skill from Yang Kai. Dong Qing Han knew Yang Kai's details, but Bai Yin Feng didn't. So after offending Yang Kai, Bai Yin Feng ended up dying in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land Spider Mother's lair. At that time, Fan Hong's attitude towards Yang Kai wasn't very good, but at least he didn't bully others like Bai Yin Feng, so Yang Kai didn't hold any grudges. Hearing him say this, Fan Hong suddenly smiled and thanked him profusely. "Let's go in and have some tea. We'll talk while we drink," Xianxia warmly said. The people from Purple Fern Valley weren't many, but they weren't few either. In terms of strength, they weren't much different from the people brought by the Liu family. Since the Inheritance War was a stage for the younger generation, these people naturally followed Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman's lead. However, Luo Xiaoman and Xiao Yimeng had always been inseparable, so Yang Kai guessed that the people from Purple Fern Valley would probably follow Luo Xiaoman's orders, which was equivalent to following Xiao Yimeng's instructions. This meant that they could truly become his helpers. Yang Kai's thoughts quickly turned, and he quickly set the people from Purple Fern Valley in his mind. Arriving at the main hall, Yang Kai introduced the young lords and young ladies of the various forces one by one. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Lu Song's expression wasn't very good, but when he saw Yang Kai go out to greet Luo Xiaoman, a look of understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the anger in his heart subsided. Since ancient times, heroes loved beautiful women. Now that such a beautiful young woman had come to seek refuge, Yang Kai taking the initiative to greet her was understandable. A pair of shifty eyes swept over Luo Xiaoman and Lan Chudai, secretly comparing which of them had more capital. Luo Xiaoman was originally a mischievous girl, but after going to the ash-gray cloud evil land, her temperament had changed greatly, her courage becoming smaller than a mouse's. Being stared at by Lu Song like this, she suddenly felt a little uneasy and couldn't help hiding behind Xiao Yimeng. On the other hand, Lan Chudai gracefully stood next to Dongqing Han, her pair of beautiful eyes staring back at Lu Song without the slightest trace of fear, a cold smile appearing on her face. Lu Song immediately restrained himself. Although Yang Kai was talking to Fan Hong and Dongqing Han, he was also observing the expressions of everyone in the hall. Noticing Lu Song's awkwardness, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Senior Sister Lan was not a person to be trifled with. She was a strong person, so how could she allow others to take advantage of her without reacting? Before they could exchange a few words, though, Xiao, the errand boy, actually walked in again. Before he could speak, Yang Kai asked, "Who is it this time?" "It's a young man and woman. Their strength is probably around Yuan Qi 7th stage." Xiao replied meticulously, "They say they are old acquaintances of young Lord Kai. One is called Chun Shueshu and the other is called Su Xiaoyu." "Them?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "You know them?" Xiao Yimeng asked in surprise. "And I know them." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. "I met them one time when I was out for life experience. They were a pair of brother and sister from Reflecting Moon Sect." Reflecting Moon Sect. Xiao Yimeng frowned. "If I remember correctly, this Reflecting Moon Sect should be just a second-class sect." "It's a second-class sect." Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia then asked, "Young Lord Kai, there are only two people and don't seem to have a master accompanying them. What do you think we should do?" "Only two young cultivators around Yuan Qi 7th stage wouldn't be able to play a role in the Inheritance War." Our Reflecting Moon sect is just a second-class force. Our capital isn't strong, so even if we participate, we won't get any benefits. It was only because we heard that there was a Yang Kai here that Master allowed us to participate. If the person here isn't the one we know, it's actually a good thing to refuse. We can just go back home and save ourselves some trouble. "I think he is," Su Xiaoyu suddenly affirmed. "Do you remember his performance in that isolated world? Those people from the Tianlang dynasty were all toyed with by him. All of our lives were saved by him. Besides the central capital's Yang family, I'm afraid there is no other force capable of cultivating such a person." Recalling all his experiences in that isolated world, Chun Shu couldn't help smiling bitterly. At that time, if it weren't for this Yang Kai, that group of cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty would likely have been completely wiped out. Whether it's him or not, we'll see soon enough. Chapter 438. As the brother and sister pair were talking, they saw Yang Kai walk out from inside. Brother Chun, little sister Shu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled, seemingly having not been so happy for a long time. Chun Shui and Su Xiao, you were just wondering if the Yang Kai they knew was the one from the central capital's Yang family. But after seeing him in person, they couldn't help falling into a daze, even forgetting to answer, just standing there stupidly staring forward. At this moment, the two of them didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly skipped a beat, as if they had never imagined that they would be lucky enough to make friends with such a character, causing their faces to glow. Is there a flower on my face? Seeing their hesitation, Yang Kai jokingly asked. Hearing the affability in his tone, the brother and sister pair recovered and returned to their normal state. Chun Shui calmly greeted, Junior brother Yang, it's been a long time. Su Xiao Yu pursed her lips and looked Yang Kai up and down, muttering angrily. You really are from the central capital's Yang family. We actually didn't know anything about it. So hateful. Junior sister. Chun Shui tugged at Su Xiao Yu's clothes and glared at her. The Yang family has rules. When its disciples go out for life experience, they must not reveal their identity. Junior brother Yang didn't deliberately deceive you. I know. Su Xiao Yu smiled. I was just a little surprised. It's not too late to know now. Come on in. Yang Kai warmly greeted the two of them and led them in. Along the way, Su Xiao Yu chattered like a sparrow, constantly asking questions. She was only from second-class sect, and although she was the future pillar of Reflecting Moon sect, her status wasn't high. Even the young lords and young ladies of first-class forces rarely saw her. So now that she had suddenly met someone from Super Force, her curiosity was naturally overflowing, especially since this person was someone she had known for a long time. On top of that, they had all gone through thick and thin together. Su Xiao Yu's questions were messy and chaotic, like a village girl from the countryside entering a big city, all kinds of questions bombarding the two of them. Yang Kai led the two of them inside, while answering casually. Chun Shui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is your Yang family big? I heard that it occupies 1/10 of the entire central capital's surface area. Just by riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to complete a single lap. Is that true? The more Su Xiao Yu asked, the more excited she became. Yang Kai didn't answer. Suddenly, a disdainful laugh was heard. The voice entered his ears. Su Xiao Yu couldn't help feeling startled, quickly glancing around and discovering that Yang Kai had led them to a side hall where many people were already sitting. Those young masters and young mistresses were dressed luxuriously. It was obvious that they came from extraordinary backgrounds. Most of them were accompanied by powerful guardians, and the accessories they wore were also glowing. Obviously, they were all high-grade secret treasures. She and Chun Shui, on the other hand, although they also had secret treasures and were dressed properly, they were nothing compared to those people. However, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The one who laughed was a young master sitting on a chair. At this moment, he was looking at them as if they were country bumpkins. Su Xiao Yu's face flushed red in an instant, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Yang Kai frowned slightly and smiled. Don't listen to the nonsense of outsiders. Although the Yang family occupies a large area, it's not so exaggerated. Oh, Su Xiao Yu's eyelashes fluttered. Even with Yang Kai's help, she was still embarrassed. Chun Shui gently squeezed her palm and conveyed his comfort, making Su Xiao Yu feel much better. She really didn't expect that there would be so many people waiting here. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked so many idiotic questions. She really hadn't seen much of the world, but when she went out, she knew what to say and what to do. It was just that Yang Kai had been very easygoing before, not showing the slightest contempt for her, and Chun Shui because of their extraordinary background. Su Xiao Yu was so happy that she had asked a few more questions, but she didn't expect it would reach the ears of others. Come, let me introduce them to you. Yang Kai lightly brushed aside the awkwardness and said enthusiastically, These two are friends I met in an isolated world, Reflecting Moon sect's Chun Shui and Su Xiao Yu. In that isolated world, Yang Kai had received a lot of guidance from Xianxia. After that, this brother and sister pair had wanted to travel together with Yang Kai and take care of each other. At that time, they were both Yuan-Chi boundary third stage cultivators, while Yang Kai was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu obviously wanted to take care of him. Because of this, Yang Kai also had a good impression of these two. Chen Shui smiled and shook his head. Junior brother Yang is too serious. It was junior brother Yang who saved my brother and sister's lives. If it weren't for junior brother Yang, I'm afraid my two brothers and sister would have already become skeletons. This life-saving grace will always be engraved in our hearts. Since you are Yang Kai's friends, you are also Dong Qinghan's friends. Fatty Dong smiled and stood up, cupping his fists in a pleasant manner. Fatty Dong was very clear that the friends Kai Yang had made over the past few years had all been made with heart and soul. They weren't friends that were mixed with the slightest interest or interest. Such people were what Yang Kai liked the most. Generally, all young lords from powerful families had a common problem. When others came to make friends with them, their first thought was to suspect that they were trying to form a relationship with them. Therefore, Dong Qinghan was also quite serious about this matter. So is young Master Dong. Chen Shui had obviously heard of Dong Qinghan's name and quickly returned the greeting. Purple Fern Valley, Fan Hong. Greetings, Brother Fan. Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled lightly, her pretty face glowing with an amazing luster. Chen Shui's expression shook, while Su Xiaoyu also turned a surprised look towards Chiu Yimeng. So it is the Chiu family's first young lady. It is an honor to meet you. This wasn't some kind of polite greeting. Chen Shui's words were filled with sincerity, a look of admiration even appearing on his face. Chiu Yimeng chuckled happily, glancing towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if saying, even if you don't take me seriously, this young lady is still famous throughout the world. Everyone present took the initiative to greet Chen Shui out of respect for Yang Kai. Only Lu Song sat in his chair with a trace of contempt on his face. Chen Shui turned to him and smiled, cupping his fists. May I ask who this is? He naturally saw that this person was looking down on him and his junior sister. It was him who had just ridiculed them. It was normal for a second-class sex disciple to be looked down upon by a first-class family's disciple. Chen Shui had seen this many times, so naturally he didn't hold any resentment. Moreover, the people here should all be Yang Kai's allies, so how could he embarrass Yang Kai? Yang Kai also wanted to resolve the conflict between him and Lu Song. After all, if everything went well, everyone would be working together in the future. If there was a conflict between allies, as the head of the family, Yang Kai would also be in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, when Chen Shui lowered his posture and asked, Lu Song didn't say a word, as if he was deaf, simply holding his tea and calmly blowing at it. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Immediately, he turned to look at Chiu Yimeng. No matter what, Lu Song was still Chiu Yimeng's cousin. Yang Kai wanted to see who gave Lu Song the courage to act so arrogantly here and who supported him. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai happened to meet the beautiful eyes of the Chiu family's first young lady. Chiu Yimeng actually smiled at Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his eyes slowly narrowing, the cold light in his eyes becoming even colder. Chen Shui waited for a moment, but still didn't see Lu Song answer, so he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Patiently, he continued to ask, This brother, has this Chen offended you in any way? If so, this Chen will apologize to you here. I ask this brother master to be magnanimous. After these words came out, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly became moist, and she even had the urge to cry. Chen Shui was her senior brother and also her lover. It was not a big deal for her to be ridiculed by Lu Song. She was just embarrassed, that was all. But seeing her hero apologize to someone so humbly, how could she not feel distressed? Especially since the other party was looking down on them for no reason at all. With tears in her eyes, Su Xiaoyu turned her head and looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could mediate so that her brother would no longer be embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned at her and moved his mouth. Su Xiaoyu didn't see what he was saying, but she understood the meaning of his eyes. Don't worry. Su Xiaomei's mood suddenly calmed down. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't just sit back and watch, she couldn't help sniffling and holding back the tears in her eyes, not saying a word. After Chen Shui asked twice, Lu Song finally put down the teacup in his hand and shook his head proudly. No need to be so serious. You haven't offended me in any way. It's just that I'm a bit of a loner, not good at communicating, especially with those who haven't seen the world. Chen Shui's expression froze for a moment before he smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Then this Chen will be rude. Lu Song raised his eyes and looked at Chen Shui, chuckling. Are you from Reflecting Moon Sect? Yes, junior sister and I are from Reflecting Moon Sect. How many people have come to participate in the Inheritance War this time? Chen Shui's expression became somewhat awkward. For the time being, it's just me and junior sister, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Song's sneer. The Lu family first young master stood up and walked forward with his hands crossed behind his back, putting on a haughty look as he said, Only 2 people. Yuan Qi's 7th stage. Yet you want to participate in the Inheritance War? Do you think this is child's play? Hearing this sarcastic remark, Chen Shui was left speechless, his face flushed red. Lu Song smirked as he quietly glanced over at Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady was currently smiling with a look of approval on her face, making Lu Song feel like he should strike while the iron was hot and get rid of these 2 guys who were trying to climb up the social ladder. Do you know how many people my Lu family brought? Lu Song looked at Chen Shui contemptuously. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, in addition to 20 Yuan Qi cultivators and countless supplies. Chapter 439. Inside the main hall, Lu Song arrogantly sneered. Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong both snickered. They weren't idiots like Lu Song, so they naturally understood what was going on, but since Yang Kai and Xiu Yimeng didn't say anything, the 2 of them didn't intervene, instead choosing to sit back and watch the good show. Lu Song, seeing Xiu Yimeng's look of approval, became even more arrogant and sneered. If you want to get something in return, you must first invest. Can your Reflecting Moon sect take out so much strength and materials? Sorry, I forgot you're just a second-class sect, so you probably don't have such strength, but at the very least, my Lu family should take out at least half of its strength. If you can't, I advise you to go back to where you came from. Young Master, the Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He wasn't young and had been observing the situation, so of course he could see the coldness and displeasure in Yang Kai's eyes. His own young master was in someone else's mansion, speaking arrogantly, bullying and suppressing Yang Kai's friends. Wasn't this not giving Yang Kai face? What's more, when Yang Kai had just introduced Qin Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu, his tone was quite serious. These 2 didn't have high backgrounds, but they were clearly highly valued by Yang Kai. If Lu Song was allowed to continue, he was afraid he would ruin things. Young Master, you've already said so much. Sit down and have some tea. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, this master couldn't say anything, so he could only quietly signal Lu Song. However, Lu Song simply turned a deaf ear and continued to sneer, becoming more and more arrogant. Qin Shuishu's face became uglier and uglier. Lu Song. Yang Kai suddenly glared at the Lu family first young master coldly and shouted, What orders does young Lord Kai have? Lu Song immediately stopped his endless taunts. He quickly asked, towards Qin Shuishu, he could speak bluntly, but towards Yang Kai, he didn't have the courage. You can go. Lu Song was stunned, his face full of confusion. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. If you don't leave my mansion in 30 breaths of time, I'll make you stay here forever. Yang Kai's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Song was completely stunned. He had never expected such an ending. Yang Kai was clearly trying to chase him away, but what made him confused was the person he was chasing away was not the two from the Reflecting Moon sect, but him. Young Lord Kai must be joking, right? Lu Song's mouth twitched slightly as his face gradually reddened. If he was really kicked out by Yang Kai in front of so many people, he would definitely be kicked out. He had lost all his face. I'm not joking. You have 25 breaths left. Yang Kai snorted. How is that possible? Lu Song screamed as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Our Lu family has contributed so many people to help you participate in the inheritance war, yet you actually want to drive us away? Don't you want this help? Yang Kai didn't answer and just stared at him coldly. Perceiving this coldness, Lu Song couldn't help feeling a little scared, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, he shouted, "My cousin is also here to help you. She's a great help to you. If you drive me away, aren't you afraid she'll also leave? If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll also drive her away." Yang Kai sneered, "You have 20 breaths left." Xiao Ming couldn't help rolling her eyes. Cousin. Lu Song finally panicked, secretly regretting all the nonsense he had just said. He stared at Xiao Ming, expecting her to say a few good words so Yang Kai wouldn't be so arrogant. Xiao Ming sighed. Lu Song, you should leave. This man says 1 is 1, 2 is 1. You've angered him. I can't help you. But 15 breaths. Yang Kai issued a final warning. Young master, let's go. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage master smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Lu Song. Lu Song didn't see the hidden meaning behind this farce, but the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage master did. Knowing that it was useless to say anything more, he quickly pulled Lu Song along with his other companion and rushed out. Seeing Lu Song's embarrassment and helplessness, Su Xiaoyu suddenly flushed with excitement and secretly clenched her fists. All the insults and ridicule she had received before seemed to have been returned at this moment. She couldn't help glancing towards Yang Kai gratefully. Outside, Lu Song's shouts could be heard. "I'm not leaving. I brought people and supplies to participate in the inheritance war, yet someone actually wants to drive me out. Today he wants to drive me away. Tomorrow I'll expose this matter and see who dares to seek refuge with him in the future." Inside the hall, Qiu Yiming shook her head, secretly smiling bitterly. If this Lu family young master's performance hadn't been so bad, how could the Qiu family's first young lady have been so insidious as to push him out? The Lu family was supported by the Qiu family, and they were also related. If there was even the slightest possibility, Qiu Yiming would have been more than happy to let Lu Song stay here. Hearing him actually threaten her, Qiu Yiming couldn't help rejoicing that her decision had been correct. Driving him away now would only cause him to lose face, but if she had allowed him to stay, perhaps one day Yang Kai would kill him. Did you encourage him to do so? Yang Kai stared at Xiao Yiming meaningfully. Although Lu Song was a bit of an idiot, without Xiao Yiming's support, he wouldn't have dared act so presumptuous in front of him. Just now, he had acted so arrogantly and unscrupulously because when Yang Kai went to meet Xianxia Shu and Su Xiaoyu, Qiu Yiming had given him some hints. And I just casually said a few words. Qiu Yiming nodded lightly. What's wrong with that? I don't think you wanted to keep him here anyway. And I didn't want to keep him here, but he did bring a batch of things with him, so it wouldn't be good to drive him away. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's why you should thank me. Qiu Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed as she unabashedly claimed the credit. With Yang Kai, she had no intention of being polite. This man was too strong. If she were to show weakness, she would only be led by the nose by him for the rest of her life. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her and just turned to Chun Shui Shu. Brother Chun, I've let you suffer. Chun Shui Shu scratched his head. From the exchange between Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming just now, he had understood some of the meaning. It seemed that this time it was a trap for that person, and he just caught up with it. However, Chen Shueshu didn't mind and just smiled. To be able to contribute to junior brother Yang, what's the matter? So what if I'm criticized? I won't lose a piece of flesh. Frowning, Chen Shueshu said, it's just that if you drive him out like this, it may not be good for your reputation. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Keeping him here is troublesome. This person is too unreasonable. Even if he doesn't have a conflict with you now, he will have conflicts with others in the future. A single piece of rat shit can ruin a pot of porridge. I won't allow such a thing to happen. It's better to cut the Gordian knot. Don't you see that Xiao Yimeng, your cousin, doesn't want to take care of him? Xiao Yimeng curled her lips. Don't push me. You make it sound like I'm a vicious woman. If you drive him away, I'll have to explain it to Lu Yang. Ha! I hope Lu Yang understands my difficulties. Of all the people he could have sent, why did he send this person? Perceiving Xiao Yimeng's embarrassment, everyone fell silent. At that moment, some fluctuations of power suddenly came from outside, mixed with a few muffled groans. Everyone's expression changed, not knowing why a battle had suddenly broken out. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, and his expression soon calmed down. Turning to Xiao Yimeng, he said, I'm very glad you found a way to drive Lu Song away. What happened outside? Xiao Yimeng asked in surprise. Everyone else also looked puzzled. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yang Kai sneered. Being so blind, he only has himself to blame. As he spoke, the battle outside subsided, and Lu Song's miserable howls reached everyone's ears. Listening to them made everyone's blood run cold. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yimeng was anxious and couldn't help but want to go outside and see what was going on. That bastard actually dared to have ideas about father. A cursing voice came from outside, and a moment later, Huixing walked in with an annoyed look on his face. As he cursed, he shouted, Who do you think father is? Don't you know what kind of person he is? After coming in, he shouted, Hey, Yang Kai, what happened to that little brat just now? Why did he try to steal my things as soon as he saw me? What did he steal from you? Yang Kai was stunned. His divine sense had only probed the general situation and wasn't clear on the specifics. Father's treasures. Huixing waved his hand. Bring them in. Immediately, a group of people came in carrying a few boxes and placed them on the ground. With both hands on his waist, Huixing said, That's all. That little brat wanted to steal from me. I don't know what's wrong with him. Xiao Yimeng was extremely helpless and hurriedly asked, What did you do to him? I broke a few of his ribs and threw him out. Huixing replied indifferently. Hearing this, Xiao Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved and glanced at Yang Kai, both of them not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Song was probably unhappy that he had been driven out and had lost all his supplies, so when he saw Huixing bring some things over, he wanted to steal them to make up for his losses. He had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, while Huixing only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters. In terms of strength, he clearly had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, these 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters weren't ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. By the time he realized what was going on, it was already too late. Fortunately, Huixing didn't want to kill anyone in Yang Kai's house, otherwise, Lu Song's life would have been forfeit. After listening to Xiao Yimeng's brief explanation, Huixing suddenly realized, So that was your cousin. Fortunately, I didn't go too hard on him, otherwise he would have died. Xiao Yimeng, how did you have such a bad cousin? Let's not talk about me first. You suddenly disappeared last night. Where did you go? Xiao Yimeng asked. Huixing's expression couldn't help becoming a bit awkward as he hesitantly said, I went home to find my father and asked for some things and people. Your father actually arranged for some of the family's masters for you? Xiao Yimeng was overjoyed. With the addition of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai's strength would definitely increase greatly. I had no choice but to give them to him. Huixing was very embarrassed and didn't want to explain too much. Walking over to the boxes, he opened them and shouted to Yang Kai, Look, a box of alchemy materials, a box of artifact refining materials, all of which are at least heaven grade, a few mysterious grade, a box of finished pills, a box of healing materials, a box of soul-calming pills, a box of artifacts, and although the grade is a bit low, all of them are Earth grade, but they should be enough to equip some people. There are also a few good items. Finished speaking, Huixing stared at Yang Kai majestically and asked, "For boxes, and this young master, you can choose what you want." Chapter 440. The words of the Hua family's great young lord could be described as sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the hall heard this and stared blankly at him and Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that there was some unusual relationship between these two. Lan Chudai was a big-breasted beauty. She covered her mouth in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Kai's face went black, knowing that Huastar's words were too easily misunderstood. So he couldn't help snorting, "Speak clearly." Huastars also realized that there was something wrong with his words and couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that yesterday I made a bet with Brother Kai on whether he could survive last night. This one's eyesight wasn't good enough, so I lost." "What was the bet?" Xiao Yimeng suddenly became interested. She really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Huastars. "If I lose, I'll give him my golden feather eagle. If he loses, heh." Yang Kai looked at Huastars with a smile. "Young Lord Hua has to strip naked and run 10 laps around War City." Everyone couldn't help laughing, and many of the women couldn't help blushing, thinking about the scene of this young Lord Hua running around naked in War City. It really was quite funny. A loss is a loss. There's no need to say it out loud. Huastars was extremely depressed, but suddenly his expression turned to one of indignation. "Yang Kai, you can choose. If you want these things, our bet is over, but if you say no, this young master will take off his clothes right now and fulfill the bet, but don't even think about these things. Even this young lord will have to leave this place." Saying so, he opened his folding fan and fanned himself. This young master has never broken a bet with anyone. As he spoke, his expression was one of contentment, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Obviously, Yang Kai would accept the masters and materials he brought with him. Compared with letting him run 10 laps around War City naked, these masters and materials were more practical. As long as Yang Kai wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Yang Kai smiled and said confidently, "Then I ask young Lord Hua to take off his clothes." Stars Hua's expression gradually froze as he waved his folding fan stiffly, saying with a bitter expression, "Young Lord Kai, don't be like this. I haven't done anything to offend you. Why must you be so ruthless?" Xiao Yimeng, who was standing to the side. Stars quickly turned to her. "Xiao Yimeng, young lord, why are you looking at him?" Xiao Yimeng slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "I can't do anything about this man. You know that." Stars master. Seeing Fatty Dong sitting there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This fat brother, at first glance I can see that your relationship with Yang Kai is not shallow." Dong Qinghan's face went black. Huixing Chen calling him Brother Fatty really made him unhappy, even if he wasn't happy about it. However, due to the other party's status, Dong Deng couldn't do anything. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Hua, please forgive me. My words carry little weight." They were contending with each other. Dong Pangzi was very depressed to find that this young Master Hua was actually staring at Lan Chudai, who was standing beside him. His pair of eyes were shining with a lustful light. Dong Pangzi could not help but cough. "A beauty." Xing, who didn't hesitate to praise as he swept his eyes around, quickly discovering Luo Xiaoman again. The light in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and even his nostrils began to emit waves of heat. Luo Xiaoman quickly hid behind Fan Hong, a look of panic filling her face. She had never seen such a lecherous and daring lecher. It was as if the word lecherous was written all over his face. He was even more shameless than Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, are these people all your allies?" Huastar suddenly asked. And they all came here today. Huastar's face suddenly became serious as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai. First, he cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Young Lord Kai, Huastars, was short-sighted and looked down on you. Young Lord Kai, please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a playboy young lord. How could I compare to you? Last night's battle, I deeply realized my mistake. So I rushed back to the central capital and begged my father to give me some men and supplies. From now on, Huastars, am young Lord Kai's man, and when I die, I will be young Lord Kai's ghost. My only request is that you make me stay." Saying so, he actually sat down and muttered, "In any case, I'm going to stay here. You can't drive me away." Qiu Yimeng shook her head and sighed, turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, "I think it's best to let him go. If he really stays here, the women who come here will feel uneasy." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "That's what I mean. Young Lord Kai, young Lady Qiu, I was wrong. How can you be like this?" Huastars was on the verge of tears. Although he had seen countless women, it was rare for him to encounter a woman like Lan Chu Dai and Luo Xiaoman occasionally. He would encounter a prostitute who was attracted by his identity and wealth. Enough! Yang Kai frowned and was too lazy to continue this nonsense, waving his hand and saying, "Let your people send the things inside." He didn't want to do anything to Huastars, nor did he expect him to bring people and supplies. It was just that a playboy like Huastars wouldn't listen to him in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that Huastars would restrain himself a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Huastars was overjoyed and quickly got up from the ground, shouting to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Quickly send the things inside. Also, tell our people to behave themselves. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Hua family. Everyone here is a friend. Do you understand?" "Yes." The few people from the Hua family nodded and hurriedly left with the boxes. The Hua family young lord grinned and walked over to Luo Xiaoman's side, asking with a smile, "What's your name, beautiful woman?" Luo Xiaoman was frightened and stood up timidly, walking over to Qiu Yimeng and tugging on her clothes. Elder Sister Qiu, seeing this delicate appearance of a helpless woman begging for protection, Huastars couldn't help but feel excited. Qiu Yimeng patted her hand and sneered at Huastars, "If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Huastars laughed dryly. "So there's someone behind you. Don't worry, Qiu Yimeng is under your protection, so I promise I won't touch her." Saying so, he rushed over to Lan Chu Dai, but before he had time to ask, Lan Chu Dai smiled and said, "I am Yang Kai's senior sister." Huastars suddenly became speechless and felt extremely depressed. "Don't make trouble." Qiu Yimeng snorted. "Although you're lustful, you're not that horny. What's more, with your identity as the Hua family's young lord, what kind of beautiful woman can't you get? Using this kind of method to resolve your embarrassment is too clumsy." Huastar scratched his head and smiled. "You can see it, but it's pointless to say it out loud." Saying so, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down, quickly restraining the arrogance on his face. Waiting for him to calm down, Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. "Yang Kai, I think you need to plan carefully. I'm afraid your house will become more and more lively in the future. Yesterday it was quiet here, but today 3 groups of people have arrived. The other young lords shouldn't have such great charm. Although it's lively with so many people, the various forces are not familiar with each other. If you don't coordinate properly, I'm afraid there will be some inevitable conflicts." Yang Kai chuckled. "With you here, why should I bother?" Qiu Yimeng glared at him. "Do you really think I'm a servant? Capable people do more work." Dong 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 also smiled. "If young Lady Qiu is the one to coordinate, my Dong family will not object. Purple Fern Valley as well." Fan Hong nodded gently. They were all first-class forces, and their strength was about the same, but Qiu Yimeng was different. She was from the central capital's Qiu family, and her personal strength was high, so she was indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to say this, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Qiu. Not only us, I think the people who come later will also have no objections. Chen Shueshu said. The people who come later? Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Shueshu smiled and said, because we weren't sure if this Yang Kai was the one we knew before, my junior sister and I decided to take the initiative to inquire about the situation. If he is, then my Reflecting Moon sect will participate in the inheritance war to help junior brother Yang. If he is not, then my Reflecting Moon sect will not participate in this muddy water. So that's how it is. Then, how long will it take for your sect's people to arrive? Qiu Yimeng didn't show any contempt toward his Reflecting Moon sect, just because they were a second-class sect, which made Chen Shueshu feel very gratified. They'll arrive within 3 days and are already on their way. Once we send word back, they'll decide whether or not to continue. Chen Shueshu smiled and looked at Yang Kai. It's not just our Reflecting Moon sect, there are many others who are also on the way. Who are they? Yang Kai was a little surprised. They're all people you know. Chen Shueshu smiled lightly. In addition to our Reflecting Moon sect, there is also Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. 10,000 Flower Palace's people are also participating in the inheritance war? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling surprised, while Hua Xing couldn't help laughing. Interesting, this will be a feast for the eyes. 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect, a first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they were all women, their competitive spirit wasn't strong, and they had never participated in the previous inheritance wars. However, Qiu Yimeng hadn't expected that this time, 10,000 Flower Palace's people would actually participate and even choose Yang Kai's side. And because these sects suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land a few days ago, they didn't intend to participate, but when they heard that there was a Yang Kai here, they all became interested. Chen Shueshu explained, "You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."